Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Code Prime, R1, Rebellion in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, Knights and Miracle Workers. The investigation into Ashford Academy had ended, though the military and the police couldn't find the terrorist, Mao, who stole the Sutherland and attacked Ashford. They had found nothing out of the ordinary in regard to the school itself, so they allowed classes to resume. Once all the students had returned, with Lelich, Rai, and Nunnally returning to their residency at the school's clubhouse, the geese effect wore off, allowing all the students and faculty to remember Lelich, Nunnally, and Rai. And with some aid from Fixit, they were able to have their personal data put back into the school's database, and it seemed to have worked perfectly, with no one the wiser. At the moment, Lelich sat in the middle of the school's art studio in a position near identical to that of the thinker, with his hand underneath his chin, with more than a dozen students, including those in the student council, even those among the Knights of the Round, sketching him. This of course also gave Lelich some time with his thoughts. Though it's incomplete, the acquisition of the synthetic energon formula should prove more than helpful in our cause. The young revolutionary thought to himself before glancing toward Suzaku. Of course, there's still the matter of trying to bring Suzaku to our side. He's been living with the guilt of killing his father for almost a decade. I can't imagine how much of a strain that's had on his psyche. But if that information is leaked to the wrong people, it could cause all sorts of complications that won't help anyone. Come on, Lelich. Quit moving around, will ya? Rivalts complained. Oh, sorry guys. Lelich tried to put himself back in the previous position. No, you were looking down lower. Gino pointed out. Like this. Lelich tried to look down further. Incorrect. Look upward about 3.4 centimeters. Anya said robotically. Lelich tried to look upward based on that description. No, now your expression is totally different. Rivalts stood up and tried to make the adjustments himself. This was like this, that went kinda like that, and this was here. There. When he was finished, Lelich looked nothing like how they started, complete with something of a clueless smile. God, I am glad Cliffjumper isn't here to see this. Lelich winced inwardly. This also resulted in several complaints from the other students, particularly some of the girls who preferred the more stoic face he put on. Come on everyone, I prefer him looking clueless. Rivalts argued. Yeah, he does look better like this. Gino agreed. Guys, knock it off, he's not your personal decoration. Monica chastised the two boys before smiling apologetically at Lelich. Sorry about that. As this went on, Shirley and Rai exchanged something of a humorous smile as they sat next to each other. Despite all the intense life-threatening situations they went through recently, it was rather nice to relax a tad bit like this. Nina sat down in between them as she addressed the brunette. Shirley, don't you have math for first period? Don't you remember, it's art week? Shirley replied. Clovis. I'm sorry, Prince Clovis had declared it that. Shirley honestly felt like she had forced the word prince out. Before meeting the Autobots and joining the Black Knights, she originally respected and admired Clovis. But after learning the truth about what happened in Shinjuku, any respect she had for him, as well as most of the royal family, had all but diminished. We will open Art Week with the dedication of the Clovis Memorial Museum of Art. The curator said as he gave the museum tour to Euphemia, Nonette, Darlton, and the sub-viceroy's personal bodyguards. You, Princess Euphemia, will select the first place winner among these submitted works. Euphemia caught a small, yet humble, painting of a house with a garden in a rather serene background. This picture brought a feeling to that of a nice day at home to the young princess. Oh, this one's nice. I particularly like this painting. Euphemia said. Even Nonette smiled a bit as she liked the painting too. It's regrettable that our investigation revealed that the artist happens to be 1/4 The curator revealed. Both Euphemia and Nonette winced slightly. Perhaps it should have been displayed here in the first place, then. Euphemia said. Though she held no discriminatory views whatsoever, she felt she had to put on this facade to appease the public. Well, it's a delicate balance with our public. The curator said before turning to another painting, the largest painting in the museum, this one was that of Charles Z.I. Britannia raising his fist up high, as he was during Clovis' funeral. Anyway, take a look at that painting right there. It was painted by the son of Marquis Nikolai. Euphemia's face became saddened, yet before she could say anything, Nonette placed a hand on her shoulder as the Knight of Nine addressed the curator. I'm sure it's a lovely piece, but I think it would be best to allow Princess Euphemia to decide for herself. Of course, Lady Enneagram. The curator said with a bow as he continued giving them the tour. Euphemia gave a small but thankful smile to the older woman, who responded with a smirk and a wink. The Ark. Ogai sat on a box in a cargo bay within the derelict Autobot ship as he opened his lunchbox to see what Chigusa, the name he gave the amnesiac Valletta, had made for him. Octopus hot dogs? That girl. He had a small smile on his face. Your wife make that for you. Ogai looked back in surprise to see Ironhide smirking down toward him. What? No. It's not like that. Ogai quickly said with a small blush on his face. It was from, you know. Ironhide's smirk vanished. Your house guest. Ogai nodded in confirmation. Still nothing. No, she doesn't remember anything. The Black Knight replied. Say, Ironhide. I don't want to sound insensitive or anything, but can Cybertronians have relationships like we humans do? Yes, we can. Ironhide nodded. We don't have the same customs you humans do, but we can form relationships with others. So, have you ever been in one? Ogai asked as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yes, actually. Ironhide replied, causing Ogai to look up in surprise as the veteran Autobot smiled reminiscently. Her name is Chromia, you'd like her. She's tough as nails, and really enjoys kicking cons to the curb. So, where is she? Ogai asked, causing Ironhide's smile to fall. Don't know. We lost contact after Cybertron went dark. She could be anywhere. The black and red Autobot answered. I'm sorry to hear that. Ogai said sincerely, causing Ironhide to nod in appreciation. Excuse me. General Katace walked onto the scene, getting their attention. I hate to interrupt, but we have some very important visitors. He gestured behind him to reveal 4 individuals from the Japan Liberation Front, who bowed their heads in the presence of Ogai as well as Ironhide. You're the 4 Holy Swords. Ogai stood up and bowed his head in response. How'd you find them? Ironhide asked Katace. Through Kyoto. The old general answered. Ironhide however noticed something about them. Where's their leader? Katace's face winced, as did most of the other Holy Swords. That's why we're here. Senba answered. Lieutenant Colonel Todo has been apprehended. He sacrificed himself so that we could escape. Ashford Academy. Lelich sat inside Bumblebee's vehicle mode as he spoke with Optimus over the radio. You're certain? He asked. The 4 Holy Swords as well as Kyoto have indeed confirmed it. Optimus replied. Kyo's hero Todo has been captured and is scheduled to be executed tonight. A schedule we'll have to change. Lelich said with a smirk. Get everyone ready, I'll meet you later this afternoon. Understood. Optimus hung up. I'm guessing you know Todo personally? Bumblebee asked. Lelich had a small smile on his face. Yes, one of the few people who could challenge me at chess during my stay at the Kurugi residence. He even taught Hishogi. And he would be nothing short of instrumental in our battles against both Britannia and the Decepticons. I heard about the miracle of Itsukushima. Bumblebee said. Took down Britannia without using a single nightmare. Like to see him bring the cons to their knees. I'm sure he will. Lelich said with a small smirk. The passenger door then opened, allowing CC, in an Ashford student uniform, to step inside. Welcome back. How was your trip? Bumblebee asked the immortal as she sat down. Quite eventful. CC replied. Those high eunuchs are arguably the most egotistical people I've met in my immortal life. Other than Lelich, of course. She smirked. Ah snap. Bumblebee played a rapper's voice through the radio. Ha, ha. Lelich gave a sarcastic laugh. But I did end up meeting a soldier who is rather close to the current Empress. CC revealed. His name is Li Zinc. Even though the Empress is technically a system orchestrated by the eunuchs, Zinc and his inner circle of soldiers are more loyal to the Empress than anything else. A possible ally? Bumblebee asked. More than likely. CC confirmed. Good. Lelich nodded. If things keep proceeding like this, we may soon need all the help we can get. Area 11, Royal Palace. Cornelia stood outside her palace as both Guilford and Dreadwing stood behind her. Today, Kyo's hero Todo will be executed. Guilford stated. Even though he isn't that much of a threat compared to the Autobots and the Black Knights, it should deal a significant blow to the Area 11 resistance movement. I myself will be there. Dreadwing said. Even though he hasn't officially joined the enemy, it is likely they will be there to rescue him. I certainly wouldn't put it past Zero or Prime to attempt such a feat. Cornelia responded. Unfortunately, I won't be present for that. So, we'll have to find a change of executioner. Actually, Viceroy Cornelia, Lord Megatron has already chosen Todo as executioner. Dreadwing revealed. It will be Suzaku Kururugi. Though Cornelia wasn't too thrilled about being kept out of the loop, but at the same time, this might be a good opportunity. You know, I might actually approve of that choice. It'll give Kururugi a chance to test his loyalty. Viceroy. Euphemia called out as she walked onto the scene. When she spotted Dreadwing, she smiled and nodded at him, who returned with a small smile and nod as well. Sorry to summon you like this, how's everything at the museum? Cornelia asked her younger sister. The dedication is later on. Euphemia replied. Of greater importance though, the NAC reported there was unrest in Ishikawa. Probably backed by the EU or the Chinese Federation. Cornelia assumed. Given all that's been happening here in Area 11, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, it's our chance to bring Hokuriku under control. Euphemia's face slightly winced, knowing what her older sister meant by that. I'll leave Darlton, Nonet, and the rest of the knights here while I'm gone. If anything happens, consult them. Also, I don't want you making any dealings with the Decepticons. She turned to the one Decepticon present with them. I trust that won't be a problem, Dreadwing. None whatsoever. Dreadwing assured with a nod. One more thing. I noticed you still haven't chosen your knight yet. Cornelia handed Euphemia a binder. Once she opened it, she saw the photo IDs and names of several Brighton Neon soldiers. You may choose any one of them, they're all excellent soldiers from respected families. The Nemesis. Starscream walked onto the bridge to speak with his leader. Lord Megatron, I heard that you have chosen Suzaku Kururugi to execute Kyo's hero Todo, whom the Brighton Neons have recently captured. I have indeed. Megatron confirmed as he turned around to face the sniveling coward who was his second in command. Is that a problem, Starscream? Possibly. Starscream tried to voice his opinion, while doing his best not to step out of line and risk another beatdown from his leader. Suzaku is rather insufferable, to put it bluntly. I mean, sure, he has followed all orders we've given to him, however, when it comes to executing others, even those who are clearly our enemies, he always shows hesitancy. I've also done some research of my own to see that Kururugi has a history with Todo. If that boy is unwilling to kill enemies he doesn't even know, what makes you think he'll do just that to someone he actually does know? He doesn't necessarily have a choice in the matter. Megatron replied. This is an official execution, and unlike in the heat of battle, he will be unable to avoid it. And his history with this Todo is exactly why I choose Suzaku to execute him. I do not understand. Starscream confessed. As you say, Starscream, Suzaku has a history with Todo. Megatron explained. By executing someone he was rather close to, who is now his enemy, it may give him the push he needs to fully integrate himself into the Decepticon cause. The humans have a phrase for this, burning bridges, I believe it is. I suppose that does make sense. Starscream acknowledged. But, what if Kururugi simply chooses not to execute this man? Surely you haven't forgotten his little episode back in Narisha. While his battle prowess is rather commendable for a human, his mental state, leaves a lot to be desired. If Suzaku is unable to perform the task, then you will bring him here to be confined. Megatron stated. I have Shockwave working on a special project, one that will enable us to see if he can truly contribute to us. Then who will execute Todo? Starscream asked. Perhaps I should be the one to do it. Megatron looked at Starscream rather questionably. I went through such trouble to try and terminate that insect back in Narisha, it is only fitting I attempt to finish the job, wouldn't you say? Megatron gave a slight scoff. If you believe you are capable of doing so, then go ahead. Starscream smirked. Only if Suzaku is unable to perform the task. Is that understood? Yes, Lord Megatron. Starscream bowed as he still had a smirk plastered on his face. Ashford Academy. Yes, the pond does freeze solid in the winter. Nunnally said as she, Lelich, Suzaku, and Rai sat outside the clubhouse. Although Big Brother scolded me once when he caught me skating on it. Well, considering what could happen if you fell in, I'm not surprised. Rai said. We had a pond too at the Kururagi Shrine. Suzaku said. It was small, but I used to catch Zarigani. I mean, crawdads, all the time. Crawdads, huh? Rai asked. And what, you eat them? Well, I never ate the ones I caught. But they're actually quite the delicacy. Suzaku replied. You would catch crawdads? How? Nunnally asked. It's simple, you just tie a string to a frog's back leg. Suzaku answered. Huh? Frog? As in those things that sit on lily pads and go croak? Nunnally asked in surprise. Toads go croak, Nunnally. Rai corrected with a small smile. Frogs actually go ribbit. Suzaku had a small smile himself. Well, in Japan they go kuro 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 dot. Lelich observed the playful conversation from the other table, though he was happy that things were going back to what one could consider normal. He paid attention to Suzaku's expression the most. He still cares about Nunnally, that hasn't changed. Which means Megatron hasn't completely turned him, there's still hope. But if things keep proceeding at this rate, Nunnally won't be able to stay at Ashford much longer. I will be taking her to the Ark soon. I don't know if Suzaku will be convinced to leave the Decepticons by Zero, or any Autobot, but maybe Nunnally might. If she knows about the Decepticons and how evil they truly are, she might be the one person who not only convinces Suzaku to leave them, but even give him a reason to live. Hey Suzaku. Lelich got his attention. I have to tell you. Suzaku. A new voice called to him, getting everyone's attention. It was none other than Cecile who ran toward them. Lloyd says it's urgent. Who's that? Rai asked. She's a soldier. Suzaku answered before standing up as Cecile arrived. Friends of yours? She asked upon seeing the other three teenagers. Yes. Suzaku confirmed with a smile. Cecile offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, but I need to pull Suzaku away from you for a while. Go ahead Suzaku, it's fine. Lelich told him. Okay, see ya then. The Japanese youth nodded and was about to walk away. Please come again, Suzaku. Nunnally said. I will. Suzaku confirmed. Suzaku. Lelich got his attention one last time. When you return, there's something I want to discuss, it's an important matter. Rai looked toward Lelich in minor surprise as he had a good idea what it was about, but chose not to say anything without causing a commotion. Oh, I'm nervous. Suzaku said in a joking tone before walking away with Cecile. I'll talk to you when you get back. Once they were gone, Rai stood up. Lelich, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Lelich nodded. Well, it seems that Suzaku is really important to them. Nunnally commented. I'm glad. Hey, Nunnally. Rai began. How would you feel if you thought that Suzaku was involved with some bad people? Nunnally's smile faded into one of confusion and worry. Is Suzaku in trouble? Well, no, not exactly. Lelich quickly said. But, what if he's with some people who might try to make him into something he's not? What would you do? I'd try to get him out of it. Nunnally said immediately. Lelich, Rai, do you guys know something? The two boys exchanged concerning glances. Well, remember how we said we had some pretty good friends? Rai tried to find the right words. Well, those people know some other people who might not be the best. And Suzaku might think they're actually good when they're really bad. I don't understand. Nunnally wasn't quite sure what to make of this. Lelich kneeled down to his sister and gently held her hand. You don't have to worry about Suzaku. I promise we're going to help him. While Nunnally was still somewhat worried, she knew she could trust her brother, so she smiled. I trust you, Lelich. If you say you can help him with whatever trouble he might be in, I believe you. But, if there's anything that I can do, we'll let you know, I promise. Lelich said with a small smile. Girls' dorms. Shirley was getting ready to leave for the Ark, as she had looked behind her desk to find the note she had written after first learning Lelich was 0. When she pulled the note out and reread some of its contents, her heart wavered. When she wrote that, she was emotionally hurt and confused. But now, she knew who Lelich really was and why he was 0, and she would support him with everything she had. So, she quickly opened the window as she tore the note into tiny pieces before letting it blow away in the wind. She then heard a knock on her door. Just a minute. She quickly ran up and opened the door but was surprised at who was there. Monica. Hello Shirley. The Knight of 12 greeted with a smile, as she was in her Knight of the Round uniform. May I come in? Shirley winced slightly. I'm sorry, but I have to be somewhere real quick. It won't take long, I promise. Monica assured. Seeing nothing wrong, Shirley opened the door wider and allowed Monica to enter. Glad to see you and everyone else are settling in just fine. She said as she sat down on a random chair. Yeah, things have been pretty crazy lately. Shirley said as she sat down on her bed. So, did you find anything in your investigation? She asked, hoping they didn't learn anything about Lelich, Rai, Nunnally, or Colin. I can't really answer that. Monica said. You know, military protocol and all that. Right, sorry. Shirley replied. But, there is one thing though I wanted to talk about. Monica began, getting Shirley's attention. When the military and I were investigating the school, we did some research on the students attending the academy, including you. That took Shirley by surprise. I heard about your father. The brunette gave a small gasp at that. I am so sorry Shirley. Monica said sincerely. It's all right. Shirley assured. These things, they just happen. They shouldn't. Monica muttered. To lose someone you love in a terrorist attack it's something that should never ever happen. Shirley wanted to tell Monica that the Black Knights and Autobots weren't really terrorists, but heroes, and that the Decepticons were the real threat. But she knew if she did that, she'd end up revealing sensitive information about her friends which could put them in danger. I know how it feels. Monica continued. When I was little, I lost my father too. Shirley's eyes winded in shock. He dealt in arms dealing for Nightmares to military contractors. He was killed when his base in Area 14 was invaded by terrorists. I know how it feels when you lose a parent like that. If you need to talk to someone, I'm here. I promise. Shirley had no response to give as she saw Monica stand up. I have to go, I just wanted to say that. The Knight of 12 commented. Even though I'm a Knight of the Round, I want you to know that you can consider me a friend. I'll see you later. Monica left, while gently closing the door. Shirley sat in silence as she let all that information sink in. She did feel a great deal of sympathy for Monica, and after spending time with her and her colleagues in the student council, she could tell that Monica, Gino, and Anya were not bad people. Perhaps she could talk with Lelich and Optimus about them becoming potential allies, though she had a feeling that they'd shoot down the idea. It would still be an interesting idea to bring up. But no matter what, her loyalty to the Autobots, Black Knights, and her friends remained cemented. Clovis Memorial Museum. A press conference was being held at the museum before the ceremony would begin, and the reporters had quite a few questions to ask Sub-Viceroy Euphemia as Darlton and the museum's curator stood at her respective sides. Sub-Viceroy, is it true that no 11 companies were used in the construction of this museum? One reporter asked. Well, with regard to that question, we're looking into it right now, so we have no answer at this time. Darlton quickly and professionally responded. Idiot. A female reporter chastised the previous one as he sat down. Why bother asking Princess Euphemia about politics? Another reporter stood up. Carryman of Interstate, Your Highness, there have been rumors lately that you're close to choosing your knight. A knight. Euphemia stuttered slightly. Yes, you see, Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please limit your questions to those concerning the museum only. The curator told the reporters. Euphemia gave a small sigh, wanting nothing more for this press conference to end. She always hated being in the spotlight like this, almost as much as he hated being a princess of Britannia. The Ark. Multiple Knight Marrays, including the Gurren Mk2, along with the Gecko pre-production, and even 4 new Knight Marrays that looked almost identical to the pre-production, aside from their silver paint job and they each lacked a radiant wave surger, had all been gathered as several technicians, including Tamaki, were working on them, with Ratchet at a console on the side of the large chamber analyzing the data from these new Knight Marrays. These new Geckos should prove most effective in future missions. Fixit said as he rolled up to Ratchet with a small handheld device. They're supposedly more advanced than the prototype Rai has been piloting, and the skills of the 4 Holy Sword pilots are nothing short of edible, fensible, incredible. Yes, when compared to other Knight Marrays. Ratchet commented. But whether or not they can match against the Decepticons is real question. At the same time, the 4 Holy Swords, along with General Katace, were talking with one another at the other side of the chamber. Are you sure it's a good idea to throw in with these guys? Asahina asked. I can vouch for them. Katace assured. Their piloting skills are some of the best we've seen, not to mention the Autobots themselves make even the most dangerous Knight Marrays seem like wind-up toys by comparison. What about those other living machines they fought against back in Nerisha? Chiba asked. The Decepticons. Katace replied. They're supposedly the true masterminds behind Britannia and are every bit as strong as the Autobots themselves. If that's true, then us working with the Black Knights and the Autobots may be our best option. Senba commented. I wouldn't have brought you all here if I didn't trust them completely. Katace told his soldiers. They've saved the Japan Liberation Front from complete destruction twice already. And now we're about to work alongside them to rescue the Colonel. Urabe said. Asahina smiled. Well, no matter where Todo may be, it's the place I belong. Hurry up, will ya? Tamaki exclaimed to some technicians working on the Gurren. It's almost time to move out. He climbed up into its cockpit. Look, how hard is it? Just pull the damn trigger end. However, once Tamaki pulled the trigger he accidentally raised and activated the Gurren's radiant wave surger and shot a small red projectile that actually shot toward Ratchet, who gave a surprised yell as he dodged the blast that blew up the console he was working on. Well, at least we know the radiant wave surger projectile function is working. Fixit said with a nervous laugh. Ratchet, however, was far from amused as he glared at the one responsible. Tamaki. I needed that. He pointed to the blown-up console. The 4 Holy Swords were somewhat surprised as they looked toward Katace, who only shrugged slightly. Urabe chuckled. I think I'm gonna like this place. Don't tell me this is how you treated my children. A new voice spoke up, belonging to a young woman of Indian descent with long bright blonde hair and a purple bindi on her forehead. She also carried a brown Kizuru pipe as she was escorted by Kaguya and 2 other scientists. As their mother, I will not tolerate this kind of abuse. Mother. Fixit, Tamaki, and Ratchet questioned at the same time. You've arrived on time. Zero walked onto the scene, alongside Shirley in her own Black Knight uniform, with both Optimus Prime and Bumblebee right behind him. Sorry it took so long, Zero. Kaguya smiled. But allow me to finally introduce to all of you, the creator of the Gurren and the Geckos, and arguably the best nightmare engineer in the world, Raxhata. Lady Kaguya, I think you're mistaken. Raxhata said. I'm the best nightmare engineer in the world. After seeing the Gurren and Gekka pre-production in action, I do not disagree. Zero said as he and Raxhata shook hands. She then looked up towards the two Autobots, particularly their leader. And you must be Optimus Prime, it's a pleasure. I've heard a great deal many things about you and your Autobots. The pleasure is ours, Raxhata. Optimus nodded. We've been interested in your work for quite some time. Particularly your work in medical cybernetics. Raxhata had something of a mix between an arrogant and humble smile. I do hate talking about the past. Well, if you're looking for a challenge, then how would you like the idea helping to create a synthetic Sakuradite? Zero proposed. That earned an intrigued smirk from Raxhata. Well, now you've caught my interest. Shirley looked towards Bumblebee as the scout leaned down to her level. She's taking being the presence of giant living robots really well. Shirley whispered. I'm guessing it has something to do with her working with machines all her life. Bumblebee bleeped. That, and I'm not exactly one who's easily surprised. Raxhata said, earning a surprised look from both Shirley and Bumblebee. You can understand what Bumblebee is saying. Shirley exclaimed. Of course, silly girl. Raxhata said casually. It's a relatively simple code to understand. So, your name is Bumblebee. She spoke to the scout directly, who only nodded, not quite over his own surprise. It makes me wonder how an alien got his name based off an Earth insect. Perhaps Earth and this Cybertron have more than a few similarities. As much as I would love to discuss on such a topic, we do have a mission to prepare ourselves for. Ratchet said as he walked up. Apologies. Raxhata said. I tend to get carried away when I'm invested in something interesting, it's one of my very few flaws. Shirley looked to the side to see Colin and Rai enter, each one of them wearing a special kind of pilot suit with some kind of armor around the arms, legs, and chests. Colin's was red and Rai's was blue, and they both bore the Autobot Black Knight insignia on their right chest plates. Rai, Colin, you two look great. You look almost like superheroes. Thanks Shirley, but it feels a little tight. Rai said as he tried to stretch his limbs out. Yeah, is this really going to improve the interfacing system? Colin asked as she looked at her own pilot's suit. No, of course not. Raxhata answered, much to everyone's surprise. It's going to improve your life expectancy. Night had fallen as Kyoshiro Todo had been confined into what was arguably the most secure prison in the entire area. He sat meditatively in his cell, while also bound in a straitjacket, as a guard walked up. I just heard they changed your executioner. The guard said mockingly. It's going to be Warrant Officer Suzaku Kurugi. You ought to be glad it's someone you know. Todo said nothing but looked upward in acknowledgement. Also, I heard that if for some reason that Dem 11 doesn't pull the trigger, someone named Starscream is gonna be the replacement. Starscream gave an annoyed scoff as he paced across the rooftop of one particular building. What is taking them so long? He voiced his annoyance. Why should there be any formalities in an enemy's execution? If it were up to me, that wretched Todo's head would be on a pike by now. Britannia's ways are far different from our own, Starscream. Dreadwing said as he stood stoically at the edge of the building, observing the area. This is their way of execution and we cannot change that. Starscream growled. Why we continue to work with these fools is beyond me. Dreadwing said nothing in response as he glanced downward toward the window where his friend was likely facing a difficult decision. He didn't know the details, but he understood Suzaku had a history with Todo, so it probably wasn't easy for him. Lloyd had just finished signing probably the 5th paper before, yet another form was handed to him. Wah, you need my signature again. He asked the official as he, Cecile, and Suzaku sat on the coach together, with Gino, Anya, Nonette, and Monica standing around them. Even though Princess Cornelia ordered this, there are still some formalities to be followed. The official replied. A change of executioner is the most exceptional of circumstances. Gino looked absolutely bored out of his mind. Buddy, you've already made him sign 5 papers already. Can't we just go down there and pull the trigger? I mean, I blow up nightmare rays all the time and I don't fill out any paperwork. Killing on the battlefield is a different situation than a formal execution. Anya said robotically as she kept looking through her cell phone's photo album. As they continued to talk, Cecile, Nonette, and even Monaco looked at Suzaku with sympathetic expressions as his own eyes shook. He was being ordered to execute his former teacher, who was almost something of a second father to him in his childhood. He had nothing but absolute respect for the man, even if they were now on opposite sides. He had already killed his father, now he was going to kill his sensei too. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang through the air, shaking Suzaku out of his distressed thoughts and startling everyone. "What's going on?" Nonette exclaimed. "An explosion appears to have occurred," Anya said as she pointed to the window where they saw a large fire and smoke and had already multiple sirens going off. "Good, now we're free of this hellish paperwork," Lloyd said. "Finally. Some action," Gino exclaimed with an excited grin. More than 24 Sutherlands poured out of the facility and made their way to the massive hole in the prison's outer wall that was blown up from one of Wheeljack's grenades. Out of the smoke poured the vehicle modes of Archie, Ironhide, Cliffjumper, Wheeljack, and Bulkhead, all accompanied by the Gurren MK2, the Gekka pre-production, and the 4 Gekkas piloted by the 4 Holy Swords, and just like the red and blue Nightmare Rays, each of the Gekkas had the Autobot Black Knight emblem etched onto their shoulders. The Gekkas were the first to attack as they each drew a revolving blade katana as they immediately got to work, cutting down the frontmost Sutherlands with little effort. "Colonel, we're coming to save you," Chiba said as she wore a yellow Black Knight pilot suit. "These Gekkas are awesome. Way superior to Boreas," Asahina stated with a grin as he and his other 2 comrades wore gray pilot suits. "Yeah, you got that right," Urabe agreed with his own grin. "Come on guys, let's not let them have all the fun," Cliffjumper said as he shot directly at a group of 3 Sutherlands that fired at him with their rifles. Cliffjumper transformed and dealt a powerful punch to decapitate the middle Sutherland before sweeping his feet to trip up the 2 surrounding him right as he fired his energon blasters to obliterate their heads and render them immobile. Archie rolled in her motorcycle mode toward 2 Sutherlands that shot at her, which she expertly maneuvered around before sliding underneath the legs of one of them right as she transformed and opened fire with her energon blasters at their backs to turn them both into scrap metal in seconds. A 3rd Sutherland was about to shoot at Archie, but the Gurren suddenly appeared in front of it to knock the rifle out of its hands with its knife before it reached out with its Surger claw to grab the Sutherland's head before Colin activated the Surger, causing the Nightmare to explode. Ironhide had transformed as he activated his large energon cannons and opened fire at a depot that had 6 Sutherlands already pouring out of it. Already those 6 Sutherlands had been destroyed in explosive fashion as Ironhide resumed his fire into the depot, and with a few more devastating shots, the depot itself had been completely obliterated. The Wrecker trio saw another depot to neutralize as 10 Sutherlands total were already rolling out. "I got the depot, you guys cover me," Wheeljack stated, while still in his vehicle mode. "You got it, Jackie," Bulkhead responded as he drove up toward the Sutherlands with Rise Gekka pre-production right by his side. Bulkhead took point as he drove directly into the group of Sutherlands that already opened fire. He immediately transformed and formed his mace in his right hand, which he used to obliterate one Sutherland with one swing before swinging it around him to destroy 2 more. The remaining 7 tried to gain some distance, but this proved to be a mistake as Rai zoomed in with his blue Nightmare and used his katana to cut down 2 more before using his Radiant Wave Surger to obliterate a 3rd. Bulkhead then formed his cannon in his left hand to blast away the remaining 4 with only 2 shots. Already Wheeljack had driven into the depot where at least a dozen more Sutherlands were being prepared. He popped open his trunk to throw out one of his grenades before driving back outside. He transformed once he made enough distance before pulling out his trigger and pressing the button. The entire depot, and most of the building above, had been completely destroyed. It was a miracle that the tower didn't topple over. "So, what do you guys think of the Autobots now?" Rai asked over the communication to the 4 Holy Swords. "I like what I see." Urabe never lost his grin. "Most impressive," Senba added. "Looks like Britannia might have to rethink their future," Asahina also said as he cut down another Sutherland. Chiba said nothing but was more than a little impressed as she smirked and came back to back with Colin's Gurren to cut down 5 Sutherlands that tried to surround them, while Arky provided some covering fire to shoot down 2 more incoming Sutherlands. The Ark, the bridge. Ratchet and Fix-It continued to monitor the situation as the entire fight was being shown on the main screen. Shirley, Ogai, Tamaki, Katace, and several other Black Knights, along with Kaguya watched as well along with Rax Hata and her team. Tamaki gave a happy sigh as he saw the Autobots and 6 Black Knight Nightmares make short work of the Brighton forces. Yeah, no, I could watch this with some popcorn and a beer. It's no wonder Britannia's so afraid of the Autobots. Rax Hata commented. They make Nightmares look like cheap toys. Yes, the Autobots are amazing, aren't they? Shirley added with a smile. Not to mention our pilots have plenty of skill as well. Kaguya also added. You must be quite proud of Colin especially. She said to Ogai in particular. Yes, I'm nothing short of proud. Ogai smiled as he saw the Gurren, Arky, and Cliffjumper work together so fluently. How come you're not out there with them, Doctor? Rax Hata asked nonchalantly as she glanced at Ratchet. I'm a medic, not a warrior. Ratchet quickly said. I'll fight if I have to, but don't expect me to be at the vanguard. So, when are we going to see these Decepticons? Rax Hata asked. I'm curious as to see how the Gurren and Geckos fare against them. We have data recorded from our previous encounters with the Decepticons if you're interested. Fix-It offered. Not to mention information regarding the Decepticons themselves. Later. Rax Hata said as she didn't take her eyes off the fight. Back inside the prison, the guard had pointed his pistol at Todo as he began to open his cell door. My superiors have just ordered you'd be unofficially executed before you're busted out of here. Any last words? It's a life I gave up once before. Todo said with acceptance. It's worth nothing. Don't be so quick to throw it away. Suddenly, the wall collapsed on the guard, killing him in the process. Todo was nothing short of surprised as he saw the culprit responsible was the Autobot scout Bumblebee who broke his way into the building, alongside the commander-type beret piloted by the masked revolutionary himself who revealed himself as he began to lower himself down from his nightmare. 0. Todo acknowledged. Kyo's hero Todo. 0 began. The only Japanese who 7 years ago brought the mighty Brighton forces to their knees in defeat. You mean it's Tsukushima? You want me to perform a miracle for you as well? Todo questioned. That was no miracle. 0 argued. It ended in victory because it was based on excellent intelligence work. That's why we want you. I pledged my loyalty to General Katace, now that he's alive. 0 quickly said, much to Todo's surprise. Despite Britannia trying to spread the false word of his death, Tatewaki Katace, along with the remainder of the Japan Liberation Front are now part of the Black Knights working alongside the Autobots. That includes the 4 Holy Swords. Nagisa Chiba, Shogo Asahina, Ryoga Senba, and Kosetsu Urabe, all of them are outside right now, here solely to save you. Are you really ready to throw your life away and let them all down? You must take responsibility. Responsibility for the miracle that you made. Todo's look turned into a small smirk before he chuckled. So, it is you. I've been wondering if it were the case, and now it seems I know for certain. 0 removed his mask to reveal the smiling face of Lelich. Figured it out, huh? It wasn't all that difficult, Lelich. Todo commented as the young revolutionary worked to cut the bindings around the old soldier. For one thing, you're still as dramatic as ever. I suppose so. Lelich said as he allowed Todo to stand up. So, who's your friend? He asked, referring to the yellow Autobot present. His name is Bumblebee. Lelich introduced. He'd introduce you himself, but he's unable to speak properly. Sorry about that. Bumblebee said in bleeps for emphasis. I trust you're not just here to recruit me into helping you defeat Britannia. Todo said as he became serious. Those Decepticons we saw at Narisha. Indeed. Lelich confirmed. It's a long story and I plan to give you the full explanation after we leave this place, but for now, will you help us? Just the Autobots and myself have already inspired a great deal of hope throughout Japan. We even have more than a few Brightonians working with us. But with you on our side, the Miracle Worker alongside Zero and Optimus Prime, we'll cause more than just a simple headache for Britannia and the Decepticons. He offered his hand. Todo smirked as he shook Lelich's gloved hand. I'm in. Clovis Memorial Museum. And now for the highlight of today's events. The curator announced. Princess Euphemia will select the grand prize winner. He handed the princess a white flower on a gold plating. The work of art upon which you place this flower will be deemed the winner, Your Highness. Euphemia turned around, her eyes immediately setting upon the largest painting of her father. This was the one everyone expected her to deem the winner, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Meanwhile, back at the prison, all the Autobots, as well as Colin, Rai, and the 4 Holy Swords have made short work of the nearly all the Brightonian forces stationed there. The entire facility was in a state of complete chaos as fires and the remains of over 100 Sutherlands were scattered throughout the area. The gate toward the most inward part of the facility had been blown open as the 6 Nightmare Rays and 5 Autobots in their vehicle modes rolled out in the smoke. Several more Sutherlands attempted to stop them, but much like the rest before, they were quickly destroyed with the expert piloting of the Black Knights or the superior fighting prowess of the Autobots. Once the area had been completely cleared, a single ground bridge portal had opened up, allowing the vehicle mode of Optimus Prime to roll in with a large trailer attached. All the Autobots and Black Knight Nightmare Rays regrouped around Optimus as Zero's Commander-type Beret, and Bumblebee's vehicle mode drove out of the prison, leaving a large explosion behind in their wake. Optimus came to a stop as the back door to his trailer opened to reveal a customized Gekka. This nightmare was mostly black with 2 long red hair-like appendages on the back of its head as it carried its own katana-like weapon. Like all the other Nightmare Rays present, it had the metallic emblem of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance embedded on its chest. Bumblebee and Zero's Beret regrouped with their allies as all the Autobots transformed and formed a perimeter with Colin's Gurren and Rai's blue Gekka around the trailer as Optimus as well transformed. Inside the perimeter, Zero's Beret came to a halt as his cockpit faced the new customized Gekka. It opened to reveal Todo, who stood up as his comrades in the 4 Holy Swords greeted him from their own Gekkas. Colonel! Chiba exclaimed with relief at seeing him again. Welcome back, Colonel Todo. Asahina greeted with a smile. Thank you. You've all worked so hard for this. Todo humbly thanked his comrades. No effort at all, sir. Senba grinned slightly. Yeah, these Brightonians were a piece of cake. Urabe smirked. Todo the Miracle Worker, it's a privilege. Cliffjumper greeted as the other Autobots smiled. Welcome to the family. Let's wreck some bad guys. Wheeljack gave a thumbs up as Todo nodded before turning to the Autobot leader. Optimus Prime, it's an honor to finally meet you face to face. The Miracle Worker greeted. The honor is all mine, Kyo's hero Todo. Optimus nodded with a small smile, which Todo returned before climbing into his new black Gekka. Cooperate with Zero and the Autobots, eliminate the remaining forces here. He ordered. Roger. The 4 Holy Swords all said at the same time. Lelich smirked triumphantly in his beret. Now all the tasks at hand have been cleared. But still, this felt a little too easy. His smile fell as his gut told him that they weren't out of the woods yet. If my past experiences are any indication, it's never easy. Almost on K, Lelich, Optimus, and all the others got an emergency alert from Ratchet. Arc to Zero and Optimus, we're reading multiple Decepticon signals incoming. Right as that alert was given, a ground bridge portal opened up 100 feet from the area as the vehicle modes of Breakdown and Knockout drove out, alongside Arachnid in her helicopter mode before they transformed into their robot modes. Right as the ground bridge deactivated, 5 unique Nightmare Rays consisting of the Tristian, Mordred, Galestchin, Florence, and last, but not least, the Lancelot, rolled up as well. Finally, 6 flying vehicle modes came soaring down from the sky before they transformed and landed in the middle of the gathered group of enemies consisting of Soundwave, Dreadwing, Thundercracker, Skywarp, Starscream, and even Megatron himself. Megatron. Optimus glared as his optics narrowed. Looks like we got company. Bulkhead commented as he formed maces in both his hands, and the other Autobots readied their Energon blasters. Colin and Rai readied their nightmare rays as the redhead glared at Arachnid, while Rai had a serious yet concerned expression upon seeing the Lancelot. Megatron chuckled. You didn't think it'd be that easy, did you? However, Lelouch still maintained his smirk inside his beret. Don't think this will be like Nerisha. This time, we're ready. Clovis Memorial Museum. Euphemia had still not declared a winner. Everyone expected her to pick the painting of her father, but she wanted to pick a different one. Please your highness, it's time for you to decide. We can't wait any longer. The curator urged in a whisper. I know, but Yuffie's indecision however was interrupted by a reporter's cell phone, but it wasn't just his. One by one, all the journalists' and reporters' phones rang, surprising Euphemia and even Darlton. A soldier quickly ran up to Darlton and whispered something to him that he didn't expect to hear. The Autobots. Megatron fired his fusion cannon at the charging Optimus, who deflected each blast with a blade before tackling Megatron to send him crashing back quite a distance away. The Decepticons retaliated with Energon blasts at the conjoined group of Autobots and Black Knights, combined with Varys shots from the Lancelot, Mordred, and Gale's chin. However, Ironhide was able to intercept the Varys blats with his own Energon cannons, as the Autobots returned fire. Zero, I trust you have the most experience dealing with these Decepticons, as well as these particular units. Todo contacted him. What would you suggest? First, I need you all to do exactly as I say. Lelouch began. We're splitting off into groups. Archie with the Gurren, Bulkhead with the Gekka pre-production, Cliffjumper with Chiba, Wheeljack with Urabe, Ironhide with Senba and Asahina, Bumblebee sticks with me. Split off, force them separate. Do not, I repeat, do not engage Megatron. Let Optimus deal with him. Roger. All the Autobots and Black Knights responded. The aforementioned groups split off into separate directions, forcing the enemy to give in pursuit. Lelouch opened a private communication channel so that only Todo could hear him. Todo, listen to me. That white and gold nightmare, the Lancelot, it's Suzaku. Lelouch revealed. Cripple the nightmare, but don't kill him. I understand. Todo said as he shot his Gekka straight toward the Lancelot. Suzaku fired his Varys rifle at the incoming Black Gekka, but Todo expertly avoided each shot as he drew Nightmare's his revolving blade katana and sliced the Varys rifle in half, forcing Suzaku to activate the Blaze Luminous Shield to defend himself. Oh my! Lloyd observed the fights occurring from a tower with Cecile. So, we get to watch a brawl between the Autobots and the Black Knights against the Decepticons and the Knights of the Round? I'd never thought we'd be indulged to such a treat. Those nightmare rays the Black Knights are using, they're not like the ones we've seen from them so far. Cecile observed with worry. You're not saying my precious Lancelot will lose, are you? Lloyd asked. Given that Suzaku hasn't had much of a winning streak against the Autobots, I can't say it's an impossibility. Cecile commented. The Ark. So, those are the Decepticons. Rax Hata asked as she, the Black Knights present, as well as Ratchet and Fix-It watched the fights play out from the bridge's main screen. Yeah, that's them all right. Ogai nodded with confirmation. And it seems even Megatron has decided to step in as well. Ratchet observed. Shirley gave a small gasp as she saw the largest Decepticon locked in a duel with Optimus. That's Megatron. She almost screamed, never seeing anything more terrifying. Same could be said for Ogai, even Tamaki as they gulped, having seen what the Decepticon leader could do first hand. Even Katace and Kagaya sweated with nervousness a bit, while Rax Hata just observed with a causal look in her eyes. Clovis Memorial Museum. All the reporters and journalists looked in awe and amazement as the large television screen showed the epic battle that was taking place between the Autobots and Black Knights against the Decepticons and Britannia's elite. Though it seemed they were more or less cheering for the Brighton Neon pilots than anything else. Euphemia looked on with worry for both Suzaku and Nonet. Darlton discreetly contacted his forces. Listen, send in everything we've got. Lend support to Kururagi and the Knights, and then make the report we're wiping out the terrorists. Also, watch your back around the Decepticons, expect a possible betrayal. The soldier then turned to the screen with a hardened expression. Why would Megatron and the Decepticons reveal themselves now of all times? If he's planning something, I'll personally make him regret it. Optimus clashed and parried his right blade against Megatron's own sword before delivering a kick right to Megatron's face to knock him back a bit, but Megatron was quick to recover as he parried his sword against Optimus' blade strike before slugging Optimus across his face, and another in his abdomen before delivering a powerful uppercut to Optimus' jaw to send him flying back. Megatron then saw how the Autobot and Black Knight forces were splitting off. Divide and conquer. He thought before contacting his most loyal subordinate. Soundwave, I'll let you handle this. He told his surveillance chief as he clashed with Optimus yet again. Soundwave hung back away from the battle as he followed his leader's instructions. His faceplate lit up as he showed the ID signals of the Decepticons and Brighton Neon Knights while delivering the data to them wirelessly to silently tell them what to do. Gino received the data on his Nightmares console. Splitting up, huh? Alright, I'm game. He piloted his Tristian as he and Knockout ran to engage Cliffjumper and Chiba. Bulkhead and Rai together engaged the hulking breakdown. Arky and Colin clashed with Arachnid and Nonet in the Galeschin. Wheeljack drew his swords as he engaged in a sword duel with Dreadwing, with Urabe providing backup against Monica's Florence, and finally, Anya fired the Mordred's shoulder-mounted Varus, with Thundercracker and Skywarp opening fire with their Energon blasts as Ironhide's vehicle mode. Along with Senba and Asahina, expertly maneuvered around the enemy fire to engage them in close combat. At the same time, Soundwave deployed Rumble and Frenzy from his sides as they quickly ran across the battlefield, shooting directly towards Zero's beret, which remained stationed at its current spot, only to be intercepted by Bumblebee as he opened fire to keep the two Minicons at bay. Zero, take a look at Soundwave. Bumblebee told him as he engaged Rumble and Frenzy. Lelich did just that as he saw Soundwave hanging back. He's not engaging, but rather he's coordinating the battle just as I am. He remembered the Autobots telling him about Soundwave, being Megatron's top soldier as well as a tactical genius. Despite that, however, Lelich smirked. Still, I know these Decepticons. I also know how the Knights of the Round operate. I've seen the Lancelot fight enough to know how it works, not to mention Gino's always been blathering on about his and the other Knights' fight at school. Guess them being part of the student council actually had its benefits. The Decepticons and the Knights of the Round are indeed skilled warriors, but they all have one glaring weakness, their lack of unity. Lelich then worked on coordinating with his soldiers as he contacted each of them. Colin, Arky, the Galeschin is a near-exact copy of the Lancelot. Its pilot always goes in for close-quarters combat. The Galeschin swung its MVS at the Gurren, which blocked its Surger Claw just as Colin activated it. This caused the sword to boil and melt before exploding. Arky then leapt from the Gurren's shoulders to deliver a roundhouse straight to the Galeskin's face before flipping over and landing behind it to cripple its back legs with precise Energon shots. Nonet grunted before the Gurren swiped its feet, gaining added momentum from the land spinners, to knock it down. Arachnid was about to leap and pounce straight at the Gurren, but Arky had already planned for this as she leapt into the Gurren's claw, which Colin shot up to catapult Arky right into the air to intercept Arachnid with a flying kick. Before she could even land on the ground, Colin intercepted Arachnid with a pulsing Surger. She raised its claw to fire a projectile in the form of a red energy ball that blasted Arachnid to send her flying and skidding across the ground. Breakdown ran directly toward Bulkhead and Rai as he tried to slam his hammer down, forcing the two to scatter just as Zero contacted them. Bulkhead, Rai, you know Breakdown is a close-distance fighter. Rai, you keep him busy from a distance and divert his attention, while Bulkhead comes up on his blind spot. They did just that as Rai maneuvered his blue Gekka around Breakdown and opened fire with his arm-mounted gun. This seemed to irritate Breakdown as he shot at the Blue Nightmare. Fortunately, Rai was able to steer it back and keep his distance. With his focus squarely on the Gekka pre-production, it left him vulnerable for Bulkhead to rush up on his blind spot with a mace attack right to Breakdown's face, sending him to the ground where Rai was waiting as he quickly shot the Gekka pre-production at the tumbling Decepticon, while reading his Radiant Wave Surger to deliver a Surger projectile right into Breakdown's falling face. This created a large explosion that sent Breakdown flying straight up before he came tumbling back down hard, leaving a large crater where he landed. Cliffjumper came back-to-back with Chiba's Gekka as she used her revolving blade katana to block an MVS strike from Gino's Tristian while Cliffjumper shot with his Energon blasters to keep Knockout at bay. Cliffjumper. Chiba. Zero contacted them. Knockout will try to keep his distance, he values his paint job more than anything else, take advantage of that. Inversely, the Tristian is a close-range nightmare. Let's switch things up. Cliffjumper told Chiba as they swapped opponents, surprising Gino as Cliffjumper dealt a slug to the Tristian's face before transforming and driving away with the Tristian in pursuit. At the same time, Chiba shot her Gekka straight for knockout as he tried to swipe at her with his buzzsaw, but she was quick to maneuver around him and slice at his side, causing Knockout to grunt as Chiba came to a stop behind him. Knockout gave an audible gasp as he saw the gaping gash across his paint job. Oh, you're gonna pay for that. Knockout appeared to have lost all common sense as he rushed at the nightmare, where Chiba was able to take advantage of his anger, ducking and maneuvering her nightmare around his relentless buzzsaw slashes before slicing at his backside and knocking him down. And I thought Brighton Neons were narcissistic. Chiba thought. Cliffjumper continued to drive with Gino in pursuit before the red Autobot turned around and gunned right for him. Cliffjumper transformed and used the momentum gathered to deliver a powerful punch to knock the Tristian down. What's the matter, Gino? That all you got? Cliffjumper challenged as he took a stance similar to a professional boxer. Oh, don't worry, I've got plenty of fight in me. Gino smirked as he pulled his Tristian up and tried to slice at Cliffjumper with his MVS, but Cliff was able to maneuver around each slice and deal a punch to the Tristian's hull. But with Gino so easily distracted with Cliff, it left him vulnerable to Chiba as she zoomed at him from behind and sliced at the Tristian's legs with her katana to cut the nightmare down, right as Cliff dealt an uppercut to the Tristian's failing face, letting the severed upper half fall back. Nick of time. Nice job. Cliffjumper gave a thumbs up in Chiba's direction as she smirked inside her nightmare's cockpit. Wheeljack swung his swords in fluent fashion to strike at and parry the equally fast strikes from Dreadwing's own sword, while Urabe maneuvered around the area in his Gekka, slashing at Monica's Florence as she parried his katana strikes against her arm-mounted MVS claws. Just like with everyone else, Zero contacted them to relay instructions. Dreadwing is a tricky one, he's skilled at close and long-ranged combat. Wheeljack, you keep him distracted as Urabe maneuvers around to attack from behind. Once he's distracted, Wheeljack will work to quickly disarm the Florence. Be sure to sever the arms before moving to the legs. Once that is done, attack Dreadwing together. Got it. Wheeljack stated as he continued to clash blades with Dreadwing. Urabe broke off from his fight from Monica to gun straight for the blue Decepticon from behind. Dreadwing, behind you. Monica tried to warn, but Urabe already fired onto Dreadwing's back, drawing his attention away from Wheeljack, who transformed and gunned his way straight for the incoming Florence. Once he was close enough, the Wrecker transformed and flipped over Monica, while also slicing his blades at the Florence's arm joints faster than Monica could have blocked, severing the arms right as Wheeljack landed behind to sever the legs with his blades. Urabe maneuvered around Dreadwing as he fired with his Gekka's wrist-mounted gun. Though the magnesium bullets did some damage, it wasn't fatal. Dreadwing grunted as he drew his massive cannon and attempted to fire at Urabe, who could just barely dodge. Wheeljack's vehicle mode shot at Dreadwing, who turned around to shoot at him, but once he was close enough, Wheeljack transformed and threw the grenade toward him. Shoot it. Wheeljack called to Urabe. The Gekka opened fire and hit the grenade just as it flew in front of Dreadwing's face, causing an explosion that sent the largest Seeker flying and crashing into a wall. Not so tough now, Ekon. Urabe smirked as he rolled next to Wheeljack, who smirked in response. You know, I think you and I are gonna get along just okay. The Wrecker commented. Senba and Asahina kept their distance from Thundercracker and Skywarp as the pair hovered in the air and fired with their Energon blasters, but the two Holy Swords proved fast enough in their Gekkas to avoid the shots as Ironhide kept his own distance by firing his Energon cannons at the Mordred, which was able to shield itself from the blast as Anya activated its Blaze Luminous Shield to cover its front side. Anya then fired her shoulder-mounted Hadron cannons, which Ironhide rolled to avoid. Zero soon contacted this group as well. The Mordred fights solely at long distance, though it's heavily armored, it's vulnerable at the joints. Use chaff smoke to blind it before moving in. Ironhide, I'll leave you to deal with Skywarp and Thundercracker. Understood. Ironhide nodded before he transformed and drove to meet with Asahina and Senba, who passed him in their geckos. Once they were close enough to the Mordred, they released a smoke screen from behind their Nightmare rays as they shot past the gecko. Anya's stoic face contorted that of confusion. I am blind. My proximity missiles have nothing to lock onto. This isn't a normal smoke screen. She soon grunted in surprise as the two geckos came at the Mordred from behind, using their katanas to slice off the Mordred's arms before swerving around to sever the legs at the joints. Hey, he's really doing it. Asahina commented with an impressed smile. Ironhide rolled out of the way of an energon blast from Skywarp before shooting at his right wing to disorient his flight and send him crashing to the ground. Thundercracker growled as he shot at the veteran Autobot with his arm blade drawn, but Ironhide had seen this kind of move before as he was able to maneuver past the slice, grab Thundercracker's arm, and use his own momentum against him to spin and toss him into the recovering Skywarp to send them both skidding across the ground. Lelich couldn't help but smirk at his friends' and comrades' success. They were actually putting the Decepticons and Knights of the Round on the run. He glanced at Soundwave through his Nightmare's screen. Lelich then pictured himself and the silent Decepticon having a game of chess as they maneuvered their own pieces in the places they wanted, but it would seem that Lelich had the upper hand here. Bumblebee tried to literally stand his ground as he saw Rumble activate his pile drivers to send a tremor in his direction to slightly knock the scout off his feet as Frenzy leapt onto Bumblebee while he was down and tried to drive his plasma blade into his shoulder. We still owe you payback for Kaon, Autobot. Frenzy stated as he tried to slice at Bumblebee, but the Autobot scout quickly transformed to shake Frenzy off before zooming directly at the surprised Rumble. The Minicon couldn't react to Bumblebee's speed enough as the scout swerved his rear to slam his rear end right into Rumble to send him skidding across the ground. Meanwhile, Suzaku continued to press the attack against Todo in his custom Gecko, parrying his MVS against the katana, but it seemed that Todo had anticipated nearly every one of Suzaku's moves as he sliced at him, but Suzaku was able to block it with the Lancelot's Blaze Luminous Shield before leaping back to gain some distance. Stand down, Kururugi. I'll deal with him. Starscream contacted Suzaku. You just go for Zero. Suzaku's eyes narrowed as his Nightmare's screen locked onto Zero's beret, which appeared to be vulnerable as Bumblebee was still dealing with Soundwave's mini-cons. Yes, Commander Starscream. The Lancelot shot toward Zero's location. Zero, he's heading your way. Todo warned the young revolutionary. Colonel, behind you. Chiba called to him, which proved to be the warning he needed as he shot his black Gecko out of the way from where a missile had just blown up the spot he was previously at. The one responsible was none other than Starscream in his jet mode. The Seeker flew closer to the ground as he readied another missile attack. You know the phrase you humans say, payback is a bitch. He shot two more missiles at Todo, who actually sped his Gecko toward them and used his katana to slice through each missile, right before they exploded past them. He tried to slice at Starscream, only for the Seeker to maneuver around the slice in his jet mode before flying back into the sky. Zero backed his beret away to avoid the Harkins shot at him by the Lancelot. However, the Lancelot leapt at the black beret and was more than ready to deliver yet another spinning kick attack. Fortunately, the attack was diverted by Arky, who quickly shot in her motorcycle form before leaping and transforming to tackle the White Nightmare to the ground. Suzaku grunted. Zero. Why are you and the Autobots always getting in the way? However, right as the Lancelot stood back up, it was forced on the defensive as Colin shot her Gurren forward to clash its knife and Surger claw against Suzaku's dual pair of MVS. As they locked weapons, it left him vulnerable for Arky to leap at him from the back. She drew her arm blades with the intent on severing the cockpit to disable the Lancelot, but Suzaku tried to react as he broke off from Colin to intercept Arky's attack, but as she pulled back one arm blade she accidentally sliced off the roof of the cockpit. Damn it! It doesn't have an ejection block on it. Lloyd exclaimed with worry. Cecile was more than a little shocked by that revelation. What? You mean we didn't install one? As the Red Nightmare and Blue Fembot regrouped to stand protectively in front of Zero's beret, they, as well as everyone else on the battlefield, saw the open cockpit to see the glaring Suzaku. The Ark. Is that Suzaku Kururugi? Katace exclaimed in shock as the other Black Knights were beyond shocked themselves. What? Ogai exclaimed. He's the pilot of that damn thing. Tamaki questioned. Ratchet winced, as did Fix-It. Shirley glanced at Kaguya with a surprised expression, who returned one of her own to the older girl. The four of them knew that if this fight was being broadcasted, it would mean that probably everyone in Japan was seeing it as well. Clovis Memorial Museum. The reporters and journalists were all more than a little shocked to see Suzaku Kurugi, the same one who was framed for the murder of Prince Clovis by the Purebloods, was the pilot of the nightmare that had been fighting alongside the Knights of the Round. That's enough. Turn off the monitor, now. Darlton exclaimed. Wait. Please. Euphemia stopped him. I'd like to watch it to the end. Optimus' optics widened upon seeing Suzaku's exposed face, however his attention was brought back toward Megatron as the Decepticon leader punched him to knock him back. Megatron tried to press the advantage with another punch, but Optimus was quick to catch the punch with one hand before trying to punch Megatron, who caught the Autobot leader's fist in response. The two locked hands as Optimus glared at his enemy. You shouldn't be so surprised, Optimus. Megatron spoke with an evil sneer, as if he could read Optimus' mind. After all, you have your own pawn in the form of Zero, it's only fair I acquire a pawn of my own. You're using him, manipulating him. Optimus glared. Try to tell him that if you wish, I doubt he'd believe you. Megatron continued to sneer. He reminds me quite a bit of you, Optimus. Or more specifically, Orion Pax. I wonder, if you'd stay by my side during the war, would this be your future as well? Optimus responded to that comment with a powerful headbutt to knock Megatron back. However, Megatron was quick to get back up and attack Optimus to keep him from getting to Suzaku. Despite the cockpit being sliced open, Suzaku gripped the controls to see the Lancelot was still functional. Good, I can still pilot. He was about to re-engage with both Archie and the Gurren, but Todo's Gekka was quick to intercept him. I'll deal with this. Todo contacted the surprised duo. You take care of the flyer. Archie and Colin both saw the incoming Starscream in his jet mode and understood. Archie transformed and drove alongside the Gurren to intercept the incoming Decepticon Seeker. As the black Gekka locked with the white Lancelot, its cockpit opened to reveal Todo. Do not do this, Suzaku. Colonel Todo. Suzaku exclaimed with a gasp before his eyes narrowed. So then, you want to live more than you want to follow your own principles. Do I disappoint you? Very well, then keep to your schedule and execute me. Todo stated, causing Suzaku to gasp. Lelich immediately contacted the Ark. Ratchet, is this fight being broadcasted? Yes, it is. Ratchet replied back in a grave tone, earning a scowl and a frustrated look from Lelich. This was going to cause a number of issues for both him and Suzaku, from Japan's divided public all the way to the Black Knights. The Gurren and Archie dodged another missile blast from Starscream's jet mode as the ground exploded in between them. Colin shot her Harkins at Starscream, who was able to avoid them, but this was what she intended, as this put him in Archie's line of sight as she delivered a precise energon shot to his right wing, to send the Seeker spinning and crashing to the ground with a shrill scream. Guess I know why they call him Starscream. Colin thought with a smirk. The Lancelot and the Gekka continued to wrestle as neither even made a move to kill the other. What's wrong? That's the reason you're here, isn't it? Todo questioned. You've become a cowardly boy who's afraid of altering the status quo. Denying everything in our society is pointless. Suzaku argued. Once I make them trust me, I'll have the power to change it. Who are you talking about? Todo questioned again. Britannia or the Decepticons? That caught Suzaku by surprise. Do you really think either of them is truly helping the other? It's only a matter of time before they turn their weapons towards each other. And you'll have to make a choice. Before either of them could even make another move, Fix-It's voice came as an alert through not just Todo's communications, but the other bots and Black Knights as well. Warning. Multiple Brighton Neon units incoming. Over 100 units total. All the Autobots and Black Knights present looked upward to see the fleet of Brighton Neon aerial units, each one carrying 2 or more Nightmare rays. Lelich grunted in frustration. Ratchet, prepare a ground bridge. All units, we're falling back. Withdraw immediately. It didn't take long for a ground bridge portal to open up behind the Beret, with Zero being the first one in. All the Autobots, save for Optimus, transformed and followed suit along with the 4 Holy Swords, Gurren and Gekka. Optimus paid one last glare at Megatron, who only smirked. Optimus then transformed as he was among the last to drive into the ground bridge. Todo broke off his fight from Suzaku and drove toward the portal as well, but Suzaku tried to stop him. Wait. However, Todo fired his Gekka's wrist-mounted gun to destroy one of the land spinners and immobilize it, allowing Todo to escape just as the ground bridge vanished. Clovis Memorial Museum. Look, they're running. One reporter stated as they, Euphemia, and Darlton, all watched what had transpired. He fought them off? The Black Knights and the Autobots. Even the Knights of the Round had trouble with those guys. Euphemia breathed a small sigh of relief. Suzaku, well done. Damn traitor. That caught Euphemia, as well as Darlton by surprise. Why won't he follow them? 'Cause they're 11s, like him. And he's got his own Autobots with him. As Euphemia heard all their voices of contempt, her own hands clenched as she still held the white flower in her hand. Princess Euphemia. Darlton asked upon seeing her expression. However, it wasn't just these people's doubts over this brave young man that she was angry over, it was the fact that Suzaku was still working with the Decepticons. She didn't blame Suzaku for that, but rather Megatron or anyone else who might have performed some form of underhanded scheme to get his allegiance. However, Euphemia might have a way to finally get him away from them. All of you. She got the journalists' and reporters' attention. I'll now answer the question you asked me earlier. You had inquired as to whom I had selected to serve as my knight, correct? The knight I have chosen will be the young man you see before you, Warrant Officer Suzaku Kururugi. As the Decepticons recovered, while Gino, Anya, Nonet, and Monica helped themselves out of the remains of their nightmare rays, Suzaku stood from the open cockpit of his Lancelot and stared off in the direction the Black Knights and Autobots had vanished. Todo. I am your foe. Kururugi. He turned around in surprise to see an enraged Starscream marching toward him. Explain to me why you did not execute him. You had Kyo's hero Todo right in front of you. This could have been our chance to deal a death blow to Area 11's resistance, yet you allowed him to slip away. Why? Hold on a minute. Gino ran up with his fellow Knights of the Round right behind him. Those guys were plenty tough. I'm sure Suzaku did the best he could. You shut your mouth, human. Starscream exclaimed to Gino before turning back to Suzaku. This isn't the first time you've disobeyed orders and allowed the enemy to escape. Explain to me why you seem incapable of killing our foes. Because he has a soft spot for them. Arachnid said as she walked up to them, with Breakdown, Knockout, Thundercracker, and Skywarp behind her. What can you expect from the son of the former Prime Minister? Frankly, I'm surprised Britannia's even keeping you around and haven't just executed you because of your bloodline. Why would we do that? Gino questioned. Suzaku's never done anything wrong. Brighton Neons seem to have a very skewed perspective on what's right and what's wrong. Thundercracker commented. What is that supposed to mean? Monica narrowed her eyes, along with Nonet. It means you guys kill countless people in those ghettos every day, but when a person who's not in the ghetto is killed, you all have a freaking spaz attack. Skywarp translated. It's because the humans in the ghettos are 11s. Knockout said. Though personally, I don't see much of a difference. Yeah, as far as we can tell, Brighton Neons, 11s, Black Knights, you're all the same. Breakdown agreed. Just a bunch of squishy little weaklings trying to act tough. I think we've heard quite enough from you. Nonet exclaimed with a glare. What are you gonna do? Arachnid teased. You got no nightmare rays, you're all helpless. As Suzaku continued to listen to the knights arguing with the Decepticons, Todo's words replayed through his mind. Do you really think either of them is truly helping the other? It's only a matter of time before they turn their weapons towards each other. And you'll have to make a choice. He was about to call for them to stop when someone else beat him to it. That is enough. Megatron marched toward them with Dreadwing and Soundwave by his side, the latter having retrieved Frenzy and Rumble. I thought I made it clear how much I do not tolerate infighting. He glanced at the Seekers and Arachnid in particular, causing them to wince. And this division is what is allowing our enemies to succeed. However, I will agree with Starscream this once, Suzaku. Megatron cast a glance on the Japanese youth. You cannot avoid this forever. When the time comes to kill your enemy, you must do so without hesitation, or else risk the consequences. Suzaku looked toward Dreadwing, who could only respond with a small nod as he silently agreed with Megatron. Suzaku could only look down slightly. I understand, Lord Megatron. Good. You and the Knights will allow the Brightonians to pick you up. See to it your Nightmare rays are repaired as quickly as possible. Megatron ordered. Decepticons, return to the Nemesis. Yes, my liege. Starscream reluctantly bowed with his companions as Soundwave opened a ground bridge portal, allowing all the Decepticons to step inside. However, Megatron stopped just before the portal before he whispered to Soundwave. You are certain this fight was broadcasted? Soundwave gave a nod, causing Megatron to sneer. Good. Flashback, the Nemesis. Megatron spoke alone with Soundwave on the bridge of their mighty warship. Given Lelich's history with this Todo, as well as the influence from Optimus, it is likely that our enemy will seek to rescue him. If in the event that happens, we will join in the fight. However, Soundwave, I want you to see to it that this battle is broadcasted nationwide. Soundwave nodded in understanding. We will allow Charles to deal with the fallout from this. Megatron continued. Perhaps his reaction may give us some insight as to what he and Victor may be planning. You have confirmed that he is alive, correct? Soundwave's visor turned on as he presented data in regard to Victor's EI Britannia's apparent death, and despite his official record claiming him to be dead, no remains were ever recovered, which was all the proof Megatron needed to know that Victor was indeed alive somewhere. Good. Depending on how severe their transgression is, we may need to take a more active role in this world. Megatron stated with a serious and ambitious look in his red eyes. End flashback. Right as Megatron left with Soundwave, and the ground bridge portal vanished, Suzaku descended down from the damaged Lancelot to be greeted by the 4 Knights of the Round to ask if he was alright, or in Gino's case, to congratulate him for being the only Nightmare pilot to have a functional Nightmare. However, what nobody appeared to notice was that they weren't alone. Standing on top of one of the buildings was Vivi, who had witnessed the entire fight play out. The Ark. The Black Knights and Autobots had returned to the Autobot ship, their mission being completed as they rescued Todo. However, despite everyone being happy about having the miracle worker by their side, they seemed more surprised with the revelation that Suzaku was the pilot of the Lancelot. All save for Colin and Rai, as they met up with Shirley and Kagaya, along with Arky, Cliffjumper, and Bulkhead. They all exchanged nervous looks as they could tell just how much trouble this could cause for them. At the same time, Optimus, Lelich, and Todo had met up with Ratchet and Fixit privately on the bridge of the ship. So, how long have you known Suzaku was the pilot of that particular Nightmare? Todo asked. Ever since Shinjuku. Optimus confirmed. Well, technically speaking, we only learned of Suzaku's status as the Lancelot's pilot a few days after Shinjuku. Fixit corrected, only to receive somewhat glaring looks from Lelich and Ratchet. But, perhaps that's not important right now. I see. Todo said. He noticed a look on Lelich's face, one that was easy for him to read. You believe you can somehow get him on our side? That earned a surprised look from the young revolutionary. Don't act so surprised, you're not the only one who can read people, Lelich. Yes, that is my hope. Lelich confessed. He's a good person, the one to blame is Megatron for manipulating him. While Megatron takes the blame for that, Suzaku himself still has quite a bit to answer for. Ratchet said. Indeed. Optimus agreed. Todo, we are also aware of the truth in regards to Genbyo Kururagi's death. That took Todo by surprise. Did Kagaya tell you? She confirmed it. Optimus replied. Someone else told us. Who? Todo's eyes narrowed, not liking the idea of that particular information being leaked. It's a long story, one that actually entails of how I became acquainted with the Autobots. Lelich began as he told Todo the whole story. He told him about the war for Cybertron, why the Decepticons were here, what happened in Shinjuku, and even about CC and his geese. Chapter 27, Tropical Skirmish. Zero stood on the catwalk that oversaw the bridge of the Ark. Right by his side was Optimus Prime, with Lady Kaguya standing right next to the masked revolutionary. They all stood in front of the assembly of all the Autobots and virtually every Black Knight under their command. A part of Lelich almost couldn't believe it. It wasn't that long ago that he and the Autobots were only allied with Kojiki Resistance Cell. Since then they've brought in nearly every Japanese resistance group into their ranks, including the Yamato Alliance and even the Japan Liberation Front. There were even more than a few Brighton-ians who joined up with them as well. With Kyoto's aid, this alliance has even made contact with a worldwide network group known as Peace Mark. Already, the Autobots and Black Knights together were likely the biggest anti-Britannian organization in the entire world, not aligned with any other superpower. Due to our reorganization and expansion, more than a few changes have been made within our chain of command. Optimus began. First and foremost, our new Chief of Military Affairs will be Kyosuhiro Todo, co-led by Ironhide, who will be in charge of all nightmare training and head of the Vanguard. There were some ahs and murmurs of approval from many Black Knights as Todo made eye contact with Ironhide, both nodding. Additionally, the 4 Holy Swords will work alongside the Wreckers unit, consisting of Bulkhead, Wheeljack, and Rai. Zero continued. Likewise, Ironhide and Todo will act as your commanders. Sounds fair. Wheeljack nodded with a slight smirk. Wreckers, huh? Asahina asked Ra with a slight smirk, liking the sound of that. Yep, and in the Wreckers, we don't call for backup. Rai looked towards Bulkhead as they shared a smirk. We call for cleanup. Bulkhead and Rai said at the same time, resulting in some approving cheers from their Black Knight peers. Taking charge of all intelligence, espionage, and public relation matters with Kyoto will be Tatewaki Katase and Diet Hardride. Optimus continued. Though there were no doubts about Katase's placement as he himself approved of it, there was some murmurs of doubt in regard to Diet Hard, who remained stoic during the whole duration. Zero, Optimus, I'm not a racist, but what's your reasoning for employing one of them in such a sensitive position? Chiba asked. Reasoning? What of myself and my comrades? Optimus answered the question. We do not hail from Earth, yet you still choose to fight beside us. Additionally, we have several Brighton-ians within our ranks. Shirley in particular, fidgeted slightly, but Rai put a comforting hand on her shoulder and smiled at her, resulting in her smiling back at him. In this organization, it doesn't matter who you are or where you are from, even if you're from a different planet. Zero continued to explain. What we're looking for is what you're capable of contributing to our cause. With those words from Optimus and Zero, everyone quieted down as they accepted their leader's choice, though some more reluctantly than others. Getting back on track, our deputy commander will be Kaname Ogai. Zero continued. Ogai was more than a little surprised. Me? Really? Do you object? Zero asked. Well, no, it's just. Ogai wasn't sure how to respond. You got what it takes. Ironhide spoke to him directly. Zero and Optimus wouldn't have picked you for that position if they didn't think you can pull it off. Ogai then turned around to face several approving smiles from his former comrades in his old resistance group as they gave smiles and nods. He smiled as well as he turned around to salute both Optimus and Zero. I won't let you down. Heads of the Research and Development Branch will be Ratchet, Fixit, and Rax Hatachavla. Optimus informed. Well, looks like we're going to be spending quite a lot of time together, boys. Rax Hata said casually as she held the pipe from her mouth, addressing the Autobot medic in orange minicon next to her. I look forward to working with you. Fixit said in a friendly fashion. Yes, I suppose we'll have to make do. Ratchet accepted the proposal. With the formation of the Zero Squad, we have Bumblebee, Colin Kojiki, Arky, and Cliff Jumper. Zero spoke directly to the aforementioned redhead and Autobot trio. Zero Squad. Colin asked. An elite guard under mine and Optimus' direct command. Zero explained. Think of yourselves as the vanguard of our alliance. Elite guard, huh? Cliffjumper shared a knowing look with Arky. You hear that, partner? We're on the elite guard now. He chuckled. Very funny. Arky smirked with a raised eyebrow. The window screen of the bridge behind Optimus, Kaguya, and Zero turned on to reveal the branching structure of all the aforementioned groups as well as the squads and units below them under their command. Look for your name on this list. Zero continued. That will be the squad you are assigned to, and which squad will work directly under which unit that was spoken of thus far, that is all. Everyone got a clear view of the organization chart and could clearly see their names. Most of the Black Knights present were placed in combat groups, others were placed in intelligence units. Shirley saw her name under the former category and smiled as that meant she'd be working with Kaguya, whom she'd developed a genuine friendship with since joining, but also, it meant she was actually making a contribution to this cause. To say she was honored was an understatement. Hey, check it out. Tamaki saw his name. My squad is under the wreckers. Hell yeah. If you have any questions, you may state them now. Optimus said. Otherwise, you are dismissed. With that, nearly every Black Knight quickly left the bridge now that the meeting was over. However, Diet Hard was among the few that stayed. Zero, Optimus, there's one issue that still needs to be dealt with. Area 11, Royal Palace. This was the ceremony of Suzaku's ascension to knighthood. He was dressed in white formal attire with a sheathed sword at his side. Among those gathered were virtually every Brightonian noble from Area 11, however, most, if not all, did not approve of this in the slightest. Who cares if he's an honorary Brightonian? Knighting an 11 is just. And broadcasting it live. How'd he ever win her favor, I wonder? Well, even a princess has needs, right? Suzaku walked straight towards Princess Euphemia as she sat on her throne awaiting him. Ashford Academy. Nearly the entire campus was watching the ceremony as well. Several students watched from their personal mobile devices, and there were some that didn't approve either. No, are they kidding? No, this can't be happening. They're making him a major. An 11. Nina didn't say anything but couldn't help but wince unconformably as she listened to the broadcast as well. Suzaku Kurugi. Euphemia began as she stood and Suzaku kneeled before her. Will thou upon this day pledge thy fealty to Britannia? And stand as a knight to the crown? Yes, your highness. Suzaku replied. Does thou wish to abandon thyself, and be sword and shield for the sake of the greater good? Euphemia asked. Yes, your highness. Suzaku repeated as he unsheathed his sword and handed the handle towards Euphemia. She took the sword in her hands and gently tapped his shoulders with the blade. I, Euphemia Lee Britannia, do hereby dub thee, Sir Suzaku Kurugi. Camelot Division. So, whose payroll is he on now? One member asked as the division watched the ceremony from their own television. I believe Lloyd's already working on that. Cecile answered. What about the Decepticons? Another member asked. How are they going to handle this? Honestly, I have no idea. Cecile replied. Euphemia handed Suzaku back the sword as he sheathed it and stood up to face the crowd of nobles. The ceremony was finished, he was now officially the knight to Princess Euphemia. Many of the nobles didn't even try to hide their faces of disapproval or even disgust. It was deathly silent, until Lloyd Asplund genuinely clapped for Suzaku. It wasn't just Lloyd, both Suzaku and Euphemia heard a series of claps from the side as they saw Darlton along with the Knights of the Round, Gino, Nonette, Monica, and even the ever-stoic Anya, clap for Suzaku's success and even smile, with the exception of Anya who seemed physically incapable of clapping. Though the rest of the nobles still didn't approve, they too joined the applause, if only to keep themselves from looking bad on live television. The Nemesis. Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave, Thundercracker, Skywarp, Dreadwing, Knockout, Breakdown, and even Arachnid all gathered on the bridge and witnessed the entire ceremony. Well, isn't that cute? Arachnid teased. Honestly, it makes me want to vomit. Starscream commented with a scowl. That is what I would do if I were a human. Brightonians knighting an 11. Skywarp drooled. Personally, I don't see a difference between the two, but this is gonna drive a lot of them up the wall. Yes, this will definitely cause them some problems. Thundercracker saw the logic. If he's working with Britannia now, does this mean I won't get a chance to work with the Lancelot again? Knockout asked. I don't really care. Breakdown shrugged. Why do you all seem so disapproving over this matter? Dreadwing asked his fellow Decepticons. Kururugi has gained more approval and this could help further cement our alliance as he is one of us. I don't know if you've noticed, Dreadwing. Starscream began. But Britannia doesn't seem all that cooperative with us. This could be an attempt to dismantle our ranks from within. I never did approve of Kururugi joining us to begin with. This is not our choice to make. Megatron finally spoke. Suzaku had the choice to decline Euphemia's offer, yet he accepted. Technically, I think he actually felt he had no choice. Thundercracker pointed out. He's so complacent with following orders, he probably doesn't even take his own will into account. Starscream groaned as he rolled his eyes. Except when those orders are to execute an enemy. He still manages to find a way to worm his way out of that scenario every time. What do you expect? Arachnid taunted. He's an idealist. And there's nothing I despise more than idealism. And there is nothing I despise more than your constant rambling. Dreadwing glared at the She-Con. Why are you being so defensive about this, Dreadwing? Breakdown questioned. You got a soft spot for Kururugi and that little princess. He was her bodyguard and, come to think of it, are you still her bodyguard? Skywarp asked in a mocking sense to the glaring seeker. Yes, Skywarp, I do believe he is. Starscream commented as he looked at Dreadwing right in the optics. Which makes me wonder, where do your loyalties truly lie? Don't you dare question me about loyalty, Starscream, not with the amount of backstabbings on your personal record. Dreadwing exclaimed. Yet, I remain the second in command, not you. Starscream glared back. Enough. Megatron slammed his fist on the console to silence his bickering subordinates. I understand what you are all saying. And I will agree that Suzaku has consistently found ways of avoiding dealing mutual blows to our mutual enemies. If this becomes a problem, I will personally order him to leave Euphemia's side and return to ours permanently. What if he chooses to ignore that order? Knockout asked. I certainly wouldn't put it past the kid. I believe I may have a method of persuading him should he disapprove. Megatron said, sparing a knowing glance at Soundwave. Lord Megatron, I see no reason why Suzaku's status as Euphemia's knight would be a problem. Dreadwing spoke. I admit, his reluctance of striking down our enemy is troublesome as he is a soldier. However, I have not seen any acts of insubordination from him. Maybe not from Suzaku himself, but from the side he has chosen, Megatron answered. Britannia is starting to step outside their bounds with us. Is that why you had Soundwave broadcast our fight with the Autobots and the Black Knights during Todoa's escape? Arachnid asked. Charles Z.I. Britannia has been planning something behind my back. Megatron revealed. Something, I imagine, could be a potential threat to us. Speaking of which, have we received a response from Charles? He asked Soundwave, who only shook his head in response, which surprised many Decepticons present. What? He hasn't even made a public announcement. Starscream asked, which Soundwave responded with another shake of his head. That is most strange. From what we've seen, the Emperor always wants to have a tight grip on his kingdom. Arachnid said. So, the fact that he hasn't even responded to our presence being broadcasted live is rather odd. So, why don't we just go over to his house and find out what he's up to ourselves? Skywarp asked. Yeah, I mean we could ground bridge there right now if we wanted. Breakdown stated. Even tear up the entire palace until we find something. No. We cannot just attack our allies when we have no evidence of any transgressions. Dreadwing stated. Dreadwing is correct. Megatron agreed. We possess no evidence, only theories. Until we know what exactly Charles has planned, I cannot authorize any moves against him. So I will not tolerate any actions taken without my permission, Starscream. He directed his look towards the Seeker, who only stuttered and stepped back cautiously. Or from you, Arachnid. He looked at the Spider-Con, who only scowled as she looked down. Now, if there is nothing else you wish to say, you may leave. Yes, Lord Megatron. All the Decepticons said simultaneously as they left the bridge, leaving Megatron alone with Soundwave. Monitor all Brighton Neon communications. Megatron ordered his surveillance chief. Just because Charles hasn't made any public declarations doesn't mean he hasn't made a move. He and Victor are plotting something, and I intend to find out. Ashford Academy Clubhouse. I'm so happy for Suzaku. Nunnally said as she was handed a cup of tea from Sayoko, who in turn, offered one to Cece, which she accepted with a nod. As am I, Lady Nunnally. Sayoko smiled as she left the dining room with the empty teapot. I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but military duties are more than a little dangerous. Cece commented. Especially given Britannia's discriminatory policies. I'm sure that Euphemia will help him every step of the way though. Nunnally said, her smile still present. She really hasn't changed. She thought that last part with a reminiscent smile. Cece sighed with a small smile as she shook her head. Nunnally, you are too pure for this world. Nunnally stuck out her tongue in response and gave a small laugh. By the way, C.C. Sarah. The disabled girl looked in confusion as Cece spoke. My real name? It's Sarah. Oh, I like Sarah. It's a very nice name. Nunnally smiled. But what I wanted to say was, I'm a little surprised you're staying here. Normally, Lelich doesn't let people stay here too long, except for Rai. Lelich has been very busy lately working with some friends of ours, so he asked me to keep you company. Sarah answered. And before you ask, no, I'm not dating him or anything like that. I'm not really interested in any romantic relationships at the moment. Nunnally giggled in response. It's alright, and between you and me, I think Big Brother might be interested in Colin. An amused look formed on C.C's face as she raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Well, he did let us stay with her when Ashford was closed down recently. Nunnally commented. And I get this feeling that she might actually like him back. I may be blind, but I'm not stupid. Sarah chuckled. I take back when I said you were too pure, you got a real mischievous streak in you. She and Nunnally chuckled. However, Sarah's gaze fell onto the window where she thought she saw a familiar figure outside. She stopped laughing and quickly made her way to the window. However, once she looked outside, the figure she thought she saw had vanished. Sarah? Is something wrong? Nunnally asked with concern. I just thought I saw something. Sarah said as she closed the window and cast a glare outside. There was no mistaking who she saw. She honestly had a feeling he'd try to get to Nunnally after she terminated her contract with Marianne. Which is why she told Lelich that she'd be staying at the clubhouse to protect Nunnally in case their assailant tried to get to her, that is until Lelich decided it was the right time to move Nunnally to the Ark. Though in all honesty, she hoped that time would be soon. Meanwhile, outside the clubhouse, Vivi hid behind a pair of trees as he had a scowl on his face. Damn it, why is Cece here? There's no way I can send Rollo or any of my other contractors to get Nunnally if she's there. Did she tell Lelich about me? Did she tell the Autobots about me? What else did she tell? He clenched his fists. This is exactly why you should have sent Pluton to grab her, Charles. Who cares about these worthless Autobots? There's no way they can best what we've created, but no. You had to be all scared as usual. Well, if you can't help me, I'll just find someone else who can. A sadistic smile formed on the immortal boy's face. And I think I have an idea on how to get his attention. The Ark. All 8 Autobots were on the bridge, alongside Zero and a group of Black Knights consisting of Ogai, Colin, Tamaki, Rai, Shirley, Kagaya, Todo, Diet Hard, Katace, Rax Hata, and the 4 Holy Swords, all of whom sat in the lounge area alongside Fixit as the Autobots stood around them. Suzaku Kururugi, he's become a focal point among 11s who are Brighton Neon supporters. Diet Hard said. I recommend he'd be assassinated. Absolutely not. Zero said immediately. He's right, we're not assassins. That's not how the Autobots or Black Knights work. Cliff Jumper agreed. Even if that weren't the case, the Japanese, be they Britannian supporters or not, would be revolted by such a cowardly act. Todo spoke. I agree with Todo. Katase spoke. Enemy or not, we will not assassinate our enemies. Exactly. Chiba said. I agree. Senba added. Same here. Asahina also put his 2 cents in. Yep. Even Urabe nodded. That's right. Ogai said as well. The Black Knights and Autobots don't kill the defenseless. So, what are we gonna do about him? Tamaki asked. We have discussed the possibility of recruiting Suzaku to our side. Optimus answered, surprising many of the Black Knights present. Optimus is right. Shirley said. Suzaku may be working with Britannia and the Decepticons right now, but he's not a bad person. We've seen Suzaku outside of work before. Rai added. He's not a killer. Yet. Arky put in. Working alongside the likes of Megatron has not done him any favors. Buckethead always has a way of twisting and manipulating bots. Bulkhead added. So even if Suzaku isn't bad, actually convincing him to leave won't be that easy. I'll say, kid's as stubborn as a rock. Wheeljack added as well. But if we tell him how bad the Decepticons really are, it might convince him to leave, right? Shirley asked. Don't you guys have any evidence to show what they did to Cybertron? Yes, we do. Cliffjumper said. If we show him that, I'm sure we can convince him to leave the CONS. But it's not just the cons we gotta worry about. Ironhide said. It's also convincing him to leave Britannia. Ain't that the same thing? Tamaki asked. No. Zero spoke. We've already seen the signs, especially in our more recent battle with them. They're divided, this so-called alliance between Britannia and the Decepticons is beginning to crumble. We have seen signs that both factions claim to be superior over the other. Optimus added. It may be only a matter of time before their weapons are turned toward one another. Isn't that a good thing, though? Colin asked. I mean, if they take each other out, less trouble for us. What about the innocent people who'll get caught in the crossfire? Arky reminded her partner. She's right. Cliffjumper added. If the cons and Brits go to war with each other, you can expect the streets to run more red with blood than blue with Energon. Rax Hata and I have run the numbers based on what we know of the Decepticons and Britannia thus far. Fixit pointed out. And we have determined that if both sides were to fight one another, it is most likely that Britannia will lose. Britannia might have numbers on their side, but the Decepticons have superior firepower and strength. Rax Hata herself added. Britannia might not go down without a fight, but their defeat would be all but certain. And if the Decepticons down in that scenario, it would only cause more trouble for Earth. Ratchet said. They won't recognize civilians or differences in nationality. They would more than likely wipe out the entire human race and claim all the Energon deposits for themselves. Would they really go that far? Katase asked as he looked at Optimus directly. Yes. Optimus answered without hesitation. Megaton did not bat an eye when he caused the destruction of our home planet, and even prevented us from leaving once it was deemed uninhabitable. It is highly unlikely that he would allow humanity to prosper on a world that is not his own. All the Autobots, including Zero, had similar expressions as they knew from the beginning what Megatron was capable of and what was at stake. In regards to the Black Knights, Shirley, Colin, Rai, Kagaya, Ogai, even Tamaki looked visibly terrified. Rax Hata only raised an eyebrow. Todoa's eyes narrowed as the 4 holy swords, and Katase had looks that mixed shock and anger. Diet Hard, however, his face mixed between excitement and terror. One side was excited about such a battle, the other was more terror for his own life. He's really that bad, huh? Urabe asked. You have no idea. Arky commented. Hey, speaking of which, wasn't that fight we had with them broadcasted live? Ogai asked. What did Kyoto say about that? He asked Kagaya in particular. They were about as surprised as everyone else. Kagaya answered. But what we're really concerned about is that the Britannian Emperor hasn't offered a response of his own. Really? Nothing. Bulkhead asked in surprise. He didn't go on TV and make another social Darwinist speech, or whatever? Cliffjumper also asked. No, nothing at all. Kaguya shook her head. That is rather concerning. Kataise commented. Agreed, it's not like the Emperor to just ignore something like that. Zero said. We may be getting off track. Rax Hata spoke up. What exactly is our plan for Suzaku? You said you intend to get him over to our side, how? Todo, can't you say something to him? You were his sensei before the occupation. Kataise asked. I tried speaking with him during that last mission. Todo replied. He didn't appear to listen. However, I did notice some hesitance when I asked him if he were to choose sides between Britannia or the Decepticons when they turn on each other. He didn't even answer the question. Maybe that's how we do it. Arky put her thoughts in. If we get certain Britannians to side with us, maybe he'll follow them over to our side. It's not impossible, I mean we got Britannians sitting right here. Cliffjumper added. It would have to be someone pretty high up, though. Bulkhead said. Shirley suddenly got an idea. What about Princess Euphemia? That question received both surprised and questionable looks. When my friends and I were taking hostage at the hotel jacking, she stood up to the people responsible and even revealed herself. It's true. Rai said. I was there too. She risked her life to save people who couldn't defend themselves. I can vouch for that as well. Zero added. A Britannian royal on our side? Tamaki questioned skeptically. I don't think so. Yeah, we might have Britannians on our ranks, but I don't see anybody from the royal family actually siding with us. Chiba said. I wouldn't be so sure. Zero said as he stood up. After all, you're speaking to one right now. He placed his fingers on his mask and removed it to reveal his face. Many Autobots were surprised at Lelich's gesture, with Bumblebee, Colin, Rai, Kaguya, and Shirley being the most worried for Lelich's sake. Though Optimus and even Todo nodded in approval. To say the remaining Black Knights present, excluding Rax Hata, were surprised was an understatement. Lelich VI Britannia, formerly the 11th Prince of the so-called Holy Empire of Britannia, and 17th in line for the throne at your service. The former prince gave a mocking bow. Ogai, Senba, Kataise, and Asahina looked more than a little stunned. Tamaki's jaw dropped, Senba's mouth hung open as even Chiba's eyes widened. Rax Hata only gave a small raised eyebrow. Diathard's face was equivalent to that of a little kid who had just gotten the best Christmas present ever. You're a prince. Ogai stuttered, though he and Tamaki saw his face during their first meeting with Kyoto. To learn that their masked leader was a prince of Britannia was more than a little mind-blowing. Former prince. Lelich made sure to put extra emphasis on the former part. No fucking way. That was all Tamaki could say. The dead prince. Diathard's face trembled with a shaking grin. Of course, now it makes sense. Who else but an 11 would lead such a rebellion? Why do you all look so surprised? Rax Hata asked casually. Considering we're working alongside giant sentient alien robots, this shouldn't be that big of a shock. That's pretty bold of you, Lelich. Todo had a smirk. Revealing your identity, like this. When you form an army, it's important for their leader to establish trust. Wouldn't you agree, Optimus? He asked the Autobot leader who could only smile in response. Yes, that is absolutely correct. Optimus confirmed. Todo, you know him? Kataise questioned. Of course, don't you remember, General? Todo asked. Back when I served under Prime Minister Kurugi as Suzaku's teacher, I also got to know our former prince here, as well as his disabled younger sister. How is Nunnally, by the way? She's doing fine, albeit still blind and crippled. Lelich replied. Maybe I can get a chance to see her again. Kaguya asked. We were pretty good friends at the shrine. I think that can be manageable. Lelich had a small smile. That's right, I remember that as well. Senba said. You two were sent to Japan by the Emperor as a bargaining chip. That is correct. Lelich nodded. only to be discarded like trash once dear old dad invented his precious nightmare frames. Did you guys know about this? Asahina asked the Autobots directly. The first time we ran into Lelich was way back in Shinjuku. Bulkhead answered. We took him back to the Ark after he killed Clovis. Ironhide added. We told him about the war for Cybertron, and once we all learned we had a common enemy, we decided to join forces. Cliffjumper said. Why only wait till now to tell us? Chiba questioned. A Britannian prince leading a rebellion consisting of people who are oppressed by Britannia, how do you think that would go? Archie replied rhetorically. Point taken. Chiba confirmed. I apologize for hiding my identity from most of you. Lelich said sincerely. But I had to be sure I could gain your trust, and I wasn't sure if I could if you knew who I was before. So, I decided to prove myself with actions rather than words. That's right, Lelich here has been kicking Britannia's ass since day one. Colin stated. Look where we are now, and all that we've gained since then. In fact, most of us would be dead if it weren't for him and the Autobots. That's right. Ogai said as his loyalty towards Zero appeared almost cemented now. He's always been here for us, they all have. I don't care if he is a prince, he's my leader and I'll follow him into hell if he asked me to. Damn straight. Tamaki exclaimed before turning to Lelich directly. Remember what I said after that whole Scraplet mess? I don't care who you are, Japanese, Britannian, Chinese, a werewolf, or even a bunch of midgets in a bodysuit. Lelich has every reason to fight Britannia as everyone else here in this room. Kagaya said as she wrapped her arms around his. He's my hero, and I won't let anybody else say otherwise. And it's not just Lelich, look at everything the Autobots have done for us. Rai said. They gave us a chance to fight. A chance to finally stand up to both Britannia and the Decepticons. There's no way I'm gonna walk away from this fight now, not when we have a chance to win it. Shirley also stood up. I might not be a soldier, but I still want to help in any way I can. Lelich has my support too, prince or not. Katace and the four holy swords were more than a little stunned. They all knew the story of Lelich VI Britannia and his sister, with their exile, and their supposed deaths. Yet, despite this reveal, most of the Black Knights still supported him and the Autobots. Even Todo knew and offered his support as well, and if the miracle worker himself was willing to work with him as well, they would be as well. It seems that you've earned your followers' loyalty, Zero. Katace said with a smile. And you've earned mine as well. If Todo and Katace support you, then I do too. Asahina said, as his comrades also joined in. Considering the threat we're up against, both Britannia and the Decepticons, we may not have much of a choice. Senba said. But you got my support too. It took a lot of backbone to reveal your identity like that, I'm in. Urabe smirked. Even Chiba nodded. You may be a prince, but I can tell you have some honor in you. You'll have my support as well. All the Autobots present smiled and nodded, even Ratchet was rather pleased. He, Archie, and Ironhide were among those that were skeptical of Lelich at first, seeing the similarities between him and Megatron. However, they've also seen how much he has changed, willing to establish bonds and trust with his subordinates. It was clear that Optimus had rubbed off on him. While Bulkhead, Wheeljack, Cliffjumper, Fixit, and Bumblebee were trusting of Lelich before, they trusted him more even now. Even Optimus nodded in approval. I thank you, all of you. Lelich said with a simple smile, doing his best to hide his emotions. Getting back on track, we still have to talk about Suzaku. Rax Hata said. Seeing as how you actually know him, maybe you could be the one to bring him in. Maybe, but I need to be careful so that I don't reveal my identity to the enemy. Lelich said. Speaking of which. Ironhide spoke up. Optimus, Lelich, Ratchet, Todo, I'd like a word with you all in private. Private? Why? Ogai asked. Just trust me. Ironhide said. Though it was subtle, all the Autobots got the hint that they knew what Ironhide was talking about, even Colin, Rai, Shirley, Kagaya, and Lelich knew. It was best that this matter was discussed in private. It's all right, all of you go. This shouldn't be long. Todo said. All right, if you say so. Ogai nodded as he and Tamaki stood up, followed by Katace, Rakshata, and the 4 holy swords. Diet Hard waited a moment, but he stood up as well. They made their way down the ladder along with Fixit and prepared to leave. Ironhide noticed how Colin, Rai, Kagaya, and Shirley weren't moving. You kids need to go too. No, we know what you're talking about, Ironhide. We know what happened, and we want to talk about it too. Colin stated. That's right, we're not kids anymore, we can handle it. Rai also said. If that's the case, I think I'll stay too. Arky also said. Yeah, so am I. Bulkhead stood firm. I'm staying here too. Bumblebee bleeped, having been silent during most of this conversation. All right. Ironhide nodded. They waited a few minutes before the 4 holy swords, Katace, Rakshata, Ogai, Tamaki, and Diet Hard to leave the bridge alongside Fixit, Wheeljack, and Cliff Jumper. Once they were certain they were alone on the bridge, Optimus spoke. Ironhide, can I assume this is about Suzaku's father? Optimus asked. That's right. Ironhide confirmed. Shirley, Kagaya, Rai, and even Lelich had sympathetic looks on their faces as Colin had a small scowl, while Arky and Bulkhead just looked a bit conflicted. Todo, if you don't mind, what exactly happened back then? Lelich asked. The miracle worker gave a sigh as he spoke. As I'm certain all of you know, Prime Minister Genbyo Kurugi called for do-or-die resistance against Britannia. Suzaku, a 10-year-old boy at the time, tried to oppose his father as he knew millions of people would likely die. But the Prime Minister was about as stubborn as Suzaku is now. When he wouldn't back down, Suzaku drew a knife, even then Genbyo called his bluff. Before Suzaku knew it, he had plunged the knife into his own father. The occupants in the room all winced in their own way. He killed his own father when he was 10 years old. Shirley couldn't even imagine what that was like for Suzaku. After that, he completely fell apart. Kagaya added. Kyoto tried to cover up the incident so the population wouldn't try to lynch him. But after Japan was renamed into Area 11, he soon joined the military. He felt if he could work his way up through the system, he could try to change it. Colin said nothing but gave a scoff. Good luck with that. So, all this time, he's been trying to redeem himself. Arky commented. He seems little more than a guilt-ridden child. Exactly, which makes it unlikely that he'd actually work with us. Ironhide said. And that's not even counting what's been going on since Megatron got his hooks synced into him. You think Megatron knows about Suzaku's dad? Rai asked. We discussed this and there is no way for us to know for certain. Ratchet said. However, I agree with Ironhide. If Suzaku chooses to try and reform the Brighton Neon system from within, it is highly unlikely he'll side with the forces that are directly opposing Britannia. But you guys literally just said Britannia and the Decepticons would turn against each other. Shirley pointed out. And if we convince Euphemia to side with us, he'll probably follow her too if she asked. Bulkhead added. It's not just that. Ironhide stated. Look, I agree, Megatron might take most of the blame. We all know how much he enjoys his little mind games, just ask Optimus. But Suzaku's had issues before he even knew Megatron even existed. You remember that night after we rescued him, Lelich? You offered him to join us, but he declined. And even then, before he joined the Decepticons, he was the pilot of the Lancelot and actually attacked us. He believes what we're fighting for is wrong and chooses to become our enemy of his own accord. You all understand, don't you? Ironhide continued as he gestured to Optimus and Lelich specifically. These two are our leaders, and Suzaku attacked them, calling them out on their ideals and trying to force his on both of them. We're better off without someone like that in our army. An army with no respect and leaders who don't demand it are destined to fall apart quickly. Nobody in the room, not even Shirley, Bulkhead, Rai, Kagaya, or even Lelich or Optimus had an argument to give. Even Ratchet, Colin, and Todo seemed to be in agreement with Ironhide based on the expressions on their faces. Ironhide then looked to Lelich specifically. Look, I get it, Lelich. He's your friend and you want to help him. But you can't let him walk all over you and let him get away with all the stuff he's done. If you do that, then it's gonna be me who leaves. That took nearly everyone by surprise. Ironhide, you're making this more complicated than it needs to be. Bulkhead stated. Don't get me wrong, if Suzaku does join us, then great. Ironhide said. If he's willing to accept responsibility for his mistakes, and actually wants to atone, then he'll have my support. But, if he doesn't apologize for what he did, that includes his dad, and tries to put the blame on someone else, then I won't forgive him and I won't stand for it. In other words, we'll treat him as we would any other enemy. Ironhide, wait. Shirley tried to speak. Look, I agree that Suzaku has a lot to answer for, but he's not a bad person. I'm sure if we just try to talk to him, we can settle all that when he joins us. So, you're saying the fact that he killed his own father, or that he actually took arms against us, means nothing? Ironhide exclaimed. He can do whatever he wants without consequence. No, but I. The brunette couldn't come up with a counter-argument. Surely. Colin got her attention. Ironhide's right. What Suzaku did was very serious, and it wasn't an accident either. We can't just overlook that. That's exactly right. Ratchet agreed as well. If Suzaku's allowed to pull the same kind of stunt with his father on a whim, how are we supposed to trust him moving forward? How do we know he won't try the same thing with Optimus or even Lelouch if we do something he disagrees with? Shirley, Rai, Kagaya, and even Lelouch looked in alarm. Would Suzaku really do that? Would he kill Lelouch and Slash or Optimus if they proposed something he didn't approve of? We've seen that far too many times. Arky added. Some people and bots are capable of making amends and redeeming themselves. But, even if they start out as good, sometimes, they might just be too far gone. Ironhide gave a small sigh as he set the record straight. Look, it's simple. If Suzaku is willing to accept responsibility and wants to set things right, then we'll help him. But if he tries to make up some excuse, then he is not welcome here. He looked at Lelouch directly. I'm sure you already know this by now, but this is reality, it's not a game. Lelouch spared a glance at both Bumblebee and Optimus, and even Todo. Though they said nothing, they agreed with what Ironhide said. Ever since he had used his geese on Cornelia and learned that she would side with them to fight Britannia and the Decepticons, there had been a strong sense of hope that Suzaku could be redeemed as well. But, at the same time, he knew Ironhide was right. If Suzaku had to change, he had to be willing to change himself. They couldn't force it on him, no matter how much Lelouch wanted to. You're right. Lelouch spoke. We've already gone our separate ways before. I hope we can change, but if he can't. Though there was some hesitance at first, Lelouch's face became determined. If he can't, then we have to do what we have to. Euphemia's office. You haven't said anything about it yet. The sub-viceroy commented as she spoke with her elder sister over a screen on her computer, even though she already had an idea what she would say in regard to her choosing Suzaku as her knight. Appointing a knight is a privilege of royalty, it's out of my hands, even as viceroy. Cornelia replied, though Euphemia could easily tell Cornelia disapproved of her choice. Don't you see, Suzaku Kururugi is an honorary Brightonian, and he's proved himself more than worthy of knighthood. Euphemia stated. But I didn't just choose him because of that. Oh. Cornelia raised an eyebrow of skepticism. Don't you think it's odd that the Decepticons made their public appearance during the fight at the prison recently? Yuffie questioned. Why would they hide their presence only to try and reveal themselves now? Yes, I admit that is rather odd. Cornelia acknowledged. What's even more odd is that our father hasn't even made any statements in regard to that particular incident. That took Euphemia by surprise. He hasn't. I've even tried to contact him directly, but I have not received any response. Cornelia replied, causing Euphemia to look in confusion. But what does that have to do with Kururugi? I choose him as my knight so I can get him away from the Decepticons. Euphemia stated. With the exception of Dreadwing, I don't trust any of them. Suzaku is a good person and I can't stand the thought of him working alongside someone like Megatron. Even though you are right not to trust him, Discrimination against the numbers is our national policy. The eldest of the Lee Brighton siblings reminded. Then it's time I tried to change that. Euphemia stated. Cornelia's eyes narrowed. Oh, is it now, Sub-Viceroy? Well, when you become Empress, feel free to do so. Charles Zi Britannia still stood in the mysterious floating altar within the cloudy sky as he appeared to be speaking to someone that only he could hear. Megatron is attempting to get a reaction out of me. Charles spoke. Perhaps he is growing suspicious, all the more reason not to do anything. I've known Megatron almost all my life and he is excellent at reading people. All I need do is keep him focused on Lelich and Optimus. Yes, perhaps we do need to pick up the pace, but we can't do much until we have CC. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, someone clad in black, who appeared to serve the Emperor, walked onto the scene and whispered something into his ear. What? Schneeisel. Yes, Majesty, your orders. Charles had a small smirk on his face. You needn't interfere. Schneeisel is formidable, but he's no Megatron. I welcome a challenge from him. Ashford Academy Clubhouse. A toast to the newest Knight of Britannia. Gino raised a glass of soda to Suzaku, along with nearly everyone in the Ashford student body as they gathered in the clubhouse ballroom for the celebration filled with pizza and soda. Congratulations. All the students cheered. Gino threw his arm around Suzaku. Welcome to the club, buddy, you're one of us now. Suzaku chuckled nervously. I'm only Princess Euphemia's knight, not a knight of the round. Tomato. Gino shrugged. Well, regardless, congratulations, Suzaku. You've definitely earned it. Monica smiled as she stood alongside Anya, Millie, Rivalts, and even Sayoko with Nunnally. And you have Nunnally to thank for all this. Millie said. I'm sure you're tired of the celebrations, if you don't mind, we'd want to honor you too. Nunnally smiled. Not at all, it's really kind of you. Suzaku smiled back. However, not everyone appeared to be in a celebratory mood as Nina sat alone in the student council's meeting room at her computer in the corner, though she also looked at a magazine with Euphemia's picture in it. Oh, what am I gonna do, Princess Euphemia? She asked as she clearly did not approve of Suzaku becoming a knight, let alone, Euphemia's knight. Good afternoon. Lloyd suddenly walked in casually. Have you seen Major Kurugi? They said I could find him here. Lloyd glanced at what was on Nina's computer. Oh, looks like you're working on some fun stuff. You know what it is? Nina asked in surprise. Oh, I can tell a uranium isotope when I see one. Lloyd said as he leaned over the girl's chair. Wow, you know your stuff. Nina was actually excited to meet someone that actually understood what she was working on as she began to ramble on. Meanwhile, Bumblebee's vehicle form was parked at the building's parking lot with CC in the driver's seat. You saw V.V. Are you sure? Lelich questioned over the radio. It was brief, but I'm quite certain. CC confirmed. Don't worry, Lelich, we're keeping an eye out on things here. Bumblebee assured. I doubt he's gonna show up now, but if he does, I'll drop kick him. CC chuckled. That might actually be pretty entertaining to see. All right, I trust you. Lelich replied. And Sarah, listen. Thank you, for watching out for Nunnally. An amused smirk fell on the immortal's face. Who said I'd give you permission to use my name? Bumblebee's radio played a laughing sound effect from a sitcom in response before CC spoke seriously. But seriously, I'd recommend you move Nunnally to the Ark very soon. I'll stay with her until then, and while I can protect her from any geese agents VV might send after her, the Decepticons are a whole nother story. I understand and thank you again. Lelich said before hanging up. Well, looks like Lelich isn't the only one coming out of his shell. Bumblebee observed. Nice to see you making friends too. Don't try and push it, you sound too much like a father. CC said in a bit of a joking fashion. Really? I thought I sounded like a cool big brother. Bumblebee replied. Are you big? Yes. Cool? No. CC cracked. Well, that's just your opinion. Bumblebee joked back. Meanwhile, Back inside the clubhouse, Shirley looked at Suzaku for a moment, and while she was happy for him, she was also greatly worried as thoughts of hers, the Autobots, and Black Knight's conversation regarding Suzaku back at the Ark still lingered in her head. While she did agree with them, she had truly hoped they can try to find a way to reach him. "Hey, Suzaku." She quickly walked over toward him. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" "Sure thing." Suzaku followed Shirley away from the crowd and in a more secluded area. "What is it?" He noticed the look on her face. "Is something wrong?" "Well, not really, it's just..." Shirley tried to find the right words. "I'm happy for you, Suzaku, I really am. But, I'm also really worried. I've heard how dangerous being in the military is, and if something happened..." Suzaku gave a small smile as he put a hand on her shoulder. "Shirley, that's nice of you, but you don't have to worry. I can handle myself. Besides, you know how Gino and the others are. I doubt I'm going anywhere without them following me." "Yeah, but what if the people you're working for don't have your best intentions at heart?" Shirley tried to say. "What do you mean?" Suzaku asked in confusion. It's just..." Before Shirley could offer a response, Rai quickly came in. "Hey guys, sorry to butt in, but I really need your help, Shirley," the white-haired young man said as he quickly grabbed her arm and began to walk away. "Congrats, Suzaku." "Okay." Suzaku really didn't know what to think as he saw Rai pull Shirley away. Rai made his way to Colin, who was hiding around the corner waiting for them. "Shirley, what were you trying to do back there?" the redhead asked her friend. "I wasn't trying to do anything, I just..." Shirley tried to speak. "Shirley, look. We get what you want to do. I want Suzaku on our side as much as you do, but we have to be careful," Rai told her. "I know that, and I know what Ironhide talked about made sense, but I don't want Suzaku to be just another enemy," Shirley said. "You've both seen that there is good in him." "Maybe there is," Colin admitted. "But he has to take responsibility for all the bad stuff he's done. If he can't, then we won't be able to help him. I'm sorry, but we have to trust the bots know what they're doing." Shirley did understand what they were talking about, and while she did agree with them, there was a part of her that wanted to help Suzaku no matter what. But she also knew that they can't let their guard down while he was still in the Decepticons' ranks. So, all she could do was trust her friends. Meanwhile, Suzaku was still somewhat confused by what had just happened with Rai and Shirley and was about to go talk to them and see if he could help with what they had needed her help with, but he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked in surprise to see Lelich with a friendly smile. "Hey Suzaku, sorry I'm late. I got held up with something," Lelich told him. "That's fine, I'm just happy you could be here." Suzaku smiled back before he remembered Lelich had something to discuss with him before. "Hey, what did you want to talk about? You said it was kind of important, right?" "Yeah, it is. But not right here," Lelich told him. "How about we talk in private sometime later?" Before Suzaku could even respond, he heard a familiar voice call to him. "Bad news, Suzaku." Both he and Lelich turned to see Lloyd and Nina walk into the ballroom. "You just got even more work to do, I'm afraid." "Oh, right," Suzaku said in acknowledgement. "You know him?" Lelich asked. Suzaku winced slightly. "He's my boss." Gino, Anya, and Monica walked up to him. "Oh, hey Lloyd, come to join the celebration?" Gino asked in a friendly tone. "Afraid not, you and Suzaku got a special job to do," Lloyd said casually. "Is it the Autobots and Black Knights again?" Anya asked bluntly, which caught the attention of every student there. However, Monica was quick to place a hand on Anya's shoulder and silently keep her from revealing anything classified. "You know we can't exactly talk about it here," Monica stated somewhat firmly to Lloyd and her colleagues. "Relax, no end-of-the-world scenarios or alien invasions yet," Lloyd brushed off. "Oh Lloyd." Millie also walked up. "I didn't realize you were coming. You two know each other?" Nina asked. "We're to be married," Lloyd revealed like it was no big deal. "Huh. Nearly every student exclaimed at the same time. Even Rai, Shirley, and Colin were stunned as they looked toward each other in surprise. "Isn't that right, Honey Bunch?" Lloyd asked in his usual tone. Yeah," Millie said embarrassingly. "Secret's out," Suzaku commented. "So you knew?" Lelich asked his friend, who only nodded in response. Whoa, what's going on here?" Rivalts ran up toward the group. "Who is this guy?" he asked Millie specifically. "Earl Asplund." The blonde answered. "Earl." He quickly turned to Lloyd. "It's an honor, your lordship," he said before talking to Millie again. "Now, what did you say your relationship was again?" "She and I are betrothed," Lloyd answered simply. "Nuh." Rivalts screamed dramatically as he fell back, only to be caught by Gino and Monica. "Ah, sorry buddy. But hey, plenty of other fish in the sea." Gino tried to cheer him up, only to receive a minor glare from Monica as she helped Rivalts sit on a chair. "Sorry Rivalts." She then spoke to him in a whisper. "Just between us, it doesn't look like Millie's all that interested, and Lloyd probably couldn't care less. As a knight of the round, I could help call it off if you want." Rivalts then looked to Monica with stars in his eyes. "Thank you." Despite the obvious awkward situation, Suzaku walked up to Lloyd and coughed to get his attention. "So, do I have military duties then?" "Yes, an important someone or other is arriving by boat. You, me, and the 4 knights of the round are off to meet him," Lloyd said. "Along with the Lancelot and Princess Euphemia, naturally." Though many girls gave excited squeals, as the other students looked excited as well, Lelich spared a knowing glance with Colin, Shirley, and Rai. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity for them. A few hours later, Suzaku, Gino, Anya, Monica, Nonette, Lloyd, and Cecile were on the boat that was heading for their intended destination. "Why Shikini Island?" Suzaku asked. "The Tokyo settlement would have been a lot safer." "Yeah, it is weird that we're meeting out here," Nonette admitted. "Wait, you don't know either, Lady Enneagram?" Suzaku asked her in surprise. "None of us do," Monica added. "Ditto," Lloyd added as well. "Same," Anya reported. "Yep, totally clueless," Gino also said. "You still shouldn't have said anything," Cecile scolded Lloyd slightly. "After all, your loose lips got our plans leaked onto the net. And Gino posting it on Facebook didn't help either," Monica added with lowered eyebrows as the Knight of 3 himself simply shrugged and chuckled nervously. "That girl was so charming though, I couldn't resist," Lloyd said as well. The Ark. Zero and Optimus were on the bridge of the derelict Autobot ship as they addressed all the Autobots and the Black Knights they had selected for this mission, including Ogai, Tamaki, Todo, and the Holy Swords. Rax Hata, Colin, Rai, and even Shirley and Kaguya were present as well. "Euphemia is going to that island to meet a noble from their homeland," Zero explained as a 3-dimensional image of the island itself was projected in front of the group. "Her knight, Suzaku Kurugi, as well as the knights of 3, 6, 9, and 12 will be accompanying her. And more than likely, we may see some Decepticons. That far out at sea, the enemy's strength will be limited. From the Ark, we'll also be able to create a signal that will jam all long-ranged frequencies, cutting off any possible Decepticon reinforcements," Optimus added. "Our primary objective is the capture of Suzaku Kurugi and the Lancelot Nightmare. This is our strategy." As Optimus began to explain, a series of dots appeared on specific locations on the island's image. The Zero Squad, Holy Swords, and Wreckers will attack the base to get the enemy's attention. Once we have confirmed sighting of the Lancelot as well as the Knights of the Round, the Zero Squad and Wreckers will draw away the attention of the Rounds and any other Decepticons present. Zero and myself will draw the Lancelot away. We have several specific traps set in play for the enemy," Zero continued. "By reverse engineering the Decepticon weapon known as the Immobilizer, we have created a new weapon that should immobilize the enemy units. However, the only issue is once the field is activated, we will be unable to activate a ground bridge portal on that specific location due to the energy being generated," Ratchet added. "So, we will be unable to directly transport Suzaku to the Ark. You just let us worry about that, Ratchet. Zero told him. A few moments later, Diet Hard walked into a nightmare bay where Ironhide was waiting for him. You wanted to see me? The Brighton Neon asked. I want to know what you think you're doing. Ironhide got right to the point. I'm not sure what you mean. Care to be more specific? Diet Hard asked. Why are you here? With us? Ironhide questioned. I read your information, you may have been demoted, but you've never committed any crimes or made public displays of disapproval toward Britannia. So why join our cause? You mean, aside from the fact that the Decepticons plan to commit genocide for all humans, Brightonian, or otherwise? Diet Hard responded. Think you what you will about me, but I'm not crazy enough that I'd support the complete destruction of Earth. You know Zero's identity? Ironhide stated. Optimus has acknowledged that there are those capable of change, and I can agree with him. But I'm also smart enough to know when someone's just using a cause for their own gain. I have no intention of siding with the Brightonians or Decepticons if that's what you're implying. Diet Hard said. As I said, the Decepticons are more interested in the complete extinction of humanity, and Britannia would rather the world remain stagnant, never changing. However, when I first saw you and Zero that night you rescued Kurugi from the Purebloods. I trembled. It was like a new era had taken form and appeared before me. I wish to document the exploits of the Autobots and the Black Knights. To watch you topple Britannia and take this world for your own. We're not trying to take the Earth, we're trying to liberate it. Ironhide narrowed his optics. Let me make something perfectly clear, Diet Hard. We protect people, not govern them. We have no intention of ruling anything or anyone. You got that? I understand perfectly. Diet Hard said casually. You can do what you wish, but as long as I am here with you, to document the exploits of the legendary Autobots and Black Knights as their conflict against Britannia and the Decepticons shakes this world to its core. Ironhide scoffed. Sounds to me like you're attempting to fabricate history, instead of documenting it. Objectivity is a fairy tale. Diet Hard said, his fanatic smile still on his face. In the end, journalism of the human mind like everything else, or Cybertronian mind in your case. You can contribute to our cause, and Lelich saw fit to reveal his identity to you. Ironhide stated. But, if you do anything to endanger anybody here, or overstep your bounds in the slightest, I'll be the first one you answer to. Got it? Yes, of course. Diet Hard nodded. Euphemia had arrived at the docks of Shikini Island, with Suzaku, Gino, Anya, Monica, and Nonette right beside her along with Lloyd and Cecile. The Camelot Division's vehicles were unloaded, along with the personal Knight Marrays of Suzaku and the other knights. They were greeted by not only the military escorts awaiting them but also 4 Decepticon seekers that arrived via their vehicle modes before they transformed and landed on the ground. Dreadwing, it's a pleasure to see you again. Euphemia smiled at him. And a pleasure to see you as well, Princess Euphemia. Dreadwing had a small smile of his own as he gave a nod. Euphemia's smile faded once she saw Starscream, along with Thundercracker and Skywarp. Starscream. She greeted professionally. That's Commander Starscream. The lead seeker corrected before looking at Suzaku. What is your malfunction, Kurugi? Bow before your superior. Suzaku was somewhat surprised and about to make that gesture. There is no need for Suzaku to do such a thing. Euphemia said professionally while also giving a subtle glare in Starscream's direction. After all, he is my knight. He was our soldier, long before you. Starscream glared. So, you would be wise to remember your place. I already know my place, Commander. Euphemia maintained her stance, not even remotely intimidated by him. But I fear you may be overstepping yours. Oh, snap. Gino snickered as even Nonette and Monica smirked. Cecile looked somewhat worried, while Suzaku was more than a little shocked. Well, who knew Princess Euphemia was such a savage? Lloyd commented. Starscream growled as even Thundercracker and Skywarp smirked themselves. Why, you insolent little. That is enough. Dreadwing pulled back on Starscream's wing. We are not here to cause trouble. Understood. Dreadwing gave a glare at Starscream, causing the Seeker to glare back before he backed away. Ahem. One military officer got Euphemia's attention. Your Majesty, we've prepared a room for you back at headquarters, if you care to await there. Is it safe to assume that the ship is docking here? Euphemia asked the officer. Yes, that hasn't changed. The officer replied. This will do fine, then. Euphemia said. Very well, I'll just arrange. However, the officer suddenly got an alert on his personal radio. Multiple explosions erupted all over the base as the Autobots and Black Knights begun their attack. Zero Squad, Holy Swords, and Wreckers begin your assault. Todo ordered as he was in his custom Gekka. First and second squads, cover their flanks. On the right side of the base, Collins Gurren took point as she used her Radiant Wave Surger on a Sutherland to reduce it to flames in mere seconds. Her colleagues drove around her as Bumblebee and Cliffjumper transformed and opened fire with their Energon blasters to take out the incoming helicopters. Arky shot in between them toward an incoming Sutherland before she transformed and flipped over the Nightmare to shoot at it from behind and destroy it. Metal abominations. One Sutherland's pilot exclaimed as it shot at the charging bulkhead, who completely obliterated the Nightmare with a single mace strike. Talk about packing a punch. Asahina commented as he sliced a Sutherland in half with his Gekka's katana as Rai's own blue Gekka covered him with a projectile from his Radiant Wave Surger. Ironhide, Senba, and Chiba formed a circle as 7 Sutherlands appeared to surround them, but a few blasts from Ironhide's cannons were able to blast 3 of them away, causing the remaining 4 to scatter, but both Chiba and Senba were able to intercept them easily and cut them to pieces with their Gekka's katanas. Wheeljack had sliced one Sutherland in half with his sword as he came back to back with Urabe's Gekka. That's 6 Nightmare Rays for me. The Wrecker smirked. Bet I can double that. Urabe challenged. You're on. Wheeljack accepted. Meanwhile, Optimus and Zero's Beret stood on the cliffside above the base, observing their comrades' attack. Lelich chuckled in spite of himself. Todo was able to hold back the Brightonians without a single Nightmare. Now that he's got a unit himself, and he's working alongside us, I can't wait to see what kind of trouble we'd give Megatron. He is indeed a powerful warrior and a keen strategist. Optimus nodded. However, Lelich, you are aware of what we must do if Suzaku does not wish to join. Do not get me wrong, I am hoping he does, but I have seen far too many times how far a pure soul can fall. Lelich winced. Yeah. I know. But, for Nunnally's sake, I hope he listens. Back at the docks, the group of Brightonians and Decepticons could see the smoke from the base even from their location. What in the scrap is going on over there? Skywarp questioned. We've received confirmation that headquarters is under the attack of the Black Knights and the Autobots. One Brightonian officer reported, alarming much of the group. The bots and BKS are here. Awesome. Gino pumped his fist, only for Monica and Nonet to both elbow him into the sides. Oh, I mean, that's terrible. He tried to correct himself. Starscream tried to contact the Nemesis. Soundwave, we need reinforcements immediately. However, he only got static in response. Soundwave. They must be jamming us. Thundercracker deduced. We did point out the poor safety and strategic position this island had. Anya pointed out stoically. Maybe we should withdraw back to the settlement. Cecile offered. Negative. Dreadwing countered. Without access to the rest of our forces, we can't arrange a proper escort. The enemy could easily capture the sub-viceroy. Yuffie, everything is going to be okay, I promise. Nonet placed her hands on the princess' shoulders in comfort and assurance. We won't let any harm come to you, your majesty. Suzaku added. However, Euphemia was far from scared. No, Suzaku. I want you, Nonet, and the other knights of the round to help these men fend off the attack. Dreadwing, you should accompany them as well. You will do no such thing. Starscream exclaimed. Kurugi is already on thin ice as it is. I will not risk sending a liability such as him into the battlefield, especially against an enemy that he has not once bested. You do realize you're criticizing a member of royalty, right, Starscream? Lloyd put in. It's Commander! Starscream exclaimed. And I do not care if she is royalty. Euphemia has no say in this matter. The hell she doesn't. Nonet stepped up. She's still a princess and has the right to make the call on whether or not to send her knight into the battle if she wants. Starscream was about to retort when Dreadwing placed a firm hand on the Seeker's arm. Starscream, we cannot contact for reinforcements. It's logical that we use all the tools we have at our disposal. The lead Seeker growled as he reluctantly accepted. Very well, but take Thundercracker and Skywarp with you. I will not leave this to some lowly Brightonians alone. Euphemia then looked at her knight. Sir Kurugi, demonstrate your valor for us today, so that we may finally silence all these naysayers, be they Brightonian or Decepticon. Right. Suzaku nodded. The last of the Sutherlands appeared to have been cleared out as Bumblebee punched down one Sutherland and crushed its head with his foot to render it immobile. That's the last of them. However, the Gurren suddenly rushed past him to leap into the air, use its knife to bat away an incoming Harkin, which was shot by the Lancelot. The white and gold Nightmare was at the front, followed by the Galeschin, Tristian, Mordred, and Florence, followed by Dreadwing, Thundercracker, and Skywarp as they arrived in their respective vehicle modes before transforming and opened fire with their respective Energon blasters, or cannon in Dreadwing's case. They're here. Ironhide stated as he attempted to return fire. Proceed to Phase 2. Holy Swords, time to disappear. Todo ordered as his Gekka, along with the 4 comrades of his, released their chaff smoke to create a large smoke screen and blind the entire group of knights and cons. The Lancelot was among the first to drive out of the smoke when a powerful Energon blast was shot near its feet. Suzaku looked through the Lancelot's screen as it zoomed directly toward Optimus and Zero, who stood right outside his beret. Zero. Optimus, there you are. Suzaku's eyes narrowed. They're getting away. Monica exclaimed as the last of the smoke cleared out. Todo and the Holy Swords were nowhere to be seen, but one group consisting of Bumblebee, Archie, and Cliffjumper drove away in one direction from the base in their vehicle modes alongside the Red Gurren, while another group consisting of Ironhide, Bulkhead, and Wheeljack in their vehicle modes drove in the opposite direction alongside the Blue Gekka. Weinberg, Enneagram, you and Thundercracker proceed after one group. Dreadwing ordered. Skywarp, you take Allstream and Khrushchevsky and pursue the other. Kurugi, you are with me. We're going after Prime and Zero. Yes, sir. All the knights replied at the same time, as the 2 Seekers said nothing and they each split off in their respective directions, with the 3 Decepticons transforming into their respective jet modes. Back at the docks, while Euphemia was with the Camelot division inside their vehicle, Starscream paced on the ground impatiently as he voiced his thoughts aloud. Why we continue to work these imbeciles is beyond me. Their constant arguing and bickering is getting on my last nerve. Britannia is incredibly prideful, unfortunately. A new voice contacted Starscream through his comms, much to the Seeker's shock. Who is this? Oh, forgive me, where are my manners? My name is Second Prince Schneeisel El Britannia, and Prime Minister of the Brightonian Empire. How did you get this frequency? The enemy has been jamming our long-ranged communications. Starscream stated. Perhaps, but I'm already within range of the island. Schneeisel replied calmly. It seems the enemy didn't account for any communications short-term. Starscream rolled his optics. I already have 2 royal headaches to deal with, I do not need another. Just hear me out, Commander Starscream. Schneeisel maintained his calm demeanor. I believe I may have a plan to remove Zero and a good portion of the Autobots from the equation. The backstabbing Decepticon only sighed as he had a feeling this Schneeisel wouldn't leave him alone until he talked about his plan. What did you have in mind? Thundercracker flew above the canopy as he spotted the vehicle modes of Ironhide, Bulkhead, and Wheeljack alongside the Gekka pre-production. The enemy is making its way toward Area Point 7. Move in and intercept. Roger. Gino and Nonet said simultaneously as the Tristian and Galeschin both suddenly flipped out of the canopy to land in front of the wreckers in Ironhide, seemingly blocking their path as Thundercracker transformed and landed alongside the Knights of 3 and 9. They got nowhere to go. Nonet stated as Gino and Thundercracker smirked triumphantly. The Gurren took the lead in front of Bumblebee, Archie, and Cliff Jumper's vehicle modes. Colin's radar picked up an incoming projectile as she shot her Surger forward to create a wave of destructive energy that intercepted the missile that was shot by the hovering Skywarp as he flew above the Mordred in Florence. Enemy units have been cornered. Anya reported. Zero's Beret and Optimus vehicle mode both drove off in separate directions once they reached the beach area. Dreadwing, I'll go after Zero, Suzaku told his partner as he pursued the Black Nightmare in the Lancelot. Understood, I'll deal with the Prime. Dreadwing flew in his jet mode to intercept Optimus. Suzaku saw the path the Beret was taking. He's not equipped for that sand he jumped into. Could he be drawing me into a setup, using himself as bait? Doesn't matter. He doesn't have the Autobots to protect him this time. The Lancelot shot a /Harken from its right wrist to block Zero's path as the Lancelot landed in front of it. Both black and white Nightmare rays stood in a pit as the Lancelot drew its MVS and pointed it at the Beret's face. Zero. Suzaku scowled. I've got you. Ratchet. Now. Zero ordered. With that order, a ring of generators shot out of the sand around the pit and generated a wave that traveled along the ground and into the pit, shooting both the Beret and Lancelot with a nightmare that rendered them immobilized. What the? Suzaku exclaimed as nearly all the power in his nightmare went dead and the controls would no longer work. It's frozen. At the same time, another ring of generators shot up around Thundercracker, the Galeschin, and Tristian before the same kind of energy surge shot from them. The two Brighton Neon Nightmare rays were both frozen as their systems went offline, while Thundercracker himself became completely frozen in place. Fortunately, though, Ironhide and the Wrecker trio had backed away from the rings as they emerged, so they were doing just fine. It worked. Ironhide stated. What's going on? My nightmare won't move. Gino tried to get his controls working. It's frozen. Nonet exclaimed. I can't even get communications online. Her eyes suddenly widened. Just like with that immobilizer thing Arachnid used on us. Did the Autobots and Black Knights find a way to replicate its power? Monica wondered aloud, coming to the same conclusion as well, as the frozen Skywarp fell on top of her Florence as well as the Mordred, knocking all three of them down in the middle of the ring of generators as Bumblebee, Archie, Cliff Jumper, and the Gurren remained outside the ring. All systems are completely inoperable. I cannot move. Anya said stoically. We can see you guys are all tied up right now, so we'll be on our way. Cliff Jumper snarked as his, Archie, and Bumblebee's vehicle modes drove away alongside the Gurren. Kururugi. Dreadwing turned around in his jet mode, breaking off his chase from Optimus, to try and fly to help his friend. However, this proved to be a mistake as Optimus transformed and wielded the immobilizer itself. He aimed and shot it at Dreadwing, scoring a direct hit, freezing the Decepticon as he fell and landed hard on the sand. Dreadwing, forgive me, Optimus said as he passed by and joined the large group consisting of his fellow Autobots, 4 Holy Swords, and other Black Knights as they surrounded the pit, remaining outside the rig of generators that kept the Lancelot and Beret frozen. No matter what Suzaku did, the controls wouldn't respond. No good. We need to talk, Kururugi. Zero said as he stood up from his Beret's cockpit. I suggest you come out, your secondary systems should still be functioning. I promise, no harm will come to you, I only want to talk, nothing more. I don't care. Tell Suzaku, Nonet, and the others to abandon their units. Euphemia exclaimed to Lloyd and Cecile. What can possibly be wrong with them? Why can't they move? Why can't we even talk to them? Something's happened to the Sakuradite that's powering all their Nightmare rays. Cecile informed. Though the one affecting the Lancelots isn't as strong as the others, it still won't move either. A Gaffian disturber. Lloyd said in an unusually grave tone. You mean? Cecile exclaimed. But they're actually using it as a jamming mechanism. Lloyd continued. I thought it only theoretical, but it seems the Autobots have proven me wrong. It really is Urax Hata. The Ark, the bridge. It worked. Ratchet stated as he had remotely activated all 3 traps at once. The Lancelot and the other Brighton Neon Nightmare rays have been immobilized. We've even managed to neutralize Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Dreadwing. Fix-It reported. Of course, it worked. Rax Hata said as she sat casually on her couch in the living quarters of the bridge, with Shirley and Kaguya standing beside her. That immobilizer device is really fascinating. For a bunch of evil alien warmongers, the Decepticons come up with such fascinating toys. But Suzaku, Gino, Anya, and Monica are all okay, right? Shirley asked with concern. Yes, they are. Fix-It reported. The Gafune disturber only affects Cybertronians and electrical-based machines, it has no effect on organic life. That's good. Shirley breathed a sigh of relief. But of course, the disturber unit around the Lancelot is much weaker. Rax Hata added. That one can't affect Cybertronians like the other two. Why? Shirley asked. It's for Lelich's own protection. Ratchet answered. If he can't get Suzaku to come with us, willingly, the Autobots can still step in and protect him. As much as it pains me to admit it, if we can't bring Suzaku back to the Ark as our guest, we'll have to take him as our prisoner. Shirley looked down at that particular thought, but her thoughts were brought to an end by Kaguya as she put a hand on the older girl's shoulder. Don't worry Shirley, that's where you and I come in. If Lelich can't convince Suzaku to leave the Decepticons, then we'll do it. I'm his cousin, and you're his friend from school. If he's willing to listen to anyone, it's you. That caused the schoolgirl turned Black Knight to smile as she formed a determined look on her face. Yes. If I can help Lulu, Suzaku, and Optimus, even a little bit, I'll do it. Don't worry Suzaku, I can help you. I want to help you. Suzaku lowered himself from the Lancelot's cockpit via its cable as Zero had already done the same while keeping his pistol trained on him, though he had rubber bullets loaded in as the last thing he wanted to do was kill his best friend. I'll get straight to the point, Suzaku Kurugi, I want you to join us. Zero told him. Is that a threat? Suzaku responded. Well you can forget it. I already told you, results gained through contemptible means are worthless to me. So, would you call the actions of the Decepticons to be honorable? Zero asked. You've already seen that most, if not all, only have their own interests as their first priority. Can you honestly tell me that a chronic backstabber like Starscream, or a serial killer like Arachnid, are honorable warriors? Suzaku had no response to give but refused to lighten his glare. I'm assuming Megatron told you he's some kind of freedom fighter? Did he tell you that the Autobots destroyed Cybertron? Zero continued. No. Cybertron was destroyed because both sides refused to quit fighting. Suzaku replied. Because Optimus Prime refused to listen to Megatron. You're wrong. Zero told him. Optimus was the one to try to reach out to Megatron, to stop the fighting himself. But Megatron refused to listen. He may preach unity to you, but really, he's nothing more than a warmonger who only seeks power. All he had to do was say a few words and it seems that enough was to secure your loyalty to him, which it makes me wonder if you're really a knight to Princess Euphemia. Let me ask you, Kurugi, did Megatron order you to spy on Princess Euphemia? Perhaps use her as a hostage to keep the Brightonian masses in line. Suzaku could not believe that Zero would suggest such a thing. What? No. I'm not using Princess Euphemia. I am her knight. So, which is it? Are you a knight for Britannia or a Decepticon? Zero asked. You've already seen the signs that their so-called alliance is beginning to crumble. So when the shots are fired, which one would you side with? Your princess or your master? Suzaku tried to come up with an answer but couldn't. To be honest with you, I'm rather worried for Euphemia. Zero's words caught his attention. I met her during the hotel jacking, she risked her own life to save those innocent hostages. That act alone proved she was a selfless soul, one I was honored to meet. Of course, she's selfless. Suzaku replied. I told you and Optimus that Britannia can change for the better, and she can help bring that change. Perhaps you're right. Zero admitted. I'm not blind to the fact that there are those among Britannia that want to things change. However, have you ever considered those within Britannia that don't want it to change? I can change their minds though. Suzaku stated. That's why I became a Brightonian soldier. But what if they do something you disagree with? What if Euphemia were to ask you to do something you couldn't do, hypothetically? Zero questioned further. Would you refuse her order? Or do something that would endanger her life? No. I already told you I'm her knight. I would never do anything to hurt her. Suzaku exclaimed. I'm sure that's what you thought about your father, before you ran that knife through his heart. Zero said, causing Suzaku's eyes to widen as his pupils shook with shock before he stumbled back. How on earth, do you know that? Kyo's hero Todo told me everything. Zero said, surprising Suzaku. Optimus and the other Autobots know the truth, as do a small handful of Black Knights. They want to help you, I want to help you. You made a mistake and you want to find a way to atone, I understand that. But there are other ways to do it besides sacrificing your own life. You can work with us, you as well as Princess Euphemia. I've already opened the Black Knights to the possibility of that. We can show the people, not just of Japan, but the rest of the Earth that they have a chance at a bright future. That they can stand and fight the Decepticons. Fight them? Are you serious? Suzaku's eyes narrowed. A fight against the Decepticons is all but inevitable. Zero replied. Sooner or later, they will attack. I just want to see to it there is a force strong enough to defeat them. Otherwise, they'll run all of Earth into the ground just like they did Cybertron. It won't matter if you're Brighton, Japanese, or otherwise, all of humanity will suffer if Megatron has his way. Please, come with us, Suzaku. At the very least, come to our base so we can tell you our side of the story, what really happened to Cybertron. It's only fair that you listen to both sides, right? Suzaku honestly had no idea what to say. Was Zero really willing to listen to Euphemia? Did he actually convince the Autobots and Black Knights to do so? He found himself looking toward Optimus above the pit as the Autobot leader's eyes carried a calm, yet desperate pleading, within them. There was a part of Suzaku that actually did consider it, if only to hear their side of the story. However, his thoughts were interrupted by static transmissions in his communications device. Kururugi. Respond. Suzaku Kururugi, respond immediately. He heard Starscream attempting to contact him. May I? He asked Zero. Yes. Zero nodded. This is Major Kururugi. Suzaku answered the calls. This is your commander Starscream. Brighton Neon forces have launched surface-to-surface missiles against the enemy. Kururugi, I am giving you the easiest assignment I can possibly give, keep Zero there. Do not let him leave, no matter what. Lelich scowled underneath his mask as he also heard those orders. Damn you, Starscream. Immediately, Suzaku wrenched the gun from Zero's hand, grabbed him by the wrist and put him in a hold while keeping the gun trained on him. What are you? Zero struggled, but Suzaku's grip was too strong. I can't approve of your methods. Suzaku stated, however, he was stopped from going any further as Bumblebee leapt behind him and pointed his Energon blaster at him. Let him go. Bumblebee exclaimed, even though Suzaku couldn't understand his bleeps, though he was surprised at how easily the yellow Autobot stepped into the field without getting frozen like the Lancelot. Wait, how can you? Starscream just launched surface-to-surface missiles at our coordinates. Zero exclaimed to the Autobots and Black Knights present. Be prepared to evacuate. Wait. Starscream, you can't do this. Euphemia exclaimed as she, Cecile, and Lloyd stepped outside the Camelot's transport. You're going to destroy the Lancelot. Lloyd exclaimed. I'm not the one who issued the launch for those missiles. Starscream smirked at them, specifically toward Euphemia. I'm just giving Suzaku a chance to be useful for once. And whose idea was this? Euphemia exclaimed. Major Kururugi is my personal knight. Your dear brother, Schneeisel. Starscream sneered, causing Euphemia and Cecile to both gasp as even Lloyd looked in minor surprise. It seems there's at least one member of the royal family that can actually contribute, not unlike you or your insufferable sister. Euphemia clenched her fists as she ran past Starscream straight towards an empty Sutherland and prepared to board it. Princess Euphemia. What are you doing? Cecile exclaimed as she was already in the cockpit. Contact my brother and tell him to stop the attack. I'm going to get Suzaku myself. She was already inside and drove the Sutherland away. Once it was already gone, both Cecile and even Lloyd looked in shock to see Starscream actually laughing. Oh, this turning out to be better than I thought. But Starscream, if Princess Euphemia is caught in the attack. Cecile tried to speak to him. She's the one who's throwing her life away. Starscream sneered. And if she loses her life in the process, well, it means one less annoyance for me. Cecile gave a horrified gasp. You would willingly sacrifice Princess? Oh, don't look so surprised. Starscream stated. After all, it was the Emperor who sacrificed his children Lelouch and Nunnally when he took this pitiful country 7 years ago. As much as the royal family drives me up the wall, there is one thing I like about them: they're expendable. Nonette had used her knife to cut open the Galeskin's cockpit systems and hotwire the controls to force the cockpit to open as she crawled outside when she felt her own personal cell phone ring, much to her confusion. Hello. Nonette. Yuffie? What's going? Suzaku's in trouble. Euphemia exclaimed. They've launched missiles at his location. I'm already on my way there. What? Yuffie, you can't. I already am. Just please get here. Help me save Suzaku. I need you. Euphemia hung up. Yuffie? Yuffie. Damn it. Nonette cursed as she crawled from her frozen nightmare, and even the frozen Thundercracker's face. Hey. She heard Gino knocking from inside his Tristian's frozen cockpit. What's going on out there? Gino, I gotta go. Find a way to help Anya and Monica. She was already running as fast as she could to try and get to Suzaku and Euphemia. Multiple missiles incoming on their coordinates. Ratchet exclaimed as he saw them on the radar. Missiles. Shirley practically screamed, even Kaguya gave a gasp. Fix it, prepare multiple ground bridge extract ions immediately. We're pulling them out. Ratchet stated as he tried to contact Optimus. I'm already on it. Fix-It said as he scrambled to try and access the remote control for the ground bridge. Missiles are already on top of us. Ironhide exclaimed as the Autobots and Black Knights readied their ammunition to shoot them down. All units, cover yourselves and be prepared to evacuate. Zero was able to wrench himself free from Suzaku, who tried to shoot at him with the gun, only for Bumblebee to block it with his arm as he stood in front of Zero. Suzaku, come with us right now. I can't. He exclaimed. I have to follow orders. And what of Euphemia? Are you willing to abandon her so easily? Zero practically screamed in frustration. I'm not abandoning her. Suzaku argued back. Viceroy Cornelia and the Knights of the Round are more than capable of protecting her. Not from Megatron. Zero exclaimed. Zero, hang on. Colin instinctively drove her Gurren into the Gaffian ring. Colin, wait. Archie tried to stop her, but she was already inside, where her Gurren short-circuited. At the same time, Rai got out of his Gekka to try and get down there himself. Zero. Suzaku. He tried to call to them. Here they come. Ironhide exclaimed. Open fire. All the Autobots and Black Knights shot at the incoming missiles, throwing up a barrage of bullets and energon blasts. Archie wanted to go down and help Colin, but Rai was already sliding down to try and get her, while also trying to help his friends. Suzaku. It's us. Rai and Colin. The white-haired Black Knight tried to call to him, but the gunfire and missile explosions drowned out his voice and even Colin's calls. Suzaku. Look at us. Look at your friends. The redhead called desperately. Euphemia piloted her Sutherland, trying to get to Suzaku as her heart pounded in her chest. Every instinct screaming at her to save him. Suzaku, you can't die now. Nonette was running through the woods as fast as she could. Yuffie. Suzaku. She shouted as she came out into a clearing just at the top of a cliffside to arrive at the beach. A ground bridge portal opened in the area outside the ring. All units, enter the ground bridge now. Optimus ordered. However, before anyone could even make a move toward the portal, a large shadow loomed over the entire area, causing everybody, Autobot, Black Knight, and Brighton Neon Soldier to gasp as they saw it. It was a massive aircraft, though not nearly as big as the Ark or the Nemesis. It appeared large enough that it could hold a small army of Nightmare Rays. Most of the Black Knights and Autobots redirected their fire towards the craft, but some form of invisible barrier protected it from both Nightmare ammunition and Energon blasts. "You gotta be scrapping kidding," Cliffjumper muttered. Euphemia Sutherland just arrived as she stood up from the cockpit to see the vessel herself. "That's my brother's Avalon. Schneeisel. My God." Nonette breathed as she saw the ship as well. At the hull of the ship known as the Avalon, a large compartment opened to reveal something resembling a nightmare attached to it. Though its exact features were obscured by the shadows, it had a two-shoulder-mounted cannons that each generated a large red light, preparing to fire. "All Autobots, return to B immediately," Optimus ordered. "I'll retrieve Zero and the others. But you must fall back now, Optimus." Todo tried to protest. "That is an order," Optimus exclaimed as he slid down into the pit, behind Bumblebee and in front of the surprised Rai and Colin. "Suzaku, come with us now," Optimus exclaimed. "I can't. I have orders to keep you here." "You can't leave," Suzaku exclaimed. "You stubborn fool." Zero yelled as instinct took over. His mask slit flashed open to reveal his left eye as his geese sigil manifested. "Live." Right as that command was given, the Nightmare hooked inside the Avalon opened fire with a barrage of red energy projectiles that would level the entire area. And with everyone focused on the ship, nobody could see the smirking face of Vivi as he stood on a cliffside to observe everything. Cece gave an audible gasp as she fell to her hands and knees in the Ashford clubhouse. Her face drenched in sweat as she felt a pulse in her forehead, the geese emblem on her forehead glowing briefly. Somehow, she knew something was wrong and she knew exactly who was responsible. V.V. What did you just do? Chapter 28, Island of Gods and Monsters. Rai's eyes flickered open as the first things he saw were birds circling throughout the bright blue sky as he heard the sounds of the ocean's waves impacting the beach. Where? Rai stuttered as he picked himself up, still in his blue pilot suit, looking around at his surroundings. He appeared to be on a tropical beach of sorts. "What the heck? Rai?" The amnesiac youth turned around in surprise to see the yellow Autobot scout kneeling down closer to his level. "B." Rai tried to stand up. "What happened? Where's everyone else and where the heck are we?" "I haven't the faintest idea," Bumblebee bleeped. "I just came to, same as you." The white-haired Black Knight got another look at his surroundings. "Something's telling me this isn't Shikini Island. 'Cause if it were, we'd be crawling with Brighton Neon soldiers right now." "Yeah, but that still doesn't answer how we even got here," Bumblebee said. "Can't you just call for a ground bridge?" Rai asked. "I tried, but something's blocking my comm link," B explained. "I can't get a signal." "Scrap," Rai muttered, but his attention was caught by the sounds of movement in the bushes and trees nearby. "Hang, I'm gonna check something out." He walked into the foliage to see what he could find. Rai was able to brush away some of the branches while also feeling his person to see if he had any weapons on him. Turns out he still had a pocket knife, but that was about it. The sounds he heard had suddenly stopped, which surprised him. He stopped moving, not making any sounds as to not alert whatever it was that was also in this foliage with him. It could be just a wild animal, or a fellow Black Knight that got stuck with him and B, or even an enemy soldier. Soon, he got his answer when a hand shot out of a nearby bushes to grab him by the shoulder and pull him deeper into the foliage, throwing him across the ground. Rai was quick to draw his knife as his opponent tackled him to the ground. Though he tried to thrust the knife forward, a hand blocked his own arm and pinned him to the ground as he looked in surprise to see the face of his attacker was none other than Nonette Enneagram. Nonette glared at the young Black Knight, however, once she saw his face, her pupils shrank. "Ki Zarin." "What?" Rai questioned in surprise. Before this could escalate any further, a large shadow loomed over the pair as Nonette gasped upon seeing Bumblebee loom over her with his Energon blasters primed and ready. "Get off him! Now!" Nonette's surprise gave Rai an opening to kick her back and off of him, the force sending her back to a nearby tree, hitting the back of her head in the process and knocking her unconscious. Rai stood up and looked in surprise. Hey, isn't she a knight of the round? He asked his Autobot comrade. Yeah. The Knight of 9, I think. Bumblebee confirmed. A surprised smile fell on Rai's face. We just captured a Knight of the round. Not bad for a completely random situation, huh? Suzaku, who had also woken up on the same island, had begun to scale a small cliffside so he could get a better view of his new surroundings. Just as I thought, this is another island. He muttered to himself. Kururugi. The youth turned in surprise to see just down below him was arguably the only Decepticon whom he could truly consider a comrade. Dreadwing. What are you doing here? Suzaku asked as he appeared to be at a height that actually put him above the Decepticon Seeker. I could ask you the same thing. Dreadwing said. The last thing I recall was being immobilized. Though I was frozen, I could see and hear everything around me, including that large vessel that attempted to bombard the area. After that, I woke up here, completely functional. Is there any way we can contact headquarters? Suzaku asked. I lost the comm and the Lancelot's nowhere in sight. I've tried, but my communications seem jammed. Dreadwing answered. But perhaps we can simply fly back. He attempted to transform, and though his wings twitched, he still remained in his Cybertronian form, much to his and Suzaku's confusion. What? He attempted to transform again but was unable to. My T-Cog. Your T-What? Suzaku didn't seem to understand. It is the organ that allows Cybertronians to scan vehicles and transform. Dreadwing explained. Perhaps it is still suffering the effects of my immobilization. So, you can't transform? Suzaku asked. It does not appear to be an option at the moment, no. Dreadwing confirmed. I apologize. It's fine. Suzaku assured. There's a waterfall up here, I'm gonna see if I can get some water. He resumed his climb. I will be with you shortly. Dreadwing told his young friend as Suzaku had already climbed his way to the top. The honorary Brightonian made his way through the foliage, following the sound of falling water. Once he saw the waterfall, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight of a certain red-haired young woman, bathing naked in the waterfall. He recognized her almost instantly. Colin, it can't be. Colin heard some noises behind her and turned around to see a familiar face. Suzaku. Her eyes widened as she quickly went on the defensive, pulling out her black night jacket to cover herself. This took Suzaku even further by surprise. A black knight uniform. You mean you're a... Colin took out the knife from her jacket's pocket and attempted to rush the surprised and confused Suzaku, however her path was barred by a large metallic foot that stomped in front of her and she fell backwards into the water, her jacket covering her body as she looked up in surprise to see the Decepticon standing above her. I wouldn't attempt such a thing if you value your life. Dreadwing warned her. However, Colin wasn't completely frozen by fear as she attempted to get up and run, only for Suzaku to grab her by the wrists and pin her down to the ground in the shallow water. Colin. I don't believe this. You know her? Dreadwing asked in surprise. Yeah, she's my classmate. Colin Stotfeld. Don't call me by that name. My name is Colin Kojiki. I'm Japanese. That took both Suzaku and Dreadwing by surprise. You're kidding, then you really are. Suzaku stuttered. Yes, I'm a Black Knight, an ally of the Autobots. I'm not going to hide that anymore. Colin confirmed with a steely glare. Suzaku was the first to steel his resolve as well. Well then, Colin Kojiki, I'm placing you under arrest for conspiracy and rebellion against Britannia. Zero stood on a large rock over the shoreline as he and Optimus Prime observed their new area. The vegetation and climate are the same as Shikini Island, we can't be that far from it. Zero said. But without access to any communications, we lack a means of calling for assistance. Optimus pointed out. So ground bridge is out of the question then. Zero said with a small tisk under his mask. You can still transform, can't you? He asked the Autobot leader. Optimus briefly transformed his right hand into a blade and into an ion blaster before it went back to a normal hand. Yes, I am still able to. I suppose we'll just have to drive back to the Ark. Zero said as he gave a small chuckle. Actually driving in a truck underwater, if you asked me if something like that was possible a year ago, I wouldn't believe it. Optimus had a small smirk on his face, however both he and Zero heard some movement from the bushes nearby. They both turned around to see a face that made Lelich gasp underneath his mask. Yuffie. Euphemia walked onto the beach but gave a surprised gasp as she not only saw the masked revolutionary, but even the leader of the Autobots stand before her. Nonet woke up with a small groan, however as she regained conciseness, she felt her hands had been restrained behind her back, having been tied with some vines. Have a nice nap. She looked in surprise to see both Rai and Bumblebee sitting across from her on the beach they had previously woken up on. Though the Knight of Nine was surprised to be this close to an Autobot, and without a nightmare no less, she was even more stunned at the sight of the white-haired young man in front of her. K.I. Zarin? Is it really you? Who the hell are you talking about? My name is Rai. What? But that's not. Nonet muttered as she got a good look at him. You look the same. How? It's been more than 7 years. And yet, you look like you haven't aged a day. Rai only looked more confused as he glanced up at Bumblebee who only shrugged his shoulders. What are you talking about? What do you mean? You don't recognize me? The Knight of Nine asked. Your name is Nonet Enneagram, you're the Knight of Nine, part of that old bastard Charles's personal entourage and the pilot of that blue knockoff Lancelot. Rai summarized nonchalantly. It's hard not to know you since you're pretty famous. You really don't know me? Nonet stuttered as she seemed emotionally hurt as she looked down. I see, you don't remember. Amnesia I guess. Hey Rai, it kinda sounds like she knows you. Bumblebee bleeped. I'm pretty sure I'd remember one of the Emperor's lapdogs. Rai commented. Well, maybe she knew you before you lost your memories. I mean, a lot can happen since the start of your life, right? Be assumed. Maybe, but I'm not really about to trust her, not without proof. Rai said as Nonet simply hung her head down, so that neither he nor the Autobot could see the tears that formed in her eyes. But they weren't just tears of sadness, they were also that of joy as well, joy that she finally found her prince again. Colin meanwhile had been allowed to put her red pilot suit back on to allow her some form of decency as her hands were tied behind her back as Suzaku put her black night jacket over her shoulders while Dreadwing stood over both of them. I see, and you don't know what happened either. Suzaku said. When you came to, you found yourself on this island, is that right? What do you mean? You can just fly out of here, right? Colin grunted as she cast a glare at the Decepticon present. Due to unusual circumstances, I am unable to transform. Dreadwing informed. Colin actually snickered with a smirk. So, you're grounded? What's wrong, Con? We clipped your poor little wings. Serves you right. Dreadwing stomped his foot down as he glared at the young woman. Do not try me, Black Knight. Were up to me, I would leave your lifeless husk on this island. Go ahead and do it. Colin dared him, not remotely intimidated by his presence. I'd rather die free as a warrior, than live as your personal plaything, Decepticon. You're not going to be anyone's plaything, Colin. Suzaku told her. Tell that to your new buddy, Arachnid. She glared at him, which earned a glare from both Suzaku and Dreadwing. Or better yet, why don't you save your temper tantrums for when my friends get here? You two idiots won't last 10 seconds before you're thrown behind bars. You mean to say the Autobots and your fellow Black Knights will come for you? Dreadwing inquired. Without a doubt. Colin smirked. All right, but before they do, tell us something. Who is Zero? Suzaku asked. Figure it out for yourself. Colin said as she looked away. It would be wiser if you told us and avoid less civil methods of interrogation. Dreadwing informed. You mean torture? Colin scoffed before she glanced at Suzaku. You've really fell in with a bad crowd, haven't you, Kururugi? And I don't just mean Britannia. Why do you follow them? Zero and Optimus. Suzaku asked. I don't know. Why do you follow Megatron? Colin shot back. Zero slid down the rocks as he stood on equal level with his half-sister as she continued to stare at him. Though at first she was intimidated by the appearance of Optimus Prime that stood behind the masked revolutionary, once her eyes set on him, that seemed to be all she could focus on at the moment. Optimus said nothing as he took a few steps back to allow Lelich to think on his own what to do. What would Lelich even say to her, he wondered to himself as his mask hid the conflicted look on his face. This was the first time he ever saw Euphemia face to face since before his exile, not including the hotel jacking. He remembered how close he and Nunnally were to her before being sent to Japan. She was one of his best friends alongside Cornelia. But what would he say to her now? Should he reveal himself? He could use his geese on her like he did Cornelia, but he quickly pushed that thought back as that was the last thing he wanted to do to her. Lelich. She spoke, interrupting his thoughts, though it took both him and Optimus by surprise. Lelich, it's you, isn't it? I haven't told anyone about you, I swear. Please, let me see your face. Optimus cast a concerning glance towards his young friend as after a minute of silence, Zero reached up to his mask to remove it, allowing the pink-haired princess to see the face of her half-brother, which was fully revealed once he removed his face mask. Upon seeing his face again, Euphemia wasted no time in running toward him and wrapping her arms around his body as she cried tears of pure joy. Lelich was stunned by this at first. Before he let his own emotions flow as he embraced her back, a few stray tears fell down his eyes as well. Such a heartwarming moment was enough for Optimus to give a smile as he witnessed this touching reunion. I've missed you so much. Yuffie cried. Lelich tightened his grip. I've missed you too. Shikini Island. Multiple Brighton soldiers, both in and out of Nightmare Rays, continued their search for their missing princess, and have thus found nothing. Thundercracker and Skywarp appeared to be part of the search as they scanned the entire island from their vehicle modes, having been freed of the immobilization effects thanks to Knockout. The entire search was being oversaw by the Red Decepticon and his partner, the latter looking more annoyed than anything. Can't believe we had to come out here and look for some stupid little fleshy. Breakdown muttered. We got better things to do. True, but the sudden disappearance of Dreadwing, Kurugi, not to mention Zero and Prime is something that should be looked at. Knockout said as he scanned the area with a handheld device. Doesn't seem like there's any residual energon traces, so there wasn't a ground bridge. But, there is an unusual energy reading in this area. It appears that, right before the Avalon's bombardment, something happened that just caused certain bots and humans to vanish. And it wasn't a ground bridge. Breakdown asked, to which Knockout shook his head in confirmation. The large Decepticon ran a hand down his face. I hate it when things get complicated. Meanwhile, the floating ship that was known as the Avalon, the same transport that had bombarded the area the previous day, hovered over the beach. Inside the ship's main hangar, the Lancelot, Galeschin, Mordred, Tristian, and Florence had been recovered with Cecile sitting on the staircase that led the Lancelot's cockpit as she looked over the data from not only the Lancelot but also the other 4 Nightmare Rays present. So, what, Suzaku and Nonette just vanished? Gino asked as he and his fellow Knights of the Round were also present. Without a trace. Anya said emotionlessly as she was at her own personal handheld electronic diary. You've checked the Lancelot's data? Monica asked Cecile. Maybe security footage. Yes, Lady Khrushchevsky, but it's all static. Cecile answered. There's no way to trace Suzaku or anyone else who was there. Before anyone could ask any further questions, the hangar doors behind them opened as they saw an incoming fighter jet slow its approach. Once it entered into the hangar, it transformed to reveal the Decepticon's second-in-command who could only just barely fit. Ugh, why do humans always make everything so compact? Starscream groaned in annoyance. Well, look who decided to join us. Monica glared with Cecile and Gino. Though Anya didn't glare, she gave a distrustful look towards the Seeker. And just what are all of you looking at? Starscream glared back. Oh, how about the fact you ordered an airstrike on Suzaku, Nonette, and Princess Euphemia? Gino exclaimed in a rare sight of anger. I did not make that order. Starscream stated. I only followed through with it. But you didn't even attempt to warn them that Princess Euphemia would be in the way. Cecile stated as she stood up to glare at him. You didn't even care that a member of the royal family would be caught in the crossfire. Oh please, that wretched Cornelia puts her life on the line every day. Starscream brushed off. The royal family is expendable, even to their precious emperor. Before anyone could voice an argument, a new voice spoke up. Though I don't necessarily agree with the tone, it is sad for me to admit this is true. The voice belonged to none other than Prince Schneeisel, a young man with blonde hair, light purple eyes, and a royal white outfit. My father isn't necessarily one to bat an eye even at his children's deaths. Prince Schneeisel. Monica stated in surprise as she, Anya, and Gino both bowed before the prince as Lloyd causally walked onto the scene as well. Prince Schneeisel, here. Cecile stuttered in surprise. You impudent little. How dare you look down upon the second prince of the empire? Bartley exclaimed as he appeared as well. General Bartley. Cecile lost her footing and slid down the stairs to land on her rear on the ground, much to Starscream's amusement. That goes for you too, metallic abomination. Bartley stated to Starscream specifically. How dare you look down upon Prince Schneeisel? You do realize I can only look down upon him due to being physically taller. Starscream snarked, much to Bartley's irritation. Oh, and speak to me in such a tone again. He extended his claws and loomed over the fat general whose expression changed from irritation to fear. I will squash you like the insect you are, vermin. Now, there's no need to be so hostile with one another. Schneeisel said as he helped up Cecile. You are not injured, I hope. Yes, I am Prince Schneeisel El Britannia. He then looked up toward the Decepticon. And you must be Commander Starscream, First Lieutenant of the Decepticons. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Yes, it is your pleasure. Starscream smirked, much to Gino, Anya, and Monica's irritation, though Bartley seemed more irritable. To take such a tone to our prince. General, you're quite the devoted subject, aren't you? Lloyd asked casually. Primarily, because the prince is the one who commuted my sentence and saved me from being chained up deep beneath Temple Tower. Bartley said. So Starscream, what do you think of the Avalon? Lloyd asked the Decepticon. Have the Decepticons ever invented their own floating aircraft carriers? Starscream scoffed. Please. We've developed entire warships more advanced than this. When you invent a vessel that enables you to fly through space, then we'll talk. I'll be sure to make a note. Schneeisel said. Now, Commander Starscream, if you don't mind, there is something that I would like your assistance with. Oh. Starscream wondered. A Britannian prince is actually asking for help. Are you certain you're related to that wretched Cornelia? How dare? Bartley was about to protest, but the second prince raised his hand to prevent any outbursts. I understand how you may feel, Commander Starscream. Schneeisel continued. My sister does have a strong sense of pride. But I would thank you not to compare all of us. My team and I have located an unusual find, and we've been unable to find anything worth value with our own resources. However, given how the Decepticons have more advanced resources of our own, it would make sense to ask for help. Wouldn't you agree? An intrigued look fell on Starscream's face. Very well, provide me the coordinates and I shall assemble my Decepticons and meet you there. Of course, I thank you. Schneeisel gave a bow. Sir Weinberg, Lady Alstream, Lady Khrushchevsky, I would ask that you please continue your search for my sister as well as Sir Kurugi and Lady Enneagram. He began to walk away with Bartley. Yes, help them out to Cecile. It's so hard to find devisers like that young man. Especially after yesterday's exploits. Lloyd said as he joined them. Hold on a minute, did you know Suzaka would be there? Monica questioned as she, Gino, and Anya stood up. Did the prince order him to be killed? Along with Nonette and Princess Euphemia. Silence. Bartley warned. Not even Knights of the Round should question royalty. Despite that, however, Schneeisel chose to give an answer. Those orders were indeed mine, Lady Khrushchevsky. I also fired the Hadron. Though I wasn't aware Euphemia and Lady Enneagram would be present as well, but that's no excuse. Even in a situation like that, priorities mustn't be forgotten. The Empire currently faces arguably its most dangerous adversaries. I saw an opportunity to eliminate their leadership and I choose to take it. Besides, if something anomalous happened, we would have been unable to rescue any of them. That's what I gambled on. I see. Monica seemed to accept that response as she shared a concerning glance with Gino and Anya. I'm sorry I spoke out of turn. No, you were worried for your friends as well as the third princess. Schneeisel replied. It's my fault for not protecting my subordinates, or even my own sister. Can you ever forgive me? Those were the last words he said before leaving with Bartley and Lloyd. Starscream followed suit as he jumped out the hangar doors before transforming and flying away. However, despite the tone Schneeisel carried, Starscream was able to recognize something of an ambitious undertone in the second prince's voice. And it reminded him of his own. Needless to say, Starscream was rather intrigued. Though both Cornelia and Euphemia drove him up the wall, perhaps this Schneeisel could be useful. At the same time, a ground bridge portal had opened up on a large hilltop on Shikini Island, allowing Megatron and Soundwave to step outside as they stood at the top of a cliffside to oversee the area where the action had taken place the previous day. So, this is where it happened. The leader of the Decepticons asked his silent comrade, who nodded in response. And you're unable to get a fix on Dreadwing's signal? Or even from the badge we gave Kurugi? Soundwave shook his head. Though he quickly deployed Laserbeak which began to hover over and scan the area, the readings were brought up on Soundwave's visor which he showed Megatron. An unusual energy signature. Megatron noticed. And yet, it seems rather familiar, based on Shockwave's findings. So, you finally stepped out into the open. Both the master of the Decepticons and the silent surveillance chief turned around to see a familiar-looking boy approach them with a smirk on his face. The high and mighty Megatron finally makes his appearance. Vivi said in a snarky tone. It's been quite some time, hasn't it? Victor. Megatron observed with minor surprise. Back from the dead? And not a day older from the looks of it. I finally got your attention. Vivi said to Megatron, not remotely intimidated by him. And all it took was the sudden disappearance of your own enemy. So, you're aware of what has transpired? Megatron asked, sounding rather intrigued. Vivi smirked, believing he had him right where he wanted him. More than that, I know where Optimus Prime is. And not just him, but even one of his most beloved Autobots, 2 elite Black Knights, that annoying Zero, and even 2 of your favorite soldiers, Suzaku and Dreadwing. I know exactly where they are. Megatron glanced at Soundwave who checked over V.V's voice through his recordings and saw that there was no deception indicated. He was telling the truth. I imagine you have a lot of questions, Megatron. The arrogant immortal boy continued. And I'd be willing to answer some of them. But you have to do something for me. Is that so? Megatron's eyes narrowed as he did not like the tone Vivi was carrying. Yes. Vivi nodded. If you do one little favor for me, I'll give you Optimus, Zero, and a small handful of your enemies, as well as the locations of 2 of your favorite soldiers. You'll finally have a chance to rid this universe of your greatest enemy. I just want a small favor from you, that's all. So, what do you say? Do we have a deal? The immortal boy had it all figured out. He knows nothing of geese, so seeing me as young as before is enough to keep him perplexed and get his attention. And since I'm the only one who knows where his beloved nemesis is, he'll have no choice but to listen to me. I'll use his resources to grab CC and use the thought elevator to teleport both of us back to the Geese Order where Charles, myself, and that traitor can finally begin Ragnarok. He has no way of tracing the order, we saw to it. His smirk only grew. Now that I know the location of Optimus and Lelich, he's putty in my hands. However, Megatron did something that Vivi could not have expected. He aimed his fusion cannon and fired on the immortal boy, reducing him to a charred crisp that appeared dead. Kodar's experiments indicated that the immortal known as CC is hundreds of years old and is unable to age, correct? Megatron asked Soundwave, who only nodded in response. Contact Shockwave, tell him to meet me on the Nemesis immediately. I have a special project in mind for him. He said as he picked up V.V's charred corpse. Meanwhile, back on the mysterious island, Euphemia had removed her clothes that had been soaking wet as she allowed them to dry in the sun. Lelich had provided his cape to her to gain some form of cover as he sat on the rock behind her, with Optimus next to him. "When did you figure it out?" he asked her. "Back during the hotel jacking," Euphemia answered. "Somehow. I just knew. But I wasn't 100% sure till now." "I see. I guess I should be saying thanks for not telling anyone," Lelich replied. "Euphemia, if I may?" Optimus spoke. "Why haven't you told anyone?" The young princess was slightly startled at Optimus addressing her, but not because she was intimidated. There was something in the tone of his voice that indicating he was speaking to her as an equal, and not talking down to her like what most Decepticons have done. Even though she only met him, hearing the voice of Optimus Prime made her feel relaxed and safe, even as she gave her answer. "For one, Cornelia doesn't usually listen to me. Besides that, I think things are depressing enough as they are." Euphemia then addressed her brother. "Lelich, is Nunnally. She's living with me, but she's still blind and crippled." Lelich answered. "Does she know about you? About you being Zero and, with the Autobots?" Yuffie asked. "No, not yet." Lelich responded with a grimace. "I've been wanting to tell her, but something always seems to get in the way. It's starting to become rather annoying." "Lelich, I'm so sorry." Euphemia stuttered as her voice began to crack. "Sorry for what?" Lelich asked as he craned his head back in her direction. "For so much, for everything." She continued to stutter, tears forming in her eyes. "For what happened to Nunnally, your mother, your exile, all of it. The hatred you must feel for us. For our father, not for you." Lelich quickly said, surprising Euphemia as even Optimus raised a curious eyebrow. "Even after Nunnally and I were exiled, I never hated you, Yuffie, not once. But, after seeing how much Clovis and Cornelia had changed, I admit I was scared that you weren't the same person I remember. But, after seeing what you did in the hotel jacking, standing up to the terrorists to defend the weak, I felt so relieved, knowing that you were that same girl I used to play all the time with." Though she couldn't see it, Lelich gave his half-sister a smile. "You're still my sister Yuffie, and I love you." Euphemia could not contain her tears of joy as they fell down her eyes almost like a waterfall. "Oh Lelich." Optimus Prime couldn't help but smile as well. He had heard from Lelich how close he and Euphemia were in their childhood and was pleased to see it how easy the two were able to mend their bond. "Optimus Prime." Yuffie tried to wipe her eyes as she glanced in his direction, though her emotional smile was still present on her face. "Thank you so much for looking after my brother." "Of course." Optimus nodded with an assuring smile. Lelich himself smiled at this small exchange. A part of him had hoped Yuffie would take a liking to Optimus. He was a true father figure to him, and he hoped he could be one for her. A father that she deserved, unlike their biological father. Yuffie's stomach gave a light groan, causing her to blush in embarrassment. "I believe feeling relieved has made me hungry." Several fish on sticks hung over the fire that Rai had made as he, Bumblebee, and the imprisoned Nonet sat around it. The fish already appeared nice and crisp. Looks about ready," Rai commented. "I could have caught some fish, if you wanted," Bumblebee offered. "Really?" Rai offered a smirk to the yellow Autobot. "Fish get scared at the sight of a human, how are they gonna handle a giant robot who's about 10 times the size?" "Point taken." Bumblebee nodded as he saw Rai bite down on the fish. The white-haired Black Knight looked at Nonet briefly before he sighed. He offered a separate fish on a stick to her. "Here, have a bite." She looked up in surprise. "What? Can't have a starving prisoner? I'm not a Brighton soldier." Despite the subtle insult, Nonet smiled as she bit down on the fish Rai held in front of her. He wasn't planning on unteeing her. Not bad. Sorry, but being stranded on a small island isn't exactly 5-star restaurant material." Rai joked slightly, causing Nonet to snicker. "I always hate those places anyway, they're so stuck up." She responded. "Personally, I would be fine with just a plain grilled cheese." A knight of the round who's okay with commoner food. Never thought I'd see the day. Rai chuckled. Nonet gave a small sigh with a smile. So, his name's Bee? He asked, referring to the Autobot. Bumblebee, and yeah. Rai confirmed, his smile fading. Why does he only speak in bleep? Nonet asked. That's personal. Rai said immediately, causing Nonet to look away. Sorry. At the same time, Suzaku had managed to pull some fish out of the pond he was in. Impressive. Dreadwing noted as he sat close to the bound Colin to keep an eye on her. You have some experience, don't you? It's a lot easier than it looks. Suzaku said before turning to their prisoner. Hey Colin, if I let you loose, will you help me find some food? Colin said nothing as she turned away with a scowl. I believe that is a no. Dreadwing told his young friend, causing Suzaku to shake his head with a sigh. However, Colin looked in minor surprise as she heard some foliage move and saw a deer sticking its head out. Dreadwing had also noticed the animal's presence. Suzaku, there is wildlife here. Suzaku saw the animal. It's a deer. They're not usually island animals, so it's a little weird. The animal ducked its head and turned back into the forest. I can fetch it for you. Dreadwing stood up. No, it's fine. Let it go. We've got plenty of fish in here. Suzaku said as he continued to search for more fish, all the while Colin couldn't help but look in the direction the deer ran off into. The deer had made it quite the distance away from Suzaku, Dreadwing, and Colin as it came to a stop in the middle of the forest to eat some plants off the ground. However, its ears twitched as it heard some branches snapping around it. A large shadow loomed over the smaller animal. By the time it turned its head it was already too late. With a sudden slash, blood had scattered all across the ground. Meanwhile, Lelich and Euphemia, now fully clothed, were both in the forest. Optimus was still at the beach as Lelich used a log to try and dig a pitfall trap with Euphemia holding his cape. If you want. I'm sure Optimus can. Euphemia asked her brother. He's far too big. He'll scare the animals away. Lelich muttered as he dropped the log, having dug a small pit already. He took the time to catch his breath. Maybe I can help. Euphemia offered. Manual labor isn't fit for a royal princess, don't worry. The sweaty Lelich said in between breaths. My methods, perfect. Well, I suppose I could go and search for something like fruit. Euphemia said as she was about to walk away. Don't go off too far, Yuffie. Lelich said, taking a moment to rest. Right. Yuffie smiled as she walked deeper into the forest. As the pink-haired royal searched for some fruit, she still couldn't contain the joy that had filled her heart. After so many years, she was finally back with her dear brother, whom she cried for after his supposed death for weeks. But now he was here, and in the care of someone truly strong and caring. Though it was the first time meeting him, one look in Optimus' eyes and she could tell he was someone she could trust completely, in stark contrast to many of the Decepticons she's met so far. Her thoughts were brought to halt as she found a branch with some fruit hanging from some branches. Oh, these look promising. She reached out to pick some. But when she pulled on the branch, she noticed something odd behind the branches, but she couldn't quite make it out. When she pulled the branches out of the way to get a clear view, she gasped and screamed in horror as she saw the decapitated head of a deer, blood splattered all over the place. Yuffie quickly ran out of the forest and made it back to the beach, right toward Optimus, who turned around to look in surprise and concern at the sight of Euphemia's frightened expression. Is something wrong? The Autobot leader asked as even Lelich ran out, having heard Euphemia's scream as well. There's something out there. Euphemia stuttered, still not over her shock. A deer. Only its head. Yuffie. Lelich put his hands on her shoulders to calm her down. It's okay, just breath. He gave a deep breath of his own for emphasis. One look in her brother's eyes was enough to calm her slightly as she took a deep breath to calm herself further. All right, what did you see? I saw a severed deer head. Yuffie stuttered as Lelich glanced up to Optimus. There was blood everywhere. Maybe a wild predator. Lelich assumed. I think it's best you stay with us for the time being. Don't wander off again, all right. Yuffie nodded. All right. The Nemesis. V.V's eyes flickered open as a light shined over him. Wakey, wakey. His eyes shot open as he saw the Minicons rumble and frenzy standing over him. VV had found himself strapped on an interrogation table built for Minicons in the laboratory of the Decepticon warship. He struggled, but the energy bindings on his wrists wouldn't budge. He tried to use his powers with his code to teleport away, only to feel that his connection was lost. He was out of range for all of the thought elevators. Sleep well, little Victor. Frenzy teased. Have a nice dream. Good, because you just woke up into a nightmare. Rumble laughed. VV glanced upward to see Megatron enter the laboratory with Soundwave and Shockwave by his side. Megatron. What is the meaning of this? How dare you attack me? Megatron chuckled. You know, you really have no right to speak to me in such a tone after your grand deception. He began. Charles had told me that you had died many years ago, and yet now here you are, not only alive, but the same age as you were back then. Even more so, your body was utterly destroyed by my attack, and all injuries have healed, without even the tiniest of scars. Am I correct to assume you possess the same immortal abilities as the one you call C.C? V.V's eyes widened in shock. How do you? It would seem that the late Prince Clovis had a secret project of his own dedicated to the study of the immortal. Shockwave explained as Soundwave's visor had shown the pictures and data gathered from Kodar. Clovis clearly intended to use her abilities as a means to secure the throne for himself. Although, seeing how Clovis was among Carol's least intelligent offspring, at least compared to the likes of Lelich and Schneeisel, it makes me wonder how Charles was unaware of this. Or perhaps, he was always aware, and chose not to act. But that leaves one prudent question: why? Why did he not intervene in his son's treacherous affairs? It seems highly illogical. Could it be because he didn't wish the potential exposure of his own conspiracies regarding the power of geese? The immortal boy gasped. I don't know what you're talking about. He tried to deny. Oh, I think you do, seeing how you've just recovered from a shot that would have killed an ordinary human. Megatron continued. So, allow me to venture, you and Charles have been plotting behind my back, attempting to use the power of geese for your personal ends. You knew of CC from the beginning, didn't you? And have done everything you could to hide it from me. No. I don't know what you're. VV tried to protest only to be silenced as Megatron blasted a hole in the wall with his fusion cannon. Do not take me for a fool, Victor Zi Britannia. Megatron yelled with a raged look on his face. This was enough to make VV gulp and remain silent as Megatron continued to speak. I've been growing wise to you and your brother's transgressions for some time now. From what I can gather, those who are immortal can grant the power of geese to others. CC has no doubt granted it to Zero, also known as Lelich 6 Britannia. VV gasped. Yes, I've been aware of his identity from the beginning. It would be wise not to underestimate Soundwave's analytical abilities. And seeing how I remember how close you and Charles were in the past, I can only assume that you've given him a geese ability as well. But I doubt it was simply him. You must have granted it to a number of individuals, perhaps as your own personal force to do as you see fit. To act in the shadows and carry out whatever schemes you have planned behind my back. VV couldn't believe it. It sounded as if Megatron had already known almost everything. How could you have known all this? The immortal stuttered. Charles and we covered all our tracks, there was no way you could have. CC had given her geese to an individual before she came into contact with Zero and the Autobots. Shockwave answered. It was this individual that had brought the concept of geese to our attention. And you seem to have quite a bit in common with that individual, my dear Victor. Megatron continued. You were about as arrogant as he was when he approached me. He believed with his ability he could find a way to persuade me to assist him, and it seems that was your intent as well. Unfortunately for you, I've had experience with those types of individuals long before I came to Earth. I had suspected you were secretly alive, and I would have found you eventually, but it seems you've saved me the trouble. Megatron loomed directly over VV so the immortal boy could look into his soul-piercing red optics. Now Victor, you will tell me everything you and Charles have been up to. A look of defiance fell on the immortal boy's face. There is nothing you can do that will make me betray my brother. I wouldn't be so certain. Megatron turned to his scientist. Shockwave is quite adept at extracting information from his patients. Shockwave knew what his leader was implying and had mixed thoughts about it. Lord Megatron, the cortical psychic patch was designed to be used for Cybertronians. It has never been tested on an organic specimen. It is highly unlikely he will survive the process. Then it's a good thing he is immortal, wouldn't you agree, Victor? Megatron queried the boy with a smirk, causing Vivi to sweat a little bit before Megatron turned back to Shockwave. Feel free to use whatever methods you wish. Test as many times as you need to, Shockwave, and take as much time as you require. Kill him repeatedly if you have to, we'll at least learn the limits of his immortality. As you wish, Lord Megatron. Shockwave picked up a cord, attaching one end to the back of his head as the other end surged with electricity as the one-eyed Decepticon approached the immortal, who began to experience an emotion he had never felt in a very long time: fear. The Ark. What happened yesterday was beyond perplexing for both the Black Knights and the Autobots. Though they all made it back in one piece, while also recovering both the Gurren Mk2 and the Gekop reproduction, Optimus, Zero, Bumblebee, Rai, and Colin had vanished completely, and they have been unable to find any of them. You still haven't found them? Ogai asked Ratchet as he, Shirley, Tamaki, Todo, Kagaya, along with Bulkhead, Arky, Cliffjumper, Wheeljack, and Ironhide were all on the bridge as Ratchet and Fixit continued to scan the area from the bridge's controls. No. Ratchet shook his head. Optimus and Bumblebee's signals have not popped up since yesterday. What could have happened though? It's not like they all just vanished into thin air. Shirley said, sounding more than a little worried, a feeling that was shared by every human and bot present. Maybe another ground bridge. Todo suggested. Is it possible they were captured by the enemy? Unlikely. Fixit commented. We would have detected another ground bridge signal had it appeared in that area. Well, they didn't just disappear. Arky said in tone indicating she was worried for Colin. They had to be taken somewhere. Maybe they just wounded on one of the other islands nearby. Tamaki thought. We've scanned the entire area, there is no sign of any Autobot signals. Ratchet responded. What could have happened to them? Wheeljack wondered. You don't suppose they might have bought it, right? No freaking way. Tamaki exclaimed. No way our top guns could kick the bucket so easily. That's right. Ironhide agreed. If Lelich or Optimus were killed, Britannia would have already made a statement. The fact they haven't shows that they haven't even found any remains. So, they might still be okay. Shirley asked in a hopeful tone. I have no doubt. Cliffjumper said with confidence. Look who we're talking about here. Colin and Rai are out top pilots, B's the best scout there is, and Lelich and Optimus need no further explanation. I'm sure they can handle themselves no matter what trouble they find themselves in. But it's not just them that vanished, right? Kagaya asked. That is correct. Fixit confirmed. Britannia's military channels have indicated Suzaku, Dreadwing, Nonet Enneagram, and even Euphemia have all vanished. Britannia's military personnel, led by 2nd Prince Schneeisel L. Britannia as well as Starscream, are leading the Birch search. Which means we can't just go looking for our comrades blindly. Todo said. Not with so many enemies combing the area. But what happens if the bad guys find our friends? Bulkhead questioned. Or that our pals, Suzaku, Dreadwing, and their pals ended up with their friends. If that's the case, our friends outnumber them. They should be fine. Wheeljack replied. Still, it really gets to me that we can't do anything to find them. Arky said. We may not have a choice in the matter, Arky. Not with our current circumstances. Ratchet told her. Okay, how about this? Ogai suggested. We wait 24 hours. If we don't hear a response from them, we go looking ourselves. But we use stealth and try to avoid drawing attention. How does that sound? Ironhide, Ratchet, and Todo shared expressions as this seemed like a good idea. All right, Todo nodded. Yeah, that's a good plan. Ironhide agreed. So, there's nothing else we can do? Shirley asked. Sorry Shirley, but not at the moment. Kaguya told her, causing the brunette to look down. Ratchet then turned around to look at the monitor. Optimus, where are you? The sun had slowly began to set as Lelouch, Euphemia, and Optimus Prime sat together on the beach of the mysterious island. What's wrong, Lelouch? They're quite tasty. Euphemia said as he had gathered much fruit for herself and her half-brother, and while Lelouch was glad to have some food, he felt a tad bad that she was the one who got them food when he wasn't able to gather any. She looked upward to the Autobot that sat with him. I'm sorry I couldn't find anything for you, Optimus. You know, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure what Cybertronians eat. We don't ingest food the way humans do. Optimus explained. Energon is often our means of preservation and sustention. An intrigued look fell on Euphemia's face. Well, I'd be very interested to know how that works. There's really a lot I'd like to know about Cybertronians. Her face fell into something of confliction and dismay. The ones that I've been around lately aren't exactly the type I want to make small talk with. Both Optimus and Lelouch grimaced. Let me ask you something, Yuffie, seeing as how you've interacted with some of the Decepticons, were you by any chance in contact with their leader, Megatron? Yuffie stopped moving just at the mere mention of that name and hesitated before giving an answer. I've spoken to him only a few times. Seeing how you've been so close with him, how do you feel? Lelouch asked. Well, he certainly is strong. Yuffie answered. Incredibly versatile, not to mention a competent strategist. I even think he might even give our brother Schneeisel a challenge if they were to play a game of chess. No, I mean how do you feel when you're around him? Lelouch clarified. Truthfully? Yuffie asked, in which Lelouch nodded in response. He terrifies me. Both Lelouch and Optimus were not surprised to hear that. Not just how intimidating he is in appearance. Lelouch, you remember how your mother and Schneeisel once said how eyes are like the windows to the soul? Well, when I first looked into his eyes, I didn't see a soul. There was just nothing. As if you were looking into the eyes of the devil. Lelouch finished, to which Euphemia gave a nod in response. Euphemia, you have good instincts. Optimus told her. If Megatron ever did have a soul, he has long since abandoned it. Meanwhile, on a separate beach, night had fallen as Dreadwing, Suzaku and the imprisoned Colin had sat down near a campfire as the redhead leaned back with a content sigh, having eaten a great deal of the food that Suzaku had fished for them. Can't eat another bite. Boy am I stuffed. So, is this a glimpse of what you're really like? Suzaku asked. Colin shot him an indifferent look. Yeah, you wanna make something of it? No, I think it's charming to see you so much livelier than you are at school. Suzaku said, causing Colin to look away. What about you? Colin asked him. You act all nice and sociable at school, but when you're with the cons you're probably every bit the warmongered your master is, right? I would appreciate if you did not speak about Lord Megatron in such regard. Dreadwing advised. What? I'm not allowed to express how I feel. Colin questioned. If you want me to shut up, then you can just execute me and get it over with. No, I will not terminate an unarmed prisoner. Dreadwing responded, resulting in Colin scowling as she looked further away. Suzaku gave a sigh before he spoke. Colin, leave the Black Knights and the Autobots. Forget it. Colin yelled immediately. You want me to abandon my friends? Well, that's not happening. You have no idea what they've all done for me. They gave me a chance to take a stand and fight for what's right. Zero even saved my mother's life. What? Suzaku voiced in surprise, even Dreadwing was caught off guard. He did. You think he's a terrorist, but you couldn't be further from the truth. Colin continued. He gave me hope, they all did. They showed me how I can use my skills to fight monsters like Britannia and the Decepticons. In fact, I've kicked even your ass in my nightmare. Are you that red one? Suzaku asked, taking a guess based on the color of Colin's pilot suit. Damn right. I've even totaled more than a few cons, like your BFF Arachnid. She replied. Arachnid and I are not friends. Suzaku quickly said. I honestly don't want anything to do with her. Yet you and Breakdown teamed up with her during that whole mess over the Polarity Gauntlet. Colin argued. We had orders to retrieve that weapon. Suzaku said. I couldn't let it fall into the hands of the enemy. So, you teamed up with a goddamn serial killer to do it. Colin yelled. At first, I didn't think you were so bad, till I found out how much of a hypocrite you are. Hypocrite? Suzaku exclaimed. Yeah, you heard me. She continued to shout. You keep acting like you have the moral high ground, even though you willing joined the fascist Britannia and became Megatron's personal attack dog. So, what did Megatron do to buy your loyalty? Money. Power. I didn't. Suzaku tried to come up with an argument, but Dreadwing spoke up. Lord Megatron does not bribe his subordinates, and he did nothing to coerce Suzaku. The Seeker spoke in a calm yet assertive tone. It was his choice to join our ranks. Oh, quit acting so high and mighty. I know what you guys really are. Colin yelled at Dreadwing. You're monsters. A den of murderers, butchers, backstabbers, and psychopaths who didn't bat an eye at even destroying their own home. We did not destroy Cybertron. Dreadwing stated, partially losing his composure. We did everything we could to save it. That was the very reason Megatron formed the Decepticons, to wipe away the corruption that had spread throughout our society and restore the Golden Age. I regret what has befallen our planet, but that was not our intent. So what? You're gonna tell me Optimus did it? Colin continued to argue. That he's some kind of murderer. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now that he isn't. Optimus Prime is one of the most honorable and courageous people I've ever met in my entire life. He's been nothing short of a father to me. That took Suzaku by surprise. He's a father to you? He questioned in a tone that sounded as if Colin had suddenly grown a second head. Damn right he is. Colin continued. Many of the Black Knights and the Autobots feel like family to me. I will never betray them. I lost my brother at the hands of Britannia, I'll be damned if I let them or the Decepticons take any more from me. You've lost your brother? Dreadwing voiced in honest surprise. Colin scoffed. Go ahead and laugh at me. Go ahead and call my cause weak and trivial, tell me that my brother deserved to die just because he was helping the weak. Mock his memory. Arachnid and Starscream certainly would, I don't care what you people think. Dreadwing's expression became sympathetic as he looked at Colin. I will never mock someone who has lost their sibling, because I have lost a brother as well. Colin honestly did not expect to hear that. What? Suzaku looked toward Dreadwing in sympathy as he spoke. My twin Skyquake perished during the war for Cybertron. Dreadwing explained. We joined the cause because we both believed in what Lord Megatron strived for. You use your brother's death as motivation to help drive you for your cause, just as I do. You wish to avenge him and preserve his memory, as I do as well. Even though we may be on opposite sides, Colin Kojiki, I believe I understand your reasons to fight, and you have my honest sympathies. Colin simply looked away. Lucky me. She muttered sarcastically before glancing at Suzaku. Something you wanna say? Colin, I'm sorry about your brother, really I am. He tried to speak, but Colin didn't want to hear it. Oh please, like you care about family. Sympathies for the loss of a family member don't mean much when they're from the person who killed his own father. Suzaku gasped as his pupils shook, and Dreadwing was left completely stunned as he gasped at the shocked Suzaku. At the same time, on a separate beach, Rai and the imprisoned Nonet had finished off their food as they sat with Bumblebee on the sandy ground. Rai tried to suppress a small burp. Excuse me. However, both he and Bumblebee were caught off guard by Nonet, who gave an even louder burp. Did you, just burp? Rai questioned. What? A Knight of the Round isn't allowed to do that. She asked with a half smirk. Well, you guys are like pseudo-royalty, trying so hard to look nice. Rai commented as his face formed into a frown. While hiding just how rotten you guys really are. Nonet's smile faded. You really hate Britannia? Can't say I blame you given what happened. It's kinda hard not to hate Britannia considering it's mostly filled narcissistic warmongers. Rai began. Not to mention it's become even worse since the cons joined up with you. Okay, that much I can agree with. Nonet said. From what I've seen, the Decepticons aren't ones that I would consider trustworthy, with the exception of Dreadwing. Rai scoffed. If you know they're so bad, why are you still working with them? Not my choice, not my call. Nonet quickly said. The Emperor's orders. Of course. Rai threw his arms out in exasperation. Who else but a psychopath would work with another psycho? I swear if I ever see that bastard, I'm gonna kill him myself if Zero doesn't get the chance to. Nonet looked toward Rai in minor surprise. You really don't remember, do you? That got Rai's attention as well as Bumblebee's. What was it you called me again? The young Black Knight asked. K.I. Zarin. Bumblebee's radio played Nonet's recorded voice. What the heck does that even mean, anyway? It's your name. Nonet said. My name is Rai. I don't wanna sound rude, but that was the name you gave yourself. Remember? You don't know your birth name. Bumblebee pointed out. Maybe, but K.I. Zarin doesn't ring any bells. Rai then looked at Nonet. Well, Ms. Knight of Nine, since you apparently know so much about me, tell me who I am. I'm just dying to know. He voiced an obvious sarcasm. Nonet looked down with a sorrowful expression, knowing he'd probably regret learning this. Your real name is K.I. Zarin von Britannia. Rai almost fell back as his eyes widened to the point that they were almost circular, and even Bumblebee's optics shook in shock. Say what? Bumblebee bleeped. Von Britannia. Rai had a pretty good idea what that part of his so-called name meant, but he had hoped beyond hope that it wasn't true. Your father's name is Charles Z.I. Britannia. Nonet confirmed. It was nighttime as Lelich had set his cape down on the ground for Euphemia to lay on as he sat on a rock with Optimus sitting on the ground close to him. All three happened to gaze up at the starry night that laid above them. The stars haven't changed, have they? Euphemia asked, mostly to her brother. They were the same back then. She and Lelich both remembered how they, Nunnally, and even Marianne used to lay on the ground and watch the stars the same way. Were the stars like this? On Cybertron, I mean. Optimus gazed up reminiscently before answering. Perhaps not the exact same, but yes, there were nights much like this, when those I considered friends and myself would gaze up at them with hope. He did this many times before with the likes of Alpha Trion, Ratchet, Ironhide, and even Elita before the war, and even a few times during the war with Bumblebee and his fellow soldiers. He even stood alongside Megatron at a time before they were sworn enemies. What exactly happened? Euphemia asked. I've heard some bits and pieces from Dreadwing and even what Suzaku had told me from Megatron's words. But I want to hear yours, Optimus. Why was there a war? How did Cybertron? If it's not too much trouble, of course, It's quite alright. Optimus assured. If you really wish to know, I will tell you. She gave Optimus her undivided attention as even Lelich listened. He heard the gist of what had happened and even knew a bit of Optimus' history with Megatron, but no, it would seem he would learn some of the details. Before the war broke out, Cybertron was divided by a caste system that was not too dissimilar from the one Britannia has implemented on this world. Optimus began. There were those among the privileged high class, and those among the lower class, often designated as workers such as miners, construction, and other similar designations. Soon, corruption began to spread among the masses as a result of this inequality. Those in the higher class viewed themselves as superior to those with lower class. Definitely sounds familiar. Lelich thought as he continued to listen. Back then, I went under a different name. I was called Orion Pax. Optimus continued. I served as an archivist in the halls of Iacon, the capital of Cybertron. As I learned more about the past Golden Age, I became more concerned with the growing corruption and I sought to find a solution. I would soon be joined in this endeavor by a gladiator who had named himself after one of the original primes, Megatronus. That really caught Lelich and Euphemia's attention, as that name sounded so much like another one they knew all too well. It didn't take a genius to figure out who this Megatronus was. Megatronus had vowed to challenge the current leadership of Cybertron, demanding all Cybertronians be treated as equals. His words and actions rapidly gathered a loyal following, and I was among them. Megatronus and I worked together for many years, hoping to bring about a new golden age where we would all live in peace. At least that was my hope. As Megatronus left the gladiatorial arena for the political, he saw fit to shorten his name. It wasn't long before Megatron approached the High Council, those who had the power to select the Prime, the leader of our planet, and proposed his vision for a just society. However, it is here that I believe Megatron would begin to show his true intentions. He proclaimed to overthrow the current leader, Sentinel Zeta Prime, with brute force, and demanded that he be named the next leader. Not requested, demanded it. Sounds like those were his true intentions. Lelich commented. He never really wanted peace, did he? He just wanted power. Megatron believed that power was the only way to obtain peace. Optimus continued. But I did not. I proposed to the High Council a more peaceful solution, a way to change our current system without violence. As Euphemia and Lelich continued to listen, the latter couldn't help but recall some of Suzaku's words about changing Britannia, and a pit formed in his stomach a bit. The High Council agreed my proposal, and even opted to name me the next leader. However, Megatron was not in agreement. With his ambitions thwarted, he spitefully severed all ties with me and the Council, and would soon come to wage war through his growing army of followers, which he named Decepticons. So, he actually started the war? Yuffie asked in shock. Yes. Optimus confirmed. But, if you were friends, didn't you try to stop him? Try to convince him to change his mind? Euphemia asked. I did. Many times did I ask or even beg Megatron to stop the fighting. Optimus replied. But he wouldn't listen, and even requested that I would join his cause. I refused, and he declared me his enemy, as if those years we spent together as brothers in arms had meant nothing to him. Lelich looked to Optimus in sympathy, as did Euphemia. I'm so sorry. The war had continued for many years, the conflict between Autobots and Decepticons remaining a bitter stalemate. Optimus continued. That is until Megatron had gained the power to control Dark Energon. That took both half-siblings by surprise. Dark Energon? Lelich asked. You never mentioned that before. I never felt there was a need. Optimus answered. Energon is Sakuradite. Euphemia recalled. It serves as fuel, but... Dark Energon? What exactly is that? She didn't quite seem to understand. In order for either of you to understand this, I feel you must understand how our species came about. Optimus began, getting their attention. Before the beginning, at a time when the universe was still in its infancy, there were two beings, Primus and Unicron. One the incarnation of good, order, light, and creation, the other, of evil, chaos, darkness, and destruction. Due to their opposite natures, these deity-like beings battled, the balance of power shifting between them more times than could be counted. Only by creating the 13, the original primes who preceded me, was Primus finally able to defeat Unicron and cast him out. Primus became one with the core of our planet, creating life through the well of all sparks, his life essence becoming the substance that would be known as Energon. While Unicron himself was never heard from again, his spilled blood had fallen upon the surface of our planet, and just as Energon, the essence of Primus, brings life, the blood of Unicron, also known as Dark Energon, brings destruction and death. So, would I be correct to assume that Primus and Unicron would be the equivalent of God and the Devil? Lelich asked. That is one way of looking at it, yes. Optimus nodded before continuing. However, Megatron was somehow able to control Dark Energon, even though all thought such a thing would be impossible. With this powerful and destructive substance under his control, Megatron infused Dark Energon into our planet's core, believing he would control the will of Cybertron itself by doing so. But all he did was seal our planet's fate. Euphemia gave a gasp as she covered her mouth in shock, while Lelich simply scowled. I journeyed to the core, alongside my fellow Autobots, Ironhide and Warpath, hoping to reverse the effects. Optimus continued. Only to find it was too late. However, I would soon find myself before the very spark of Primus himself. He told me that Cybertron could still survive, but the core would shut down for millions of years, during which Cybertron would be left cold and barren. However, before Primus would enter his slumber, he would pass on to me a portion of his spark, the matrix of leadership. Optimus' chest plate opened to show the matrix itself, its bright and brilliant, almost holy, light sent down on both Lelich and Euphemia as they looked in awe. So long as the matrix survives, so too will our home. Optimus said as he closed his chest plate. I've carried it with me ever since, with the hope that Cybertron could be restored to its former glory. Both Lelich and Euphemia looked to Optimus in absolute awe, any respect they had for him had increased exponentially. Yet, at the same time, a great deal of sorrow, or rage in Lelich's case, had also filled their beings as they now understood completely what kind of being Megatron truly was. Optimus. I am so sorry. Euphemia was almost brought to tears. I can't believe someone, like that, could actually exist. Megatron is pure evil, Euphy. Lelich told his half-sister. I've known that before I've heard this story. But now. If he didn't even shed a tear for the destruction of his own home, I shudder to think what he would do to ours. Yes, I also fear that if Megatron is not stopped, Earth may very well suffer the same fate as Cybertron. Optimus said in a grim tone. Meanwhile, Suzaku was left in a state of shock, as was Dreadwing as he gazed down at Suzaku in surprise while Colin continued to glare. How on earth do you know that? The young honorary Brightonian stuttered. Todo told me everything. Colin said with a scoff. And even then, I can't believe that he actually still wants to help you. Suzaku. Dreadwing, for one of the few moments in his life, had no idea what to say. Did you really kill your own father? I didn't have a choice. Suzaku tried. He called for do-or-die resistance. Millions of people would have died. Japan would have. You didn't have a choice. Colin exclaimed in anger. That's bullshit and you know it. You could have stabbed him in the leg or something. You didn't have to kill him. And now you are only using his death as an excuse. Just a stepping stone to get what you want. My father made his own choice. Suzaku tried to argue. Are you saying he was right in sending millions of people to die? That's not the point. Colin stated. Look, personally I wouldn't have agreed to something like that, but that's not what we're talking about here. You killed your own father and you're blaming him for that, and it's not the only time. You choose to become a Brightonian soldier. You choose to join the Decepticons. Quit acting like you didn't have a choice, because you did. I joined the Brightonian military because I want to change the system. Suzaku argued. It's also the reason I joined the Decepticons, because Megatron said. And you actually believe him? Colin interrupted. After he let that spider bitch Arachnid back into his ranks after what she did. Suzaku tried to muster a glare of his own. Well, perhaps we wouldn't have to go to such methods if your side continues to fight. It's always everybody else's fault and never yours, right Suzaku? Colin exclaimed. Ironhide was right about you. You cannot take responsibility for all the crap that you do in your life. Responsibility? Suzaku shouted in shock and anger. You're lecturing me about responsibility. Britannia is an empire that controls 1/3 of the entire planet. Trying to get everybody to fight a force as powerful as that is only going to put innocent people in danger. That's always something we tried to avoid. Colin stated. We never target civilians, even Brightonians. Which is more than I can say for the likes of Britannia and the Khans. Clovis tried to massacre the entire Shinjuku ghetto, Cornelia tried the same thing in Saitama, Starscream used the hotel jacking to draw us out so he could blow up the entire damn thing, and don't even get me started on what Arachnid did in the ghettos. She spoke to both Suzaku and Dreadwing. Even if you two say you guys have a moral code, it doesn't really mean much if you let your leaders continue to slaughter countless people to get what they want. Can you honestly look me in the eyes and say they were right to try and kill all those people? No, that is not what we are saying. Dreadwing stated. I agree that there are those, even on our own side, that have less than reputable approaches in certain situations. Keep preaching, you demcon. Colin stated. I don't wanna hear your excuses, or yours, Suzaku. She spoke to him directly. We're fighting to make this world a better place. Something that son of a bitch of an emperor does not want to happen. The world is wrong. Zero, Optimus, all the Black Knights and the Autobots, including me, are trying to change it. If you want to change it so badly, you can stop fighting and propose a peaceful solution to us. Suzaku argued. But all you're doing is fighting, which leaves me no choice but to take a stand against you. Colin scoffed. Are you even listening to yourself? What am I, some kind of comic book villain controlling your mind? You do have a choice, Suzaku. You've always had a choice. All the bad stuff you've done. Killing your dad, attacking us, that was all you. And by trying to put the blame on us, you're just making yourself look like a pussy. Suzaku was left completely floored, so much so that he couldn't come up with a proper argument. Dreadwing had a serious expression as there was a part of him that agreed with what Colin said. A soldier must be willing to accept responsibility for the mistakes they've made. Seeing how he wasn't giving a response, Colin gave one final remark. There is nothing you can say to me that will make me change my mind, Suzaku. I'm a Black Knight, and a friend and ally to the Autobots. That will never change. I know what I'm fighting for. Do you? Rai could not believe the words that Nonet just spoke to him. Even Bumblebee was left in a state of shock. No, that's not true. Rai stuttered. I can't be, you're lying, you have to be lying. I'm not. I'm sorry, but it is the truth. Nonet confirmed as she had a somber look on her face. That can't be. Rai said as he fell to his knees and held his head. That monster is my father. How, why? Hold on a minute. Bumblebee spoke up. There aren't any records of a Kaiserin von Britannia. We did research on the whole royal family, but the name Kaiserin doesn't pop up. Rai's shocked look into a glare. You know what? You're right, B. What did he say? Nonet asked. If you're telling the truth, then I should be a prince. Someone who's world famous. Rai stated as he narrowed his eyes at Nonet. How come nobody has ever heard of Prince Kaiserin? Because the Emperor has never officially announced your existence, or that of your sister. Nonet said. Rai did not expect to hear that last word. Whoa, hold on. I have a sister. He voiced in shock as he looked at the equally surprised Bumblebee. Had a sister. She died. Nonet looked away with a pained look in her eyes. And, I thought you died too, but, that's what I don't get. Not that you're alive, but you look the same as you did 7 years ago. 7 years? Rai questioned. You were reported dead 7 years ago, but you look exactly the same. Still as young as you were back then. I don't get it. Nonet stated as she herself seemed to have trouble trying to process all this. Rai had heard enough of all this. There's only one way for me to know if you're telling the truth. Bumblebee looked to his friend in surprise, knowing what he meant. You're going to use your geese. I have to know. Rai quickly said as he looked at Nonet, the geese emblem flashing in both his eyes. Tell me who I am. The minute his voice reached her ears, a red ring formed in both of Nonet's eyes as she gave her answer. Your name is Kaiserin von Britannia. And my father's name? Charles Z.I. Britannia. She answered robotically. A look of anger filled Rai's face, knowing she was speaking the truth, as it was impossible to lie under the effects of a geese. With an angry yell, Rai slammed both his fists onto the sand, causing Bumblebee to look in sympathy. Taking a moment to calm down, however, Rai looked up at Nonet again, his geese still active as he asked another question. Who's my mother? Sakura Kurugi. She answered. Neither Rai nor Bumblebee could have expected that. Did she just say Kurugi? B bleeped in surprise. As in, she's related to Suzaku. Rai stuttered to ask with his geese. Yes, Suzaku's paternal aunt. The elder sister to Genbyu Kurugi. Nonet revealed. To say Ryan Bumblebee were surprised was an understatement. Not only was he half Japanese and half Britannian, but he was also the half-brother to Lelich and Nunnally, and Suzaku's cousin. However, something did not quite make sense. Why would the Emperor, a man who encourages racism and war, marry a Japanese woman? They did not marry. Charles and Sakura had an affair that was kept secret from both their families. Nonet revealed. Why though? Why have an affair with her in the first place? Rai asked. I do not know. Nonet answered. Tell me about my sister. Rai said, keeping his geese active. Her name was Arena von Britannia, your younger sister. She replied. How do you know about us? Rai asked further. Because I was assigned as your knight. Nonet answered robotically, much to Rai and B's surprise as she continued. I was among the select few that knew of you and your family's existence. I became your knight to protect you and your family. Where did we live? Rai asked. In the area that was known as the Philippians, south of Japan. Nonet answered. What happened to us? Rai continued to ask. When Japan was invaded, the Britannian forces also invaded the Philippine Islands at the same time. Nonet began. They have reported to have fought to the last man. Casualties were extreme, among those counted deceased included you, your sister, and your mother. Rai narrowed his eyes. Oh? Well, if you were my knight, where were you when all that happened? I was called away on another mission by the Emperor to quell a dispute on the homeland. Nonet answered. By the time the dispute was settled, I had learned of your deaths. How do you take it? Rai asked. I barged into the throne room and demanded the Emperor answer for his actions. Nonet answered. In response, I was demoted. Then how'd you become a Knight of the Round, one of his elite? Rai asked in confusion, his geese still active. And why did you do it if you were angry him? I became a Knight of the Round by rising through the military. Nonet answered. And I choose to become one because I sought to expose the Emperor's darker nature to the rest of Britannia in an effort that the Empire would see him removed. By force if necessary. If Rai and B weren't surprised before, they certainly were now. You would start a Britannian civil war. I would avoid a war if necessary, but if there was no other alternative, then yes. Nonet confirmed. Why? Rai asked, still in shock. To avenge you, and your sister, and mother. Nonet answered. I was your knight, I swore to protect you, and I failed you. It is my hope that you can forgive me, but I understand if you can't. Rai couldn't believe it, and neither could Bumblebee. A Knight of the Round was ready to strike against her own Emperor without hesitation. Maybe she could be a potential ally. But it wouldn't be under the effects of a geese. If he did that, he'd be no different from his so-called father or the Decepticons. With a sigh, Rai deactivated his geese, freeing Nonet of the influence as the red ring vanished from her eyes. She looked in confusion over what had just happened as Rai stood up, his hair covering his face as he walked away. Are you all right? She asked him. No. I just need to think. He muttered as he walked behind the sitting Bumblebee, sat down and lied against his back, placing a hand over his face. There was so much going through his head just now. He finally learned who he was and where he came from, but a part of him wished he hadn't. Yet there were still so many questions in his head, like how apparently, he hasn't aged in 7 years. He knew he didn't have the same kind of code abilities that V.V or CC have. And the worst part, he still had no memories of any of this. He didn't know what to think. Bumblebee looked backwards to cast a sympathetic glance toward Rai, honestly having no idea what to say to comfort or help him, no matter how much he wanted to. At the same time, however, he had come to develop a sense of respect for Nonet. She appeared truly loyal to Rai, or Kai's Aaron anyway, evenly confessing she'd start a Britannian civil war just to avenge him. Maybe she could be an ally against both Britannia and the Decepticons. However, the yellow Autobot glanced upward in minor surprise as he saw lights shining from another area on the island up toward the clouds. The Avalon had stationed itself near the center of the very same island our heroes and other individuals were stuck on. Schneeisel was at the control center of his personal aircraft carrier with both General Bartley and Lloyd by his side. We couldn't find Major Kurugi or Lady Enneagram washed ashore on the other island, so it's obvious we should look here. Schneeisel said. But what about Dreadwing? Lloyd asked. Considering he's a flyer, wouldn't it make sense he'd already transported them away? If that were the case, it's a wonder why they haven't attempted to make contact. Schneeisel replied. We'll send a search party out in the morning. Bartley said. Speaking of contact, I don't think I've even able to establish contact with anyone since we came to this little island. Lloyd said as he took out his personal cell phone. I can't even call Cecile without receiving static on the other end. Yes, we are even unable to make short-ranged contact with our nightmare pilots. Schneeisel said as he and his two companions looked through the Avalon's screen to see a cave that was outside, right in front of the craft. I do believe that this may be the cause. We uncovered it when the Shinjuku incident occurred. Bartley answered. Though we were able to contact outside forces when we discovered it. This blocked contact situation is something entirely new. Interesting. Schneeisel mused. At the same time, Starscream was right outside the Avalon, along with Thundercracker, Skywarp, Knockout, Breakdown, and several other Viacons and even Brighton and Sutherlands as they looked toward the cave. This seems to be the source of the jamming signal. Knockout said as he and Thundercracker scanned the exterior of the cave with their own devices. It's radiating the same energy that was detected on Shikini when Dreadwing and everyone else vanished. Some form of teleportation, maybe. Thundercracker wondered as he looked at his own device. Not unlike ground bridges, yet quite different. I've never seen an energy signature quite like this before. Starscream glanced at the cave as he rubbed his fingers down his chin. It would appear that there is more to this planet than I originally thought. The Nemesis. It took longer than one had expected, but Shockwave was able to use the cortical physic patch to extract all information from V.V's mind as he remained strapped to the mini-con table in the laboratory. It was a rather grueling process as VV died exactly 78 times, only to be revived immediately thanks to his own code powers, and to undergo the same process again, dying each time, rather painfully. Sometimes, his body exploded, sometimes it burst into flames, sometimes his internal organs melted, other times his nervous system was fried. But no matter what, he healed up almost instantly, allowing Megatron and Soundwave to observe the effects of his immortality, and they seemed quite impressed, with the power, not with VV himself. But it was finally done. Shockwave had perfected the cortical psychic patch's ability to work on humans as he was able to extract every little piece of information V.V's mind held, and the data was presented to Megatron. The Lord of the Decepticons had learned everything that Charles and VV were up to. He learned more about Geese as well, including all the thought elevators, more information regarding CC, the contracts VV has made with others including Carol's, even learning Charles's ability to alter memories as he's even done to his own family before. But what really got Megatron's attention was Charles and V.V's end goal and how they had hoped to achieve it. Ragnarok. Megatron said with an evil chuckle. I never knew Charles was so ambitious, to come up with such a grand goal, and the plan on how to achieve it, how deceptive. It's a shame his dear brother has decided to act out against his wishes. Megatron cast a glance to VV, who looked up with fear-shaken eyes at the Decepticon leader. Perhaps I may have underestimated you and your brother, Victor. But not as drastically as you've underestimated me. You thought by teleporting Optimus, Lelich, Suzaku, Dreadwing, and their allies to Kaname Island via the thought elevators, you would not only gain leverage over me, but even trigger a trap that would enable Lelich and Kaizerin to lose control of their Geese abilities, which you would turn to your advantage. Though I suppose that's more of a matter of underestimating Optimus and the influence he has on his allies. Regardless, you believed your immortality made you invincible, that you were the pinnacle of the power of Geese. But you have no idea what true power is. I have seen true power. And it makes even the Geese look weak and insignificant by comparison. At the end, you are as you appear to be, just a spiteful child. Megatron then turned to his most faithful scientist. Shockwave, monitor VV and see to it he is confined to the Nemesis, away from his thought elevators so he is unable to teleport himself away. I will make a final decision on what to do with him soon. As you wish, Lord Megatron. The Cyclops Decepticon bowed his head. No. Vivi thought as dread spread throughout his body. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Charles. I didn't mean for him to find out. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. He tried to tell himself as he was unable to hide the fear he was now experiencing. The next morning, Dreadwing and Suzaku escorted the bound Colin in the direction they thought was a search party. However, what they didn't seem to notice was Colin losing her wrists from the bounds that kept her hands bound. What makes you guys so sure it's a Brighton Neon search party? Colin questioned them. What will you do if it's my people? A smirk fell on her face. You don't seem to have much of a winning streak against them, do you, Suzaku? Suzaku's eyes twitched slightly. If that's the case, we'll figure a way to deal with them. You should be more worried for yourself, Colin Kojiki. Dreadwing told her. If it's our forces, you may very well be a prisoner of war. Not for long. Colin hid her smirk as she was almost free from her bonds. At the same time, Bumblebee and Rai walked toward the same location along with Nonet as her hands were still tied behind her back, though she made no attempt to escape. Are you sure you saw a light? Nonet asked. Yeah, I'm positive. Bumblebee bleeped. He said yes. Rai translated. Also, simultaneously, Optimus led both Lelich and Euphemia in the same direction from a separate location. We should be nearing its location soon. Stay close to me. Optimus told both of them. If it's our forces we shouldn't have much to worry about. What if it's Britannia? Lelich asked. Then maybe I can do something. Euphemia suggested. I may be the sub-viceroy, but I am still a princess. The two revolutionary leaders shared a concerning look. It wasn't that Optimus or Lelich doubted Euphemia, but more so they were worried that the Brighton Neons or Decepticons would attack anyway and dismiss Euphemia as a casualty of war. Schneeisel, Starscream, Thundercracker, Skywarp, Lloyd, Knockout, Breakdown, and General Bartley were now inside the cave they discovered, facing what appeared to be ancient hieroglyphics on a massive stone door that was even twice as tall as the likes of Megatron. However, there was also an empty nightmare that stood out among all others seen thus far. It was by far the biggest, black with a gold secondary color, with two shoulder-mounted cannon-like devices. You say this is called a thought elevator? Starscream mused. That's what we believe, yes. Schneeisel confirmed. Doesn't seem like much of an elevator to me. Skywarp commented. There's nothing here to move it. I doubt it's the same type of elevator. Knockout said. But it does appear to be the source of this usual energy. Thundercracker noted as he scanned the hieroglyphics. Well then, let's crack it open and see what's inside. Breakdown readied his hammer. As much as I appreciate your straightforward thinking, Breakdown, I believe it would be best to find out what exactly it is first before we attempt to destroy it. Schneeisel advised. He's got you there, big guy. Lloyd said causally. But I'm afraid archaeology isn't my strong suit, especially with all this paranormal stuff. Why you, show some respect. Bartley growled. As I was saying, this is way outside of my field. Lloyd continued. I wish you could have asked Cecile about this instead. But it is with my hope that the Gawaine's Druid system will be able to analyze it. Schneeisel said, referring to the large black nightmare. And that is why we called you in, Lloyd. Aha. Lloyd seemed more than a bit excitedly. Starscream gave an annoyed groan. Must you always be so annoying, Asplund? He then looked toward the Brighton Neon Prince below him. And you say there are more of these things? Yes, 8 total, including this one. Schneeisel confirmed. My father seems infatuated with this as well, isn't that right, Bartley? Oh, so the Emperor knows about this? Knockout asked. Yes. Bartley confirmed. Excluding this one, the remaining 7 sites are directly under Imperial control. Coincidence? Skywarp asked. Maybe not. Thundercracker theorized. If the Emperor's interested in these, then maybe that's the reason Britannia is invading other countries. To get these elevator things. Breakdown asked. Why not just call him up and ask him? My father isn't one to give a straight answer. Schneeisel replied. And besides, I'd rather not have him learn that I've taken an interest in these thought elevators, not without finding out exactly what they are capable of and how they can be used. Starscream was able to get the underlying message in Schneeisel's words as he turned to the prince with an intrigued look. Ah, intending to go behind your father's back, are you? The Schneeisel only responded with a half-smile and a raised eyebrow, which was all the confirmation Starscream needed. I am no stranger to ambition. Optimus, Lelouch, and Euphemia were about to make it into a clearing when the Autobot leader stopped. We should be careful going from this point, Optimus advised. So, does that mean our time together is over? Yuffie asked in a sad tone. Maybe for now, Lelouch told his sister with a small smile. But I'm sure we'll see each other again. In fact, I've been saving this just in case I were to run into you again. Lelouch reached into his pocket and pulled out a small phone-like device and handed it to her. This is a special communicator I made so we can talk in private without Britannia or the Decepticons listening in. But keep in mind, Yuffie, this is only for emergencies. We can't use it for small talk, do you understand? Despite that, Yuffie couldn't help but smile as she held the device close to her person. Yes, I understand. She turned to the Autobot leader and bowed to him. And Optimus, thank you again for looking out for Lelouch. I am so glad I got to know you. Optimus smiled as well. And I am glad to have met you as well, Princess Euphemia. Yuffie then had a serious look on her face. And this why I promise that I'm going to do everything in my power to help you in your struggle against the Decepticons. Now that I know what they are, I refused to let what happened to Cybertron happen to Earth. Is that why you made Suzaku your knight? Lelouch asked her. To get him away from them. That is one of the reasons, yes. Yuffie confirmed. He's a good person, and I don't want a monster like Megatron to try and turn him into something he's not. You said that is one of the reasons. Optimus noted. Might I ask what the other is? Yuffie stuttered for a moment. Well, you see. Lelouch however was able to see right through her as he smirked. You like him, don't you? This caused Euphemia's face to blush, which was all the confirmation Lelouch needed as he chuckled. Oh Yuffie, all these years and you're still too easy to read. Euphemia chuckled with her brother as Optimus had a heartwarming smile at their interactions. However, such a happy moment was brought to a halt as they all heard rustling in the woods across the clearing. Lelouch was quick to place his mask and cape back on as they all hid to see who it was that had approached on the other end of the clearing. Colin. Lelouch thought in surprise. With Suzaku and Dreadwing. Yuffie was the first to rush out. Suzaku. This got the attention of Suzaku, Colin, and Dreadwing. Princess Euphemia. Suzaku did not expect to see her here. However, once Optimus and Zero stepped out, Dreadwing was the first to draw his massive cannon. Prime. Zero. The Decepticon Seeker was ready to fight as Optimus primed his Energon blaster. Dreadwing, it's alright, stand down. Euphemia walked forward, though her command was a shock to both himself and Suzaku. They saved my life and have been taking care of me since I woke up here. They're not our enemies. They saved you. Suzaku stuttered. Suzaku Kurugi, Dreadwing, I don't know how you two have ended up here, but I would appreciate it if you were to return our subordinate now. Zero requested, referring to Colin. I don't think so. Suzaku stated as he kept a firm grip on her arm, however he was taken by surprise by the sound of primed Energon blasters as he and Dreadwing looked to the side to see a certain scout aiming his weapons at the pair. Better do what he says. Bumblebee advised. Bumblebee. Optimus noticed his friend's presence as well, as both he, Lelouch and even Euphemia were shocked by who was with him. Right. Zero muttered in surprise. No net. Yuffie exclaimed. The Knight of Nine did not expect to run in this kind of meeting. Yuffie? Suzaku. Lady Enneagram and Suzaku's pupils shrunk at the sight of the young man next to her. Right. The amnesiac Black Knight sighed as he addressed his friend. Hey Suzaku. You're a Black Knight too. Suzaku couldn't believe it as he looked in between Rai and Colin with a shocked look on his face before glaring at Zero. What did you do to them to make them join you? Before Zero could give a response, Euphemia walked forward. That's enough, Suzaku. Let that woman go, and Dreadwing stand down. Princess Euphemia. Dreadwing was about to protest, but Yuffie remained firm. That is an order. Yuffie stated with finality. Stand down, now. Though surprised at first, both reluctantly did as they were ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Suzaku said as Dreadwing put his cannon away. Suzaku was about to release Colin's bonds, but she had already freed herself and wrenched her unbound hands away as she glared at him before walking across the clearing to join her friends as Optimus lowered his arms. Bumblebee did so as well as he and Rai walked to join up with Optimus and Zero, while allowing Nonet to join Suzaku and Dreadwing, prompting the honorary Brighton Neon to untie his comrade. So, you guys are stuck here too, huh? Bumblebee noted. Yes, it would appear so. Zero confirmed. Colin, Rai, are you two unharmed? Optimus asked his two soldiers. Yeah, I'm fine. Colin confirmed. Same, physically anyway. Rai said in an unsure tone that all his friends noticed as B gave another sympathetic look. Dreadwing, can I assume you're unable to transform for some reason? Zero asked, getting the attention of the Decepticon and two Brighton Neon Knights. Otherwise you would have already taken my subordinate and flown away. It's none of your concern, Zero. Dreadwing glared. Dreadwing, Suzaku, Lady Enneagram, is there really a need for us to do battle when we are all in the same predicament? Optimus asked. He does have a point. Nonet pointed out. We're all kinda stuck here. But there's still that search party nearby. Suzaku also said, keeping his glare fixed on the supposed enemies. When we find them and if they're Brighton Neons. Suzaku, there's no need for any of this. Euphemia walked toward her group. You don't have to fight the Autobots or the Black Knights anymore. They're not the real enemy. What are you talking about? Suzaku asked his princess. Megatron has been lying to us. To all of us. Even you, Dreadwing. Euphemia told them, much to each of their surprise. Everything we know is wrong. Please just listen to what Zero and Optimus have to say. Princess Euphemia. Suzaku had no idea how to respond to this. Suzaku, maybe we should listen to them. Nonet seemed to agree. I disagree. Dreadwing stated as he glared at the Autobots and their human allies. I see no reason to converse with any of you. Why am I not surprised? Colin rolled her eyes in an annoyed fashion. Dreadwing, there is more to Skyquake's death than you know. Optimus tried to speak to him rationally. I was there, when he died. Please just listen. However, before anyone could speak any further, Rai happened to glance toward a cliffside on the right side of the area, and his face went pale upon seeing something that stood on top of it. How about we talk things out after we figure out what the hell that thing is? He practically screamed as he pointed at what he saw. All human and Cybertronian eyes fell toward what Rai was seeing, and it was something that made them all gasp in shock or horror in the case of the Autobots, even Dreadwing. It was a massive hulking creature that appeared made entirely out of metal with brown metallic skin, massive claws and talons, insect-like arms on its chest, a metallic head with a red V-shaped visor for an eye and 4 mandibles near its mouth. It looked even bigger than the likes of Optimus. The creature gave a roar as it leapt onto the ground, causing a tremor that shook up the entire area. It set its sights on Optimus and Bumblebee, and once it saw the Autobot insignias on their bodies, it gave another roar as it charged at the pair, forcing them, Zero, Colin, and Rai to scatter as Bumblebee and Optimus opened fire with their respective blasters. What is that thing? Colin exclaimed as she, Rai, and Zero attempted to hide as they saw the large creature grab Bumblebee and chuck him at Optimus, causing them both to crash deep into the forest. Before the monster could make a finishing move attempt, a blast had shot past its head as it turned around to face Dreadwing that had his cannon primed at it. Stand down, scavenger! Dreadwing exclaimed as he stood protectively in front of Suzaku, Yuffie, and Nonet, who continued to hide behind the trees, but they were surprised to hear Dreadwing addressing this monster in such a way. I am Lieutenant Dreadwing, under direct command of Lord Megatron. I order you to stand down. In direct response, the monster roared before it charged at Dreadwing, who opened fire again, but the giant beast was able to dodge the blast, grab the cannon and throw it away before grabbing Dreadwing by the shoulders and pinned him to the ground. It raised its claw to finish him, only for Bumblebee to leap on top of its head and pound on it, forcing it off of Dreadwing as it tried to shake the Autobot off. Bumblebee primed his blaster and aimed directly into its mouth. Eat this. He fired into the monster's mouth, causing it to roar in pain as it was able to shake Bumblebee off, but this left it vulnerable for Optimus to rush in with his blade and decapitate it with a single strike. The headless monstrosity fell down onto the ground. Optimus first helped Bumblebee to his feet before he walked over to Dreadwing and offered him a hand. Though hesitant at first, Dreadwing accepted the gesture as the Autobot leader helped him to stand. Zero, Colin, and Rai walked out in the clearing from one end as Suzaku, Nonet, and Euphemia did the same, the princess shaking like a leaf as she saw the lifeless body of the metallic monster. What, in God's name, was that? An Insecticon. Optimus answered gravely. What? Colin, Rai, Suzaku, and Nonet all exclaimed at the same time in shock. A subterranean Cybertronian life form. Optimus explained. After our planet's core went dark late in the war, many of these creatures moved to the surface to find new sources of energon to sustain themselves. But, if it's Cybertronian, what's it doing on Earth? Rai asked as Zero went to inspect the body closely. However, he spotted a certain insignia on its right arm that he recognized all too well. This thing is a Decepticon. He exclaimed, surprising much of the group as all of them set their sights on Dreadwing for an explanation. The Seeker sighed as he spoke. As Prime said, these subterranean creatures had made their way to Cybertron's surface near the end of the war. Our scientist Shockwave saw their potential and chose to recruit them, despite many protests he faced, including my own. Still think you're with the good guys, Suzaku? Colin glared at the shocked Honorary Brighton Neon. Hey, wait, do you guys hear that? Nonet asked as the entire group heard more sounds that sounded like rapidly flapping wings, almost like the buzzing noises insects make, only much larger. They soon discovered the sources of the sound to be three large creatures that resembled massive Herculean beetles. They entered the clearing and began to circle the group before they transformed to reveal they were Insecticons as well, identical to the one that had just been killed. But it wasn't just them. A different Insecticon flew in that seemed to resemble something of a large wasp-like creature before it transformed to reveal a smaller Insecticon with silver color scheme, with hints of purple and yellow around Bumblebee's size, with two large claws coming out of its back in addition to his normal hands at his sides. It was clearly the leader of this group. Well, look at what we have here, here. It said with a snickered. Kick back. Dreadwing recognized him. First, Shockwave's tower blows up. Kickback began. We end up on another planet. Now we got bots and cons waking us up. Why is he talking like that? Rai asked. Some kind of speech impediment, I'm guessing. Bumblebee guessed. Kickback, I order you and your forces to stand down at once. By the order of Lord Megatron. Dreadwing demanded. I think not. Kickback replied. We just woke up after who knows how long. Now we're hungry. And looky, we got lots of fresh energon. Sick boys. He pointed toward the group as his Insecticon trio roared and charged at them. Optimus and Dreadwing were the first to open fire and draw the attention of the incoming monsters, while Bumblebee ran to grab all 6 of the humans in his arms and drop them off into the woods. Stay here. Behind you. Zero warned as Kickback's insect mode flew above Bumblebee to grab him by the talons and throw him toward the wall. We have to go. Now. He told the others. For once, Zero, I agree. Nonet exclaimed as she grabbed the princess' hand. Yuffie, Suzaku. Let's go. The group ran deep in the forest, but it wasn't unnoticed by Kickback. Oh, little fleshy playthings, things. Get 'em. One Insecticon heard his leader's command through a special sonic frequency and ran in pursuit of the humans, much to the recovering Bumblebee's shock. No. He was about to rush after them, only for Kickback to transform into his normal Cybertronian form and land his feet on Bumblebee's back before jumping up to stand in front of him. "Don't think so, Autobot, bot. Kickback snickered, resulting in Bumblebee glaring as he rushed to tackle Kickback and face him directly. Optimus and Dreadwing found themselves literally backed into a corner as the remaining two insect icons loomed over to them. "Dreadwing, whatever conflict is between us, remains unfinished. But if we don't unite against our common foe, the insect icons will destroy all of us, including our human companions." Dreadwing agreed to the temporary alliance as he drew his sword and swung it, challenging one of the insect icons as he rushed it, leaving Optimus to deal with the remaining one. Meanwhile, the one insect icon that Kickback had sent after the humans searched the forest for its prey, while the 6 of them hid in a nearby cave to avoid being seen. "These things make Scraplets look downright pleasant," Rai commented in a harsh whisper. "Scraplets?" Euphemia asked. "Don't ask." Zero and Colin both said simultaneously. "Well, anyone got an ideas on how to take that thing down? If you do, I'm all ears," Nonet said. "There might be a search party nearby," Suzaku suggested. "If they're Brighton Neon forces." "Out of the question," Zero stated. "And before you say anything, Suzaku, it's not because they're the enemy. It's because just one of these insect icons was able to throw Optimus and Dreadwing around like ragdolls. If one of them is able to overpower 2 of the largest Cybertronians we've seen, what are puny Sutherlands going to do other than literally getting torn to shreds?" "He has a point," Nonet agreed. "Looks like we'll have to settle this on our own," Colin said. "Be a whole lot easier if we had our Nightmare rays." Yuffie began to think as an idea came to her. "Zero, when the 2 of us and Optimus came here, I remember passing by a small cliff, with a bunch of jagged rocks on the bottom. They looked pretty sharp." Maybe." Zero glanced out the cave as he saw this jungle was lined with many vines that seemed pretty thick enough. "Alright, you might be onto something. But if it's going to work, we all need to work together. Suzaku, Enneagram, would you be willing to cooperate with us?" "Beats getting eaten alive," Nonet said immediately. "And there's no way I'm going to let you down again." She cast a small glance in Rai's direction. Suzaku, however, seemed to be hesitant, something Euphemia noticed. "Suzaku, we have no other choice. We all need to work together on this, so just this once, listen to Zero. Consider that an order." With a sigh, Suzaku accepted. "All right." He then looked at Rai. "But we are going to have a talk about this later. How about after we kill that oversized bug?" Rai suggested. "All right, we need a distraction." Zero began to think. "Something to keep it busy while we set up the trap." "I'll go." "What?" Yuffie exclaimed in surprise, greatly worried for her brother. "By yourself." Colin seemed equally concerned. Even Suzaku looked stunned. "You're willing to offer yourself as bait? If a leader doesn't lead, how can he expect his friends and allies to follow?" Zero asked, surprising Suzaku even further. He honestly did not expect Zero to willingly put his life in danger for his subordinates. Did he misjudge him? "Zero, no offense, but you're skinny as a twig," Rai said. "You need someone who can actually run for their lives. So, I'll be the bait." "Rai." Zero tried to say something. "Not by yourself, you're not," Colin said. "We're partners, remember?" She offered her friend a smirk and a handshake, which Rai accepted. "Zero, we'll keep that thing busy." "Yes, we will," Nonet said as she put her hand on both of theirs, surprising the group even further. "I'm a knight of the round, I've got special training, and you need all the help you can get." "I'm in." "I'm in too." Suzaku put his hand in. "We'll keep it busy." "Very well." Zero put his faith in his friends, even if one of them was at the moment on the opposite side. "Euphemia, you and I will set up the trap. Once it's ready, I'll fire my gun into the air. The 4 of you will lead that insect icon to the trap. The location is roughly half a kilometer east from here." "Understood." Colin nodded as she, Suzaku, Rai, and Nonet all stood up. Let's go. They walked out of the cave as they saw the insect icon in view. Hey! Over here! Rai called to it as he picked up a rock and threw it at its head to get its attention. Come on! Fight me! No! Me! Nonet waved her hands as they ran around it. Come on! This way! Suzaku called to it as the group began to run into the forest. Come and get us, you oversized bug! Colin also called to it as the insect icon roared and chased after its prey, taking the bait. As they saw the insect icon move deeper into the forest, Yuffie couldn't help but express total worry for both Suzaku and Nonet. She felt a firm hand on her shoulder and turned to see Zero. Even though she couldn't see her brother's face under the mask, she could tell that he was giving her an assuring look, saying it was going to be alright. Come on, let's go. Yuffie nodded and followed her brother. Back in the clearing, Dreadwing swung his blade down toward the insect icon he was facing, which was able to block it with its smaller insect-like arm before slugging him in the face to send him crashing across the ground. Though Dreadwing was quick to stand back up as he picked up a large boulder and chucked it at its head. This disoriented the insect icon enough to give Dreadwing an opening for him to strike on its head with his blade, slicing off most of its mandibles before slicing at its chest to knock it back. However, as he went in for a third slice, the insect icon dealt a powerful punch to Dreadwing's chest to knock him into the air before he crashed into the ground. However, the Decepticon was quick to pick himself up. He bore witness to the insect icon stomping on his blade, shattering it as it roared, challenging at him. Dreadwing responded with a yell of his own as he rushed the bug-like Cybertronian with only his bare hands. Meanwhile, Optimus had dealt several punches to the face of the insect icon he was facing and was able to knock it down with a powerful slug to its face. He primed his ion blaster with the intent on finishing it, but the insect icon quickly grabbed his arm and got back up to flip Optimus over his head and slam him down hard onto the ground before throwing Optimus at the nearest cliffside. This disoriented Optimus slightly, but his optics widened as he saw the insect icon transform into its Herculean beetle mode and attempted to fly and rush him, but Optimus rolled out of the way as it impacted the cliffside and shook the area a bit. The Prime was quick to get back on his feet to tackle the insect icon to the ground. At the same time, Bumblebee continued to shoot energon blasts at the flying Kickback as he was in his bug form. The crazed insect icon shot down at Bumblebee faster than he could react and crashed him into the ground before transforming to pin him down even further. I hear they call you Bumblebee. Kickback said sadistically. Does that mean you can sting like me? Me? Me. He chuckled insanely, only to be halted as Bumblebee was able to kick him off with his right leg before quickly getting back up. He then rushed Kickback and dealt a punch across his face to knock him back before dealing many more punches. However, Kickback retaliated with slashes from its upper claws, which cut Bumblebee across his chest and spilled some energon, allowing Kickback to blast the Autobot Scout back with an energon blast from its hands. Kickback brought some of the dripping energon from its right upper claw close to its faceplate, which opened up to reveal insect-like mandibles as it tasted the dripping energon. That is good, good, good. Give me more. 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 Kickback transformed again and fired more energon blasts at Bumblebee, forcing him to dodge the blasts and return fire with his own energon blasters. Back in the forest, the four human soldiers continued to run from the pursuing insect icon as it used its massive hands and arms to bash and clear away all the trees that stood in its way. Rai ran toward the side and picked up several rocks, which he threw at the Insecticon's side to get his attention. Come on, Bug Boy. Over here. Rai waved his arms as the insect icon attempted to rush him. However, it wouldn't get too far as Nonet swung down from a vine to land her feet on its head. Though she didn't hurt it, she did get its attention as she let go of the vine and landed on the ground some distance away, but the massive metallic monster was quick to close the distance and loom over her. Hey! Hey! Colin called to it from behind. I got a bug zapper right here for you. The insect icon then focused its attention on Colin and attempted to rush her, but this seemed to distract it for Suzaku to leap down from the tree he climbed up and land on its head. He got the rock he recently picked up and banged on its head. Though he was certain it wouldn't damage it, this would still get its attention. The insect icon was unable to reach for Suzaku with its hands, so it instead transformed into its Herculean bug form and attempted to fly and shake him off, though Suzaku was still able to hold on, albeit for dear life. It then descended back to the ground as it attempted to shoot energon blasts from its horn, forcing Colin, Rai, and Nonet to take cover and avoid getting blown up. That thing has lasers. Colin practically screamed. The giant transforming alien bug has freaking lasers. Well, it is a Cybertronian. Nonet pointed out. That's not exactly helpful. Rai told her. They wouldn't get a chance to argue, however, as the Insecticon flew back down and transformed once it reached the ground to knock Suzaku off and send him crashing onto the 3 other humans, knocking them down. The Insecticon looked more annoyed than anything as it loomed over the frightened quartet. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. A trio of gunshots was heard in the air, getting the Insecticon's attention, as well as the 4 humans. That's the signal. Rai said. Come on, let's go. He, Colin, Suzaku, and Nonet ran directly under the distracted Insecticon in the direction Zero told them to go, prompting the Insecticon to chase after them. The trap was all set. Multiple vines had been tied around 2 large trees as they were grouped together and tightened, at the same length that was twice the length of Sutherland. Hopefully the multiple vines wound together made it thick enough for it not to snap when their quarry tripped on it. As Zero made a final checkup, Yuffie looked down the cliff below them. It was a 100-foot drop with multiple jagged rocks at the bottom that seemed hopefully sharp enough. Lelouch, do you really think this will work? Yuffie asked. Honestly, I have no idea. Zero replied. But if it doesn't, we have to get back to Optimus and the others and hope they can finish it. Though he clenched his fists in frustration at the fact he couldn't do much more without a nightmare. However, they began hearing the stomping noises that rapidly made their way towards them. When I say now, roll out of the way. Got it. Got it. Yuffie nodded as they waited. What seemed like only a few seconds was an agonizing eternity for the both of them until they saw their friends run for their lives out of the clearing. It's right behind us. Nonet screamed as the Insecticon roared, bashing the trees and foliage out of the way of its charge. Zero had to wait till got close enough before they could move. Lelouch's eyes shook beneath the mask before it was finally time. Now! He exclaimed as both he and Yuffie separated and rolled toward the left and right sides respectively, just as the Insecticon had made its way at their location, its right foot twisting on the vines set up. However, the trees snapped out of the ground, something Lelouch didn't intend, but it did help them as the trees tangled around it, blocking its view as the Insecticon lost its footing on the cliff and fell down face first into the rocks below. The 6 of them all quickly walked towards the edge as they saw the result of their plan. The Insecticon had been impaled in multiple spots, notably in its chest and neck as they saw a large puddle of energon leaking out from the bottom. It twitched for a moment, before its visor turned dark, indicating its termination. Think we got it? Suzaku asked. Yes, seems that way. Zero confirmed. Good. Colin breathed a huge sigh of relief as she fell down on her rear, followed by Rai and Nonet. Let's agree to never try anything like that again. At least not with our Nightmare rays. Rai joked, resulting in much of the group chuckling. Suzaku gave a deep sigh of relief at their accomplishment but was caught off guard by Yuffie, who ran and wrapped her arms around him. Yuffie. I was so worried about you. She said as she buried her face into his chest. Suzaku's surprise faded as he wrapped his arms around her as well. I'm glad you're okay too. Lelouch couldn't help but smile underneath his mask. This gesture shows that Suzaku does truly care for Euphemia. Megatron hasn't corrupted him completely, he could still be saved. So, is it over? Rai asked. Not yet. Nonet replied. We need to at least make sure Dreadwing and the others are alright. Agreed, let's head back. Zero said as he offered Colin a hand up, which she took as Rai and Nonet helped each other up as well. The older woman smiled at him, as Rai did his best to hide his own smile as well before the group went back in the direction they came. Back in the clearing, Dreadwing had rushed the Insecticon he was fighting from behind and pounded both his fists on its back neck area, but the Insecticon was quick to turn around and slap him away with his arm. However, brute force alone wasn't his objective as Dreadwing took out his trigger and pressed the button on it. The Insecticon heard an odd noise coming from its back, which was revealed to be one of Dreadwing's bombs, which blew up to completely obliterate the monster's upper half. The second Insecticon flew down in its Herculean beetle mode to shoot Energon blasts at Optimus, who deflected all the blasts with his right arm blade before using his ion cannon in his left hand to score a direct shot on its right wings, causing the Insecticon to stumble out of control and fall down toward Optimus, who rushed with his blade to decapitate the monster from underneath as its body and severed head skidded across the ground. No. My brothers. 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 Kickback exclaimed at seeing his fellow Insecticons get wrecked so brutally. However, this left him open for Bumblebee to grab him by his shoulders and slam his face down onto a nearby rock to break off his faceplate and expose his mandibles. Though Kickback's upper claws lashed back to knock Bumblebee off, Kickback seemed disoriented, which gave B the opening he needed. Float like a butterfly. Bumblebee played through his radio before charging a shot in his right Energon blaster as he rushed at Kickback. The crazed Insecticon couldn't react in time for Bumblebee to punch his blaster right into his face and firing his charged shot, which was enough to completely obliterate his head, killing Kickback as his headless body fell back to the ground. Sting like a bee. Bumblebee's radio finished before he blew off the smoke from his gun. Looks like you guys are all cleared up here, Rai said as he, Zero, Colin, Suzaku, Euphemia, and Nonet stepped out into the clearing. I trust the rest of you are all right? Optimus asked. We're fine, Optimus. Zero assured. The last Insecticon has been dealt with. He's been skewered. Nonet confirmed. He won't be getting back up again. Good. Dreadwing said before he pulled out his cannon once more, much to the surprise of most of the group. Now that our alliance has served its purpose. Oh, come on. Colin exclaimed. Are you kidding me? Dreadwing, wait, please. Yuffie pleaded. We're not meant to fight each other. Please, Suzaku, Nonet, you two have to listen to what Zero and Optimus what to say. She's right. Zero said as he stepped into the clearing, Rai and Colin sticking close if Dreadwing or Suzaku tried anything. It's time we finally had our talk. However, the minute Zero's foot stepped into the center of the clearing, a massive glowing red geese sigil formed on the ground, much to everyone's shock. A geese? Optimus thought in surprise. What? Even Lelich was caught off guard as the geese sigil in his left eye began to glow brightly, despite him not activating it on his own. Rai suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head as he fell on his knees, clutching his head as he yelled in pain, the geese sigil in both his eyes glowing brightly. Rai. Colin leaned down to his level and see what the problem was, but the group had other things to worry about as the entire ground beneath them began to shake and collapse. Despite being confined to a small cell on the Nemesis, and out of range of the thought elevators, Vivi had a smirk on his face as he had felt Lelich and Kai's Aaron stumble right into the trap he had planned for them. The thought elevator began to glow a bright red, much to the shock of the Decepticons and brighten neons as the entire cave shook with incredible force. What is happening? Starscream questioned. The energy is spiking out of control. Thundercracker reported as he, Knockout, and Lloyd could see the data from their respective consoles. It's even stronger than it was active on Shikini Island. The cave is crumbling down. Everyone get back. Knockout stated as the group made their way from the collapsing pillars near the thought elevator. My lord, please save yourself. Bartley attempted to pull Schneeisel out of the way as they saw the platform above fall into the cave, carrying with them the group consisting of Optimus, Zero, Colin, Bumblebee, Rai, Suzaku, Dreadwing, Euphemia, and Nonet. Dreadwing! Skywarp exclaimed in surprise. Major Kurugi. Lady Enneagram. Lloyd was just as surprised, and is that Zero? And the Autobots. Most of the heroes turned around in surprise to see the many enemy soldiers they were now facing. Optimus Prime. Starscream scowled as multiple brightened neon soldiers aimed their guns at the group. Don't shoot, you fools! Bartley exclaimed to the soldiers. Princess Euphemia and Lady Enneagram are with them. Capture them! Capture them! Bumblebee and Optimus quickly stood in front of their human companions as Breakdown was the first to try and rush them with his hammer, but Optimus ducked under the swing to catch Breakdown's arm, pick up the large Decepticon with both his hands and throw him at Starscream, Skywarp, Thundercracker, and Knockout to knock all of them down at once. Guys! A nightmare. Colin pointed to the Gawain that was close to them. Perfect. We'll use that. Let's go. Zero was the first to rush to the Gawain. Bumblebee, cover them. Optimus ordered as he and Bumblebee aimed their Energon blasters at the Britannian soldiers to keep them from shooting. Dreadwing meanwhile stood protectively around Suzaku, Euphemia, and Nonet to avoid having them caught up in the crossfire. Colin however noticed Rai hadn't moved from his spot. He was still on his knees, hands clutching his head, his pupils shaken in his widened eyes as if he had seen 100 ghosts all at once. Rai. Rai. Colin shook his shoulder to shake him out of his trance. We have to go. Right. He quickly got up as they quickly joined Zero in climbing into the Black Nightmare. It was a two-man cockpit, but with Zero in the driver's seat, Colin and Rai had to squish together in the seat above him as they could barely fit. This is good. Zero said. Not only unmanned but activated too. He pressed the right activation buttons to turn the Gawain on as the cockpit closed around all three of them. What kind of nightmare is this? However, Zero saw someone very familiar through the nightmare's screen's Schneeisel. The Britannian prince had to take a few steps back as he finally saw Britannia's greatest enemies stand before him. That's Zero, and Optimus Prime. Ah! The Gawain! Lloyd exclaimed as it powered up. Zero, we have to leave. Now. Optimus told his friend. Lelich knew that Optimus was right. Schneeisel, next time. He piloted the Gawain out of the cave with Bumblebee and Optimus running beside him. No. Don't let them get away. Not with the Gawain. Bartley exclaimed as Starscream and the other Decepticons recovered. Multiple Sutherlands began to flood the entrance and block their escape, but Bumblebee and Optimus were able to quickly shoot them down and clear the path, allowing themselves and the large Black Nightmare to escape outside. Stop them! Starscream yelled. Do not allow them to escape. The heroes quickly found themselves surrounded entirely by a dozen Viacan troopers and 20 Sutherlands total as they were all in front of the Avalon. Damn it! We're surrounded! Zero cursed as he removed his mask. Doesn't this thing have any weapons? Colin exclaimed. Lelich checked the systems over but gave an annoyed tisk. They're either unresponsive or incomplete. This nightmare is unfinished. Despite being surrounded, Optimus found himself looking back inside the cave, directly at the thought elevator deep inside. Though he couldn't make out the hieroglyphics, he did recognize the glowing geese symbol that appeared on the ground just above the chamber. He even noticed a few similar symbols on the mural. Without a doubt, this strange object was connected to geese. But why are the Decepticons and Britannia here? Whatever the case, if this was connected to geese, he could not allow such a power to fall into the enemy's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Optimus converted his right arm into an ion blaster and shot directly into the cave. The Energon blasts scored direct hits on the thought elevator, and it only took about 5 or 6 shots for the entire thing to crumble as it gave off a bright red flash, blinding every human and Cybertronian present. Vivi gave a gasp as he had felt it, even from his confines in the Nemesis. He fell to his knees as he clutched his head, his eyes shaking with shock and rage as he took multiple rapid breaths. He didn't. He stuttered. No, he destroyed the thought elevator. No. Vivi ranted like a bratty child. No. No. How dare you? Optimus Prime, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Cece sat in the Ashford clubhouse on Lelich's bed as she undoubtedly felt the same thing. Though she was initially shocked at the thought elevator's destruction, she couldn't help but smirk as she could already imagine the looks on Charles, Vivi, and Marianne's faces. That's what you get for underestimating Optimus. She snarked. The screens on the Ark's bridge suddenly sprang to life as Optimus and Bumblebee's location was finally known, much to Ratchet and Fixit's surprise and relief. Optimus and Bumblebee's signals are back online. Fixit exclaimed. Thank the Allspark. Ratchet stated with joy. Oh no. Fixit's relief turned into red. Multiple Decepticon and Britannian signals are surrounding them. Ratchet immediately called for reinforcements as he activated the Ark's speakers. All Autobots to the ground bridge bay immediately. Schneeisel, Lloyd, and Bartley looked in shock as they saw the crumbled ruins of what was left of the thought elevator. Starscream was just as shocked as they were before he turned with a heated glare towards Optimus, Bumblebee, and the Black Knights in the Gawain. "Destroy them!" he yelled, ordering the Decepticons and Brighton Neon soldiers to terminate their enemies. However, before they could open fire, a ground bridge portal suddenly opened up 20 meters away from their current location as the vehicle modes of Arky, Cliffjumper, Bulkhead, Wheeljack, and Ironhide all rode out onto the battlefield. Arky was the first to gun it as she transformed and dealt a flying kick to completely obliterate one Sutherland before firing her Energon blasters to take down two more. Bulkhead and Ironhide both transformed and fired their respective cannons to obliterate most of the enemy forces as they and the other Autobots provided cover for their friends. "About time you guys popped up. We were worried sick," Ironhide stated. "I apologize for the delay." Optimus nodded. "Nice nightmare by the way." Wheeljack complimented the Gawain. "Where's Colin?" Arky questioned worriedly. "I'm in here, Arky," Colin told her from inside the Black Nightmare. "Zero and Rye are both with me too." "Then let's get the heck out of here," Bulkhead stated as Breakdown, Knockout, Thundercracker, and Skywarp made it out of the cave. "Autobots, fall back," Optimus ordered as he and his comrades all transformed and rolled along with the Gawain into the still active ground bridge portal, but not before Cliffjumper transformed back briefly to smirk at the surviving Brighton Neon and Decepticon forces. "Nice seeing you guys again. We'll let you know the next time when we're available to kick your skid plates." Cliffjumper trolled with a finger salute before running into the ground bridge portal right as it closed. "No. Not the Gawain. Our beautiful prized Gawain," Bartley cried in despair as he, Schneeisel, and Lloyd were all outside, with Suzaku, Euphemia, Nonet and Dreadwing right behind them. "Well, it was only a test model." Schneeisel didn't seem too upset over it. He took the moment to observe the destruction around him. This was his first time seeing the Autobots in action, and all the reports he heard did not do them justice. He was not only surprised but also impressed. They easily blew through his own forces like nothing. He glanced back inside the cave at the remains of the thought elevator. He destroyed the thought elevator, which seemed to be the source of the energy that blocked all communications. Schneeisel thought. But was that his intent? Or does he know something about them that I don't? An intrigued smile formed on his face. "Optimus Prime, you truly are an interesting character. Aside from that, I'm thankful the three of you are all right." Schneeisel spoke to Euphemia, Suzaku, and Nonet directly. "Prince Schneeisel." Nonet did not expect to see him here. Euphemia however was more than a little happy to see her older brother. "Schneeisel." She wasted no time in running to him and wrapping her arms around him. "You would not believe what we went through on this island." Schneeisel could hear the distress sound in his younger half-sister's voice. "What do you mean?" "Yuffie, what happened?" "The four of us," Nonet began, referring to herself, Suzaku, Euphemia and Dreadwing. Including Zero, Optimus, and their allies were all attacked by these creatures called Insecticons. That took most of the Decepticons by surprise. "Insecticons?" Thundercracker exclaimed. "Here on Earth?" "It's true, even the one known as Kickback was here," Dreadwing confirmed. Though Kickback himself, and 4 other Insecticons were terminated, there might be more on this island. Perhaps even in other locations on this planet as well. "Insecticons, you say?" Lloyd looked rather intrigued. "Well, that sounds interesting. I'd be very excited to see something like that." "No Lloyd, trust me, you don't," Knockout advised him. However, all conversations were brought to a halt as Starscream walked directly toward Suzaku and gave him a heated glare, much to the honorary Britannian's confusion. "Is there a problem, Commander Starscream?" Suzaku asked. "Oh yes, there most certainly is, you wretched human." Starscream primed his Energon blaster and aimed it directly at Suzaku, much to everyone's surprise, especially Euphemia, Dreadwing, and Nonet. "Over and over again, you've repeatedly questioned and disrespected me since the beginning, even disobeying a direct order." And as if that wasn't bad enough, you've allowed our worst enemies to escape with a new weapon at their disposal. I've tolerated your insubordination long enough. There is no way I'm letting you leave this island alive." Suzaku gave a gasp, but Euphemia was the first to try and defend him. "What is the meaning of this? Major Kurugi is my knight. You can't just. That goes for you too." Starscream aimed his second Energon blaster directly at Euphemia, much to her shock, as well as Schneisels and every other Brighton present. "How dare you threaten Princess Euphemia?" Bartley exclaimed. "You have no right." "Shut your mouth!" Starscream exclaimed at the fat general, causing him to fall back in fright. Nonet immediately rushed to Euphemia's side as she stood protectively in front of the princess as the remaining Brightonian soldiers and Knight Marrays aimed their weapons at Starscream, while Breakdown, Thundercracker, Skywarp, and the surviving Viacons aimed their own Energon weapons at the Brightonians in response. Knockout chose to back away from the scene along with Lloyd to avoid being caught up in the matter. "Every single one of you wretched Brightonians has failed to deliver any kind of results," Starscream ranted. "You squabble over the most pitiful and vain of matters, allowing our enemies to grow every single day. At least Schneisel is willing to deliver results when he ordered that bombardment on the Lancelot." Yuffie gasped as she glanced at her brother, who only held his head down. "But the rest of you are ineffective and incompetent. And I will not tolerate this any longer. Starscream, they are our only allies." Dreadwing marched in front of his commander. "You cannot blame them for all our failures when we are just as responsible. Dreadwing, have you forgotten that I am your superior?" Starscream screamed. "If you dare side with Kurugi and Euphemia, I will terminate you along with them. And that goes for any other filthy Brightonian that tries to protect them. This island will be their graves." Starscream. All eyes turned to behind the Seeker as his own face changed from rage to fear at the sight of an open ground bridge portal and the Decepticon leader that stepped out of it with Soundwave right behind him. "Lord! Megatron!" Starscream stuttered. "That's Megatron!" Schneisel thought in surprise as this was the first time seeing him in the flesh. Though he had seen recordings of him, being in his presence was something else entirely. Bartley's face contorted clear fear and dread at the sight of him, and even Euphemia was visibly terrified. Now that she knew who and what he really was, there was nothing to stop her fear from reaching the surface as her body was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. "My master! Kurugi has repeatedly defied us." Starscream tried to save face. "It was a mistake to bring him into our ranks. It was a mistake to ally with Britannia. They continue to stumble and question us, repeatedly getting in our way and preventing us from." The cowardly Seeker was silenced by Megatron smacking him with his arm to send him skidding across the ground and crashing against the Avalon's side, denting it a little. "This kind of infighting is exactly why our enemies continue to succeed," Megatron stated. "However, I will agree with you about one thing, Starscream. Insubordination cannot be tolerated." He looked at the young soldier directly. What are you talking about?" the confused Suzaku asked. "The Ark." The Autobots had returned along with the newly acquired Gawain as Lelouch, Colin, and Rai stepped down. Among those waiting for them included Shirley, Todo, Ogai, Fixit, Tamaki, and even Rax Hata. "Guys!" Shirley rushed to all three of her human friends and wrapped her arms around all of them. "I was so worried about you." Lelouch and Colin were the first to embrace her back, though Rai was somewhat hesitant with his. "Thanks, sorry we made you worry," Lelouch said. "Colin, are you okay?" Ogai quickly rushed in front of her with worry. "Yeah, I'm fine, Ogai. Sorry to be gone for so long." Colin nodded. "Good, cause Arky here was about to have a panic attack." Cliffjumper smirked. "Hey. Was it wrong that I was worried about my partner?" Arky questioned, resulting in some chuckles from nearly everyone present. "Thanks for being so worried." Colin smiled at her partner/older sister figure, who smiled in return. "Damn, what the heck is that thing?" Tamaki said with a smirk upon seeing the Gawain. "That's one big nightmare." "Yeah, I thought it was pretty sick too." Wheeljack smirked. "Can't wait to see what this bad boy has got tucked away in there." He tapped the Gawain's shoulder. Well. Raxhata observed the Gawain with a grin. Looks like I got a new toy to play with. One new special nightmare to add to arsenal. Fixit seemed quite excited himself as he looked at the impressive black nightmare. Lelich, Optimus, glad to see you're both alright. Todo said with a relived smile. Thank you, Colonel Todo. Optimus nodded as Lelich smiled as well. Hey? What am I? Chopped liver. Bumblebee said in a joking fashion. Bulkhead chuckled as he lightly bumped Bee's shoulder. Good to see you two, Bee. He was about to address his human partner when he noticed the look on Rai's face. Hey, Rai, are you okay? Rai's face still had the same sort of expression he did when the thought elevator trap activated. So many memories had all filled his head, and he wasn't sure what to make of them, as there was one memory in particular that made him look as if he had seen something truly terrible. Rai. Shirley asked him with concern. Are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. I just need to sit down for a minute. Rai said as he walked away, leaving every human and bot to look in his direction with concern. What's going on with him? Ironhide asked Lelich, Colin, and Bumblebee, who didn't seem to have an answer to give either. They were about as worried and confused as everyone else. Optimus, what exactly happened? Ratchet asked his leader. First you, Lelich, Bumblebee, Rai, and Colin just disappear, then I can't locate your signals at all. Next they pop back up on a separate island entirely. Ratchet, there is much that we need to discuss. Optimus spoke not just to his medic and friend, but to everyone else present. We have learned some new information that could alter the tide of this war, and it must be discussed immediately. He's right. Lelich nodded. At the same time, a certain memory popped back into his mind. I'm sorry, Suzaku. I didn't intend to use geese on you. He remembered he gave the simple geese command to live back on Shikini Island to his friend, whom he still hoped can be saved. Soundwave's faceplate showed the recorded footage of the Lancelot driving away from the scene back on Shikini Island before the recorded voices took over. Kururugi. Follow your orders. Starscream's voice yelled. Shut up. Suzaku's recorded voice yelled back. Who the hell cares about them? I have to live. Static took over the sound and imagery on Soundwave's visor as Megatron spoke. That is where it cuts off. I am unsure how you ended up on a separate island, but you threw away a golden opportunity to eliminate both Optimus and Zero. Care to explain this, Suzaku? Suzaku couldn't believe what he just saw and heard. Was that really me? Yes. It was, you insolent fool. Starscream yelled before he was silenced by a glare from Megatron. Suzaku Kururugi, I am going to ask you this and I want an honest answer from you. Megatron spoke to the honorary Brighton Neon directly. Did you purposely disobey your orders? There was some hesitance before Suzaku spoke. No. I wouldn't. I couldn't. Megatron looked at Soundwave, who replayed his answer through his systems and indicated that Suzaku had given an honest response. He doesn't remember. Megatron thought to himself. Lelich was directly in front of him, so more than likely it was his geese. But this isn't the first time Kururugi has avoided taking a life, be it his will or not. Perhaps I was mistaken in recruiting him. He is a talented warrior, but he's much too hesitant and naive. His reluctance could make him more of a liability. What exactly is it that is going on inside your head, Suzaku Kururugi? Perhaps it's time to find out. Prince Schneeisel. Megatron spoke to the prince directly as he gave him his undivided attention. Allow me to take Kururugi into my custody. I will look into this matter personally. Yes, I believe that may be for the best. Schneeisel nodded. However, Euphemia seemed dead set against it. Absolutely not. Major Kururugi is my soldier. You can't just. She was suddenly silenced by a glare from Megatron. One look into his evil red eyes was enough to make Euphemia's heart stop briefly as she almost fell back. Schneeisel put a hand on her shoulder. Yuffie, I feel this is a matter we have no say in. The best we can do is just let them be. Yuffie wanted to protest, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. One look from the monster that she knew was truly evil was enough to shatter her confidence. Kururugi, report to the Nemesis. Megatron ordered. Suzaku sighed before responding. Yes. Lord Megatron. Soundwave opened a ground bridge portal and allowed himself, Megatron and Suzaku to step in as his leader gave him a special order. Contact Shockwave. I have a special assignment for him. Chapter 29, The Patch Paradox. Come with us. Zero said as he stood in the ruins of the auditorium, alongside Optimus Prime, offering his hand to the recently liberated Suzaku. The Britannia you serve is nothing more than a delusion. A puppet empire on the strings of an even greater threat. Maybe that's true. Suzaku admitted before turning to the duo. But this nation, it can be changed for the better and from within. He then turned around to walk away. And any gains by contemptible means aren't worth anything. Wait, where are you going? Zero asked. My court-martial begins in an hour. Suzaku replied. Are you mad? Zero exclaimed in outrage. The only reason they're even giving you a trial is to find you guilty. The judge, prosecution, and defense. Rules are rules. Suzaku replied. And if I don't go, they'll start cracking down on 11s and honorary Brightonians. But you'll die. Zero told him. I don't mind. Suzaku insisted. Don't be an idiot. Zero shouted. You can stop me though, can't you? Suzaku turned to face Optimus directly. One of you happens to be a giant sentient machine far stronger than myself. If you want, you could stop me from leaving right here and now. So, I guess the real question is, will you allow me to leave of my own accord? Or force me to stay against my will? Freedom is your right. Optimus replied. If this is indeed what you choose, we'll respect your decision. Thank you. Suzaku nodded. However, Suzaku, I ask for one thing. Optimus continued. Now that we have made our appearance, the Decepticons will more than likely make an appearance as well. I implore you, do not trust them. There is one other thing. I want you to ask yourself a question. You say Britannia can change for the better, what if you go down this path, and you're wrong? Well, I'll just have to hope I'm not. Suzaku said. Even still, I thank you both, for saving me. Suzaku had walked out of the ruined building, but he didn't get too far as a familiar voice spoke out. Well. You were so quick to turn down an offer, without even providing a solid answer. Suzaku looked up in surprise to see none other than Megatron standing over him. Quite the contradictory, Suzaku Kurugi. The young honorary Brightonian looked nothing short of stunned. What? What are you, how are you here? You're not supposed to be here. Megatron gave a knowing smile. Maybe I wasn't here in the past, and that's exactly what we are seeing right now, the past, your past. The exchange taking place between Megatron and Suzaku was witnessed by Shockwave, as well as the two Minicons Frenzy and Rumble, on a monitor within the Nemesis laboratory. Megatron and Suzaku's bodies were both lying flat on medical tables, albeit one built for Minicons in the case of Suzaku as a cord connected to both of them from the back of their tables. This is gonna be juicy. Frenzy smirked as he, Rumble, and Shockwave paid close attention to what was about to play out before them. My past? Suzaku asked, completely surprised. What? But how? The cortical psychic patch. Megatron explained as the background around them shifted from the previous memory to an empty void with a single light shining above them for illumination. An interrogation technique that allows us to extract information directly from our prisoners' minds. Suzaku looked even further shocked before he glared at Megatron. You would pull information from people's minds against their will. Only when all other options have been exhausted. Megatron replied. But I'm not the one on trial here. We are currently inside your mind, Suzaku Kurugi. You see, there are no secrets here, only your memories. You cannot manipulate their content, or modify their outcome, what we see is how it happened. A series of memories began to emerge in the form of holographic screens around the pair as they each played out in a style similar to that of a movie. Is it bad to be weak? The memory of Suzaku's first meeting with Euphemia and Shinjuku played out. Back when I was 10, the world seemed like such a terrible place, a world without any hope at all. Disease, racism, living a never-ending cycle of hate. The cycle must be broken, somebody has to do it. Of course, it's doubtful that the one who does it will make all the bad things go away. No one should lose more of the people they love, at least a world without war. How would you do it? Euphemia's voice asked. I don't know how you would do it. Suzaku's voice replied. But if I keep trying, then my father's death will have been for nothing. Next was the memory of Suzaku, Rai, and Lelich in the student council room after the Black Knight's debut. Look, I'm not an idiot, I know the Empire is far from perfect right now. But they could invoke change from within the system. Suzaku's voice stated. A third memory appeared of Suzaku and Euphemia talking in the settlement. But Britannia also rebuilt Japan. Suzaku's voice spoke out. Not all of it. The memory of Euphemia replied. What about all the ghettos, or the fact that people have to earn their rights back? Rights that, honestly, should never have been taken away. Britannia isn't perfect. I can admit that. Suzaku's voice replied. But it can change for the better. It has the potential to do just that. I mean, you're a princess. The fact that you've just said how you don't approve of all this violence shows that Britannia isn't all bad. Britannia can change for the better, you say? Megatron asked Suzaku as the memories came to an end. And how exactly would you go about that? By making them trust me. Suzaku replied. Once I have their trust, I can invoke the change from within. And how can you earn their trust if you are unable to provide acceptable results? Megatron questioned as he pulled out more of Suzaku's memories of his many defeats, such as the Lancelot being blown away by Bulkhead in Greece over the Energon Harvester, Suzaku being trapped by Arachnid during their first confrontation in Shinjuku, the Lancelot breakdown, and Arachnid being defeated by the combined efforts of the Gurren, Gekka pre-production, Bulkhead, and Archie. How can a soldier whose only known failure possibly make change in a system that is designed specifically to oppress people of your very stature? Megatron questioned. But, none of that. Suzaku tried to come up with a response. The Autobots and the Black Knights. So, you choose not to accept responsibility for your own failures. Megatron questioned even more irritably. This inadvertently caused a memory of Suzaku's to display itself, the memory of him, Dreadwing, and the captive Colin on Kaname Island. Ironhide was right about you. Colin's voice stated. You cannot take responsibility for all the crap that you do in your life. Megatron looked in a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Even your enemies see this flaw in you. How sad. Suzaku was unable to come up with a proper argument, prompting Megatron to continue. When I first saw your prowess in the Lancelot, I had believed you would be able to serve me well. However, even my patience has its limits, and you are reaching that as you have not yet scored a single victory against our enemies. And it's not just in the heat of battle either, it's your hesitance. The memory of Suzaku's and Breakdown's battle against Arachnid popped up as the Lancelot had Arachnid pinned down. Surrender now. I am placing you under arrest. Under arrest, am I? The memory of Arachnid asked as she held up her hands with a smirk. You still think you're the good guy? She blasted her palm lasers to blast the Varus out of the Lancelot's hands before using her spider legs to destroy it. Next was the memory in Greece again as the Lancelot stood over the fallen beret with Starscream, Breakdown, and Knockout. This is the moment where you prove your worth, Kururugi. The memory of Starscream stated. This is a Black Knight, an enemy to not only your Empire of Britannia, but to the Decepticons as well. He is the reason this mission is a failure, and as your commanding officer I am ordering you to execute this Black Knight now. The memory showed Suzaku's hesitant face. But I. Do you plan on joining their ranks anytime soon? No. Then be done with it already. The memory of Starscream exclaimed. Hesitance may be one thing, but insubordination is something else entirely. Megatron stated as a more recent memory came to light, this one being of Suzaku attempting to stop Zero and the Autobots from escaping the Avalon's bombardment. The memory showed a slit in Zero's mask opening to reveal his left eye as a certain red emblem shined. Live. However, the memory went to static before it shifted to Suzaku waking up on the shores of Kaname Island. Most peculiar. Shockwave observed the blackout in between the two memories. It would seem that the memories of those under this specific geese are invisible to the mind. So, he doesn't have any memories of it? Rumble asked. Illogical. Shockwave replied. Memories, be they from a Cybertronian or organic specimen, do not simply vanish, but are often repressed. And it would seem that the effects of Lelich's geese has repressed this particular memory. Maybe if we drill even deeper, we might be able to find it. Frenzy suggested somewhat sadistically. Perhaps. Shockwave responded. But at the moment, Lord Megatron is in full control. And we cannot probe deeper without risking harm to the specimen. Lord Megatron has not ordered us to harm Kurugi during the process. Frenzy looked rather disappointed. Killjoy. We still get to watch Suzaku squirm, which makes me happy. Rumble smirked as they continued to watch. I don't remember that. Suzaku stuttered as Megatron loomed over him. I can tolerate many things, my boy. The leader of the Decepticons said. But among the few things I will not stand for, is an excuse. You can either deliver results, or you cannot. What is it you want from me? Suzaku asked. Do you want me to fight harder? Stronger? No, Suzaku. Megatron replied. This is to determine whether or not you can truly contribute in this conflict. And if I deem that I have made a mistake in recruiting you, that you cannot make a contribution to our cause, not only will I remove you from the Decepticon ranks, but I will see to it that you are removed from the Brightonian military as well. Permanently. Ashford Clubhouse, Lelich's room. The former prince sat on his bed as CC placed her hand on his forehead. After returning from Kaname Island, Optimus had insisted Lelich visit CC to see if any changes had been made to his geese, and after seeing how that mysterious object known as the Thought Elevator had a glowing geese emblem on it, Lelich agreed with Optimus as CC was able to use her powers to detect any abnormalities with his own geese power. CC removed her hand once she finished as Lelich looked toward her. Well. Your geese has grown significantly. CC answered. And it's not by natural means. If I had to take a guess, I would say Vivi was likely the culprit. That got Lelich's attention as she continued. He must have rigged a trap with the Thought Elevator that would force your geese to grow to the point where you can no longer control it. Like Mao? Lelich asked, to which CC nodded. And I'm guessing you can't remove my geese entirely, can you? If I could do that, I would have done it with Mao before I left him. CC replied. Once a geese has been given, it becomes a permanent part of you. The only way for the power to be removed is if it's replaced by a code, which is the power I wield. You would gain immortality as well as the ability to grant geese to others. Thanks, but I'll pass. Lelich said immediately. I don't want to outlive my friends and family. CC gave a half-smile, relieved Lelich wouldn't want that cursed power. I did however manage to suppress your geese power. It's not exactly a permanent solution, but it should keep the power contained. However, if you use that power again, even 2 or 3 more times, there is a possibility you might lose control and it could become permanently active. Lelich grimaced at that particular thought. Do the same limits apply? Yes. CC answered. You'd still have to make direct eye contact. So even if it does become permanent, something like your mask, or even something simple like sunglasses or special contacts can block it. All right. Lelich nodded. I'll talk with the Ratchet and Fix-It about making special contacts just in case. I like my mask, but I don't want to wear it 24/7. He attempted a joke, which caused CC to smile slightly as she shook her head. So that Thought Elevator, do you know what it was? CC looked seriously. I'm not 100% sure of its origin, but I do know that your father and uncle have taken an interest in them. That got Lelich's attention. Them? You mean there's more? Yes, a total of 7, excluding the one Optimus recently destroyed. CC began to explain. They're all over the world, I don't know their exact locations, but I do believe they may be connected to the origin of geese, but I can't say for certain. I see, so not even you know where all this came from. Lelich observed. I wasn't always immortal. CC continued. I was once a normal person, till I was granted my own geese and a different code bearer passed their ability on to me, and that was several centuries ago. I've honestly lost count. Lelich looked in sympathy. He could only wonder what that was like. To live constantly while watching everything and everyone else around you change, grow old and die, unable to form bonds with others. I'm sorry. CC sighed before she got back on point. Your father and Vivi are somewhat obsessed with the thought elevators. I'm afraid I don't know a whole lot about their purpose since I left them a long time ago, but it seems they've gained a better understanding since then. Are these other thought elevators going to be a problem? Lelich asked. Not at the moment. CC replied. If they do become a problem, you and Optimus will be the first to know. Thank you. Lelich turned around and was about to leave before CC stood up. Speaking of knowing Lelich, when do you plan to tell Nunnally? That caused Lelich to stop in his tracks. If I'm being honest, I'd say now is the time to tell her. Her life is not currently in danger and she is here right now. If there was ever a good time to tell her, it would be now. I know. Lelich admitted, still keeping his back turned. It's just. You're not sure how she'll react? CC asked. I know I said I'd tell her but how? Lelich began, letting his nervous feelings be known. I'm leading a rebellion against the empire we both called our home, while also being caught in the middle of an alien war. How the hell do you even say that to a girl like her? CC looked with understanding before she put a hand on his shoulder, prompting him to look at her. Lelich, you know your sister better than anyone else, and I've been around her long enough to know she might be one of the kindest people I've ever met in my life. I'd even go so far as to say her compassion is only rivaled by Optimus Prime himself. I'm sure once you explain everything, and how you're fighting for what's right, she'll understand. She loves you deeply, and I don't think there's anything in the world that'll make her change her mind. Lelich looked to CC in surprise. He remembered how he first met her when she was a cold cynic. Now here she was, offering him genuine support as a friend. This was enough for him to smile as he knew he could trust the immortal completely. Thank you, Sarah. She smiled, letting his use of her real name slide just this once. I could though use your help in explaining all of it to her. Lelich said. Especially when it comes to my geese. Of course. CC nodded as they left the room. It wasn't long before they walked into the dining room where Nunnally and Sayoko were folding origami. Nunnally. Lelich got their attention. Hello Lelich. Nunnally smiled as she turned her head in the direction of her brother's voice. I have something to tell you, Nunnally. Lelich said as he sat across from her. What is it? Nunnally asked. Sayoko, would you give us a minute? CC asked the maid, but Lelich quickly raised his hand. Actually, I want to talk to you too, Sayoko. Lelich said, surprising CC as well as the maid in question as Lelich looked toward her specifically. You've always taken such good care of us, even when knowing who we are. The least I can do is tell you this as well, as thanks for everything you've done. Sayoko had an understanding look on her face as she sat down, right as Lelich reached out and gently grabbed his younger sister's hand. Nunnally looked a bit confused as she could sense some emotional turmoil in her brother. Lelich, is something wrong? He gave a sigh before he spoke. Nunnally, there's no easy way to say this. So. I'll just come right out with it. Lelich hesitated for a moment before his face became serious and he spoke to his sister with two simple words. I'm Zero. The entire room fell deathly silent as CC found herself looking from the siblings to Sayoko, who simply had wide eyes and a mouth over her hand at this revelation. Lelich honestly felt more uncomfortable than he ever been in his life. He just revealed his secret identity to his sister, but she didn't respond at first. He didn't know how she would respond, and just waiting for a response was almost agonizing. Finally, after what seemed almost like an eternity, when it was really just a few seconds, he heard a faint sob. Lelich looked with surprise and sympathy as he saw tears flowing down the closed eyes of his younger sister. I didn't want to believe. Nobody had expected Nunnally to say that. CC was honestly shocked by this, but none were more surprised than Lelich himself. You knew. When, you rescued Suzaku. Nunnally sniffled. Once I heard your voice, my heart told me that it was you. But I didn't. I didn't want to believe it. Tears were already flowing down her face. Lelich, have you really been fighting Britannia all this time? Putting your own life in danger? Though young revolutionary was certainly surprised that Nunnally had known the whole time, he inwardly winced as the last thing he wanted was to make his sister worry like this. Despite this, however, Lelich knew he had to tell her the whole truth now. I'm sorry, Nunnally. Lelich began. But I couldn't stand by and do nothing anymore. For so long, I've tried to ignore the suffering that went on around us, I've tried to block it out, thinking there was nothing I can do. But I can't do that anymore. I can't just sit and watch as monsters rip this world apart and ruin so many lives. I'm sorry I took so long to tell you, I've wanted to, but things just kept getting in the way. I'm quite sure. Sayoko spoke up. It must not have been easy, given you're not only facing Britannia, but even the likes of the Decepticons. That took Lelich, CC, and even Nunnally by surprise. I've suspected you were Zero for quite some time, Lelich, and it's partly the reason why I've been with the Black Knights as well. If they weren't surprised, the three of them certainly were now. Sayoko. Nunnally stuttered. You're in the Black Knights. Lelich almost shouted. How come I never knew? For one, there are so many recruits I don't think even you can keep track of them all. Sayoko replied, even CC silently admitted that was true. And I haven't been in for very long, Diet Hard Ride only recently recruited me as a spy. Of course. Lelich silently cursed. Damn fanatic, he's useful, but he's also a real pain. Sayoko. Nunnally wasn't sure what to make of that either. Forgive me for not telling you sooner, Lady Nunnally. Sayoko bowed humbly. I joined because I felt if something were to happen, and if I was right about your brother being Zero, we could move you safely in out of harm. Lelich understood then why she joined the Black Knights and was inwardly glad he could have someone else that he trusted with him. Thank you, Sayoko. CC then spoke up. Nunnally, I understand that all of this is incredibly shocking for you. But you have to listen to what your brother has to say, it's not just about fighting Britannia. She's right. Lelich continued as he still held Nunnally's hand. Do you remember that night when I rescued Suzaku? I wasn't alone then. Those Autobots I've heard about. Nunnally asked. Yes. Lelich confirmed. There's more to them than meets the eye, and you should know the whole backstory. From then, Lelich and CC had told both Nunnally and Sayoko everything. They told her about the incident in Shinjuku, how Lelich met CC as well as the Autobots, and even about his geese ability, with CC revealing her own immortality. Lelich also explained everything he learned from Optimus about Cybertron, his history with Megatron, and the war against the Decepticons, and even about Cybertron's destruction, and the possibility of the Decepticons being the true masterminds behind Britannia. They also told her about some of the Autobots individually, including the reveal that Lelich's car is the Autobot Scout Bumblebee, something Sayoko already figured out on her own, and even about their leader Optimus Prime. There was also the reveal of the individual named Vivi who was Lelich and Nunnally's paternal uncle, and that Colin, Rai, and Shirley were also members of the Black Knights. He even told her about his encounter with Cornelia and his more recent one with Euphemia on Kaname Island. But what was most difficult was Suzaku's involvement of the Decepticons, but Lelich had told her that, and even the truth of Suzaku's father's death. It took quite some time, but Lelich had told Nunnally everything. Now he, Sayoko, and CC just looked toward Nunnally who had listened to every word but had yet to offer a response. Nunnally, are you still with us? Lelich asked somewhat nervously. Yes. Nunnally replied. It's a lot to take in. I know, and I'm sorry for that. The eldest of the 6 Brighton Neon siblings said understandingly. It's all so sad. Nunnally said. First, your friends lose their whole world, and now Suzaku. I had no idea, his own father and, he's with this. Megatron. I'm afraid so. Lelich said gravely. Isn't there anything you can do to help him? Nunnally asked, sounding almost desperate. If Suzaku knows you're zero. It's not that simple, Nunnally. Lelouch told her. I want to help him more than anything, but it's not just getting him away from the Decepticons. Listen, one of the issues is Suzaku has proven that he's unable to accept his own mistakes and won't take responsibility for them. He's always blaming others for what goes wrong, while also ignoring all the atrocities committed by both Britannia and the Decepticons. If we are able to help Suzaku, he has to admit he made the wrong choice and take responsibility. If he can't do that, then I don't know if we can help him. Well, maybe I can help him. Nunnally offered in a pleading tone of voice. He's my friend too. I'm sure maybe both of us together can convince him. I'm hoping that's the case. Lelouch replied. But Nunnally, we also have to be careful as to not put ourselves in danger against the likes of the Decepticons. Trust me, as horrible as our father is, Megatron is even worse. I still want to try. Nunnally said. I still want. And we will. Lelouch assured her. But we also have to be prepared if it doesn't work. He noticed the conflicted and torn look on her face. Nunnally, I am so sorry I never told any of you this sooner, maybe I should have. But, you have to believe me, I'm not alone in this. I've got so many people that I can trust who are helping me, both in the Black Knights and the Autobots, and we all want the same thing, to make the world a gentler place. Isn't that what you want? Nunnally grimaced slightly. Lelouch, what I said to you, how I wished the world were a gentler place. I really did mean that, I do want the world to be a gentler place. But, really, what I want more than anything, is just to stay by your side. That took Lelouch by surprise as she held his hand even tighter. I can't imagine the world without you, Lelouch. Even if the world becomes a better place, I don't want to live in it if you're not there. I know I'm being selfish, but I don't care. I just want you to be by my side. That's all I need to be happy. Tears were already flowing down the disabled girl's eyes as Lelouch himself looked quite a bit emotional. Sayoko had placed a comforting hand on Nunnally's shoulder while Cece just looked in sympathies. Nunnally, I'm not going anywhere. Lelouch told her. I promise, I'm not going to die or leave, I've got many friends to help me every step of the way. It's okay to be selfish, you're only human. Nunnally, I make this promise to you right now from the bottom of my heart, I will never leave you, and I will make this world a place where everyone can be happy. We will make this world a better place, both myself and Optimus. Nunnally, despite having tears in her eyes, smiled at Lelouch. You really look up to him, don't you? He's like a father to me. Lelouch confessed honestly with a smile. And I'm hoping he can be that for you as well. Does that mean I'm going to meet him? Nunnally asked. Soon. Lelouch assured. Nunnally, listen to me. We might not be able to stay at Ashford much longer. Millie and her grandfather have done so much for us, but the Black Knights and the Autobots are on pretty rough territory right now against Britannia and the Decepticons. If things escalate, or worse, they find out who we are, they might just level the entire school. That caused Nunnally to gasp in shock. Which is why we should leave soon so they don't have a reason to target it. Tell you what, you know the school festival that's coming up soon? We'll leave right after that. That gives us plenty of time to get everything situated. Will that be alright with you, Sayoko? He asked the maid specifically. Yes, I believe I can manage that. Sayoko assured. After that, Nunnally, we'll take you to the Ark. Lelouch told his sister. Not only will you be safe there, you'll meet plenty of good people and bots. And given how advanced Cybertronian technology is, we might even find a way to restore your sight and legs. Nunnally slowly reached out and caressed her brother's cheek as she smiled. Lelouch, I told you before that I trust you. And that hasn't changed in the slightest. Even if you're zero, I still believe in you. If you believe the Autobots and Black Knights are good people, then I know I can trust them too. You really trust me that much? Lelouch asked, feeling more than a little emotional. I've never stopped trusting you. Nunnally assured. You'll always be my big brother, Lelouch. And I love you with all my heart. Lelouch couldn't contain his tears of joy as he wrapped his arms around Nunnally, who responded with the same gesture. I love you too, Nunnally. Both Sayoko and CC smiled as the former was already shedding a small tear of joy, and even the later looked like she would do the same, but she ultimately didn't, despite being happy for them. However, she knew they had another issue to address. Lelouch, as touching as all this is, you should really see Optimus and the others about your geese before it becomes a problem. CC advised. Yeah, I know. Lelouch reluctantly ended his embrace with his sister. Sorry Nunnally, but I have to go. It's alright, I understand. Nunnally nodded. Lelouch then looked toward Sayoko. Can I trust you to help CC watch over Nunnally till we're ready to move? Of course, you can, my lord. The ninja maid nodded. Lelouch, you and your sister are both very dear to me, and I swear that I will never leave your side or hers. Thank you. Lelouch smiled gratefully. Hey Nunnally, I might have to leave, but maybe I can introduce you to another close friend of mine while I'm gone. Lelouch, CC, and Sayoko had arrived along with Nunnally in a large storage area where a certain blue nightmare was being stored. It was the third generation, Ganymede, once owned and piloted by Lelouch and Nunnally's late mother. Though seeing it again made Lelouch's heart wince slightly, it was the only safe place for Nunnally to safely converse with his Autobot companion. It's alright, you can come out. Lelouch spoke to a shadowed area as a certain yellow car slowly drove out before it transformed to reveal itself to be Bumblebee. Though Sayoko had seen them on television, she was more than a little amazed at seeing an Autobot in person before. Though Nunnally couldn't see him, she could almost feel his presence, and she could already tell it was a gentle one, which was enough for her to smile. So, you finally told her? Bumblebee addressed Lelouch. Better late than never. Lelouch smiled before turning to his sister. Nunnally, meet Bumblebee. Nunnally giggled. Bumblebee? That's a cute name. She said before addressing the Autobot scout. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Bumblebee spoke in bleeps, which only caused Nunnally to look in confusion. I'm sorry, what? He said it's nice to meet you too. CC translated. Oh right, forgot. Lelouch took out his own earpiece and placed it in his sister's own ear. Sorry about that, his voice box was damaged in battle. This should help you to understand him better. Can you understand me now? Bumblebee asked in bleeps as the earpiece helped to translate it for Nunnally, causing her to smile. Yes, I can understand you. Lelouch has told me a lot about you, Bumblebee. Hopefully the good stuff. Bumblebee joked, causing Nunnally to giggle as even Sayoko and CC smiled. I have to go. Take care of her for me, alright B? Lelouch asked his partner and friend. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to her. Bumblebee assured. Lelouch nodded as he took out his cell phone and called the Ark. Fix it, I need a ground bridge. Less than a second later, a small ground bridge portal opened up in front of him, allowing him to step inside as he let Bumblebee finally get acquainted with his younger sister. Meanwhile, several Decepticon miners worked to drill their way through the landscape of Kaname Island, using both large and small excavation tools. One would think they were looking for Energon, but that was not the case. Leading this excavation were the pair of Soundwave and Arachnid. They're close. Arachnid said to Soundwave as she could sense it. I can feel them. Soundwave, sir. We believe we located something. One Viacan reported, prompting both Soundwave and Arachnid to transform into their respective vehicle modes and fly toward the location of the soldier that called to them. They flew towards the center of the island where they spotted a group of Viacons gathering around a large hole that led deep underground. Both transformed back into their robot forms and landed. This may be the point of entry. The Viacan who called them reported. It does seem like this was dug out recently. Arachnid noted the structure of the hole as Soundwave did a quick scan, and soon detected multiple Cybertronian signals inside. Looks like we found what we were looking for. Arachnid smirked. We will assemble an escort group immediately. A different Viacan stated. That won't be necessary. Come along Soundwave. Arachnid leapt into the hole, with Soundwave leaping down after her. It was a rather deep drop, almost 400 feet, prompting Arachnid to extend her spider legs and cling to the wall of the hole to halt her fall before she leapt to the ground. Soundwave had done something similar by extending his tentacles to grab onto both walls of the hole before retracting them and letting him drop to the bottom with no issue. The pair walked onto a sight that made even Arachnid look in surprise. So, it would seem Kickback and his team were only scouts. What laid before them appeared to be an entire Insecticon hive. Pods of all shapes and sizes were lined on the floor, walls, and even ceiling. There appeared to be a number of at least 100 pods in total. Once the two made their way closer, a few of the pods began to open. A series of different types of Insecticons crawled from the walls or dropped from the ceiling to address the pair. Two were among the larger variety that Optimus, Bumblebee, and Dreadwing had faced on this island. Two more Insecticons appeared to be the Swarmer breed, while there was even one Bruiser. There were even a trio of Spitters that hovered in the air. The Insecticons growled at the intruders. "Oh, there is no need to be so hostile," Arachnid said in a casual tone, while also communicating on a certain frequency that allowed her to establish proper communication with them. "After all, we are somewhat related." With those words, the Insecticons present all bowed before the pair of Decepticons. To Arachnid specifically, something Soundwave noticed. "Now then, who here is in charge?" Arachnid asked. In response, another Insecticon appeared. He looked almost identical to the largest bipedal ones. The only difference is that his body was covered in white claw streaks. Whether they were paint or actual scars was up for debate. "I lead this hive. I am Hardshell." "Hardshell," Arachnid noted. "You look different from how I last saw you. Before, you relied on weaponry and tactics as opposed to brute force. What's with the new look?" "After experiencing defeat at the hands of the Autobot named Grimlock, I realized that tactics and weaponry alone can only get you so far," Hardshell answered. "True power is strength, true power is ruthlessness, terror absolute. And so, I've adopted a form that would best suit raw strength, so the next time I see that accursed Autobot, I shall terminate him with my own bare hands." Arachnid looked amused. "I'm sure you'll get your chance at revenge. Perhaps a test run is in order." She turned to Soundwave with sinister intent as she practically had an army under her complete and total control now. "Eviscerate him." "No," Hardshell said simply as he and the Insecticons present made no move to attack. "What?" Arachnid turned to Hardshell in shock. "Our loyalty lies only to Lord Megatron," Hardshell stated. "We will not betray him." "How dare!" Arachnid however was interrupted by Soundwave, who replayed Shockwave's radio log through his recordings. Insecticons communicate on a specific ultrasonic frequency. I have found I can manipulate 85.7% of their species through this method. The exceptions being Hardshell, Sharpshot, and Kickback. Those anomalies appeared to be more evolved and require more finesse in their manipulation. You perfected the process? Arachnid questioned irritably to Soundwave, who responded with a simple nod before suddenly grabbing Arachnid by the throat and pinning her against the wall. He then played a recording of Megatron for her to hear. You will find a way to work together. There will be no further fighting among our own ranks. If any of you try this again, you will all perish. Arachnid grimaced upon hearing those words again, even more so as she felt the pressure on her neck as Soundwave continued to squeeze to make sure she got the point. I yield. Soundwave then released her as he went to address the Insecticon hive to see how they might be useful to their cause. Arachnid meanwhile had pulled herself up as she glared at Soundwave from behind. She knew she couldn't take him, one of the few Cybertronians to even match Megatron in gladiator combat, and with her being watched by him so closely, she couldn't make a move to control the Insecticon hive, as it seems the Decepticons have found a way to control them through their ultrasonic frequency communications. So, there was no way she could strike out on her own, yet. She would play along for now and simply wait for the right opportunity. Suzaku's mind. While still in the trawls of Megatron's cortical psychic patch, the honorary Brightonian could honestly look in shock at what Megatron had just told him. You can't kick me out of the Brightonian military. Suzaku quickly tried to form an argument. You don't have the authority. I'm Princess Euphemia's knight, only she or someone else in the royal family can dismiss me. Euphemia has no say in this matter. Megatron retorted. Even if you are her knight, I can easily convince someone else in her family with higher authority to not only dismiss your status, but even remove you from the military entirely. It can be done, and it will be, unless you can provide me with results. So, tell me, Suzaku Kururugi, how would you go about providing me said results? By. Suzaku stuttered before trying to stand firm. By following orders and by stopping the enemy. How? Megaron questioned. You keep saying what you'll do, but you never explain how. This has always been a problem for you, Suzaku. You have a goal in mind but no plan to accomplish it, and you never learn. Your arrogance and stubbornness will trump your skills and resolve every time. It's why you've failed to defeat or even capture a single enemy. A series of memories soon played in Suzaku's mind, first being Bumblebee knocking him down away from Zero and CC at Narita, next his defeat at the hands of Optimus during the Battle of Port Yokosuka, then was his failure to properly apprehend Todo during his escape from prison. But there was one memory that stood out among the others. Stop it! Suzaku's memory of him trying to apprehend Maori played as the former tried to hold the later. Get your hands off me, Father Killer! Suzaku's pupils shrunk as even Megatron was caught by surprise at this revelation. Father Killer? The leader of the Decepticons questioned with interest. No. Suzaku panicked and tried to stop him. No. You can't. But it was too late, the memory of that very incident was already brought up and being watched. Father, you can't do this. The 10-year-old Suzaku tried to plead with his father, Genbyu Kururugi. So many people will die if you do this. Better that, than live a life of slavery. Genbyu argued. You would have Britannia destroy our people's spirit and livelihoods. I'm sure we can work something out with Britannia. We don't have to fight them. The young Suzaku continued. We can't fight them. They're too strong. I will not have Japan be remade into a puppet of this fascist regime. Genbyu stated. Even if Japan dies, she will die fighting. This country will not join Britannia. No. I can't let you do this. Young Suzaku acted quickly as he pulled a kunai blade from the wall and pointed it to his father, his hands and eyes shaking. Genbyu however wasn't convinced. Put that thing down before you hurt yourself, boy. He said as he marched over to the shaky Suzaku. You're a child, you can't understand how the world works. Britannia will never help Japan, or anyone else. All they live for is destruction. This is happening, and you can't stop it. He smacked his young son on the head to knock him to the ground. As the Prime Minister began to walk out however, Suzaku got up, desperation mixing with his own instincts propelled him to drive the blade into his father's chest, shocking Genbyu Kururugi as he fell to his hands and knees. Suzaku himself gasped in shock at what he just done. The memory came to an end as Suzaku's body shook, both in and outside the patch. The last thing he wanted was to see that memory again. He tried so hard to bury it, hoping it could never be resurfacing, but it seems that nothing ever stays buried forever. Now I see. Megatron spoke as Suzaku slowly turned around to see the look on Megatron's face, only to look in shock to see a smile was there. I understand, now it makes sense. This is why you joined the military, you really don't care what happens to Britannia or Japan, you just want to wash the blood off your hands. That's not true. Suzaku tried. I do care. Megatron however could see right through Suzaku. In the eyes of Britannia, you are an 11, someone who is expendable. You knew you would eventually die, they would send you to your death and if it's for a cause you deem to be righteous, it will redeem yourself. I'm right, aren't I, Suzaku? Multiple memories displayed themselves for the pair. The first being Suzaku shot in the back after refusing to kill Lelouch during the Shinjuku incident, the second being in the Lancelot as he rushed into the collapsing hotel during the hotel jacking, the third was the more recent memory of him trying to prevent Zero or Optimus from leaving the bombardment on Shikini Island. Suzaku fell to his knees as he held his head, his whole body and eyes shaking with panic and fear, with a bit of realization thrown in the mix. He was almost tempted to scream, the same way he did when Mao revealed all this to him as well. I can only wonder who else knows of this. Megatron wondered aloud as the shocked Suzaku gazed up towards him. I'm quite certain the late Prime Minister's inner circle knows, having told the story of his suicide to the public. But, are they only ones? Does someone else know? So, you did do it, didn't you? They both looked the memory of Lelich and Rai helping Suzaku once they learned the truth. You really did kill your own father. Lelich. Lelich? Someone close to you. Megatron mused as he himself already knew this particular secret and chose to exploit it in order to properly manipulate Suzaku, who looked even more shocked as he tried once again to stop him. No. Don't. But it was too late. Two memories replayed in Suzaku's mind. The first was Lelich meeting Suzaku on the roof of Ashford Academy. 7 years since we used this signal, long time, huh? The memory of Lelich spoke. The second was his reunion with the blind and crippled Nunnally later that night. Thank heaven. The memory of Nunnally cried as she held his hand close to her face. I knew it. I just knew you'd be alright. It's been a long time, Nunnally. The memory of Suzaku smiled. Lelich and Nunnally. Megatron mused as Suzaku panicked even more. They wouldn't happen to be Prince Lelich 6 Britannia and Princess Nunnally 6 Britannia, would they? Before Suzaku could even offer a protest, they both saw the image of the young prince and princess arrival in Japan and meeting Suzaku for the first time. The resemblance was enough to give Megatron the confirmation he supposedly needed. Well, what do you know? Megatron said with a chuckle. The children of the late Mary and the Flash, live after all. I'm sure Charles would be most happy to hear. No. You can't. Suzaku exclaimed as he pleaded, which only caused Megatron to sneer even more, knowing he found his weakness. Why not? You were the one who said Britannia can change from within. Why are you afraid? Megatron mused. Is it because deep down you know that this empire cannot truly change? That you're afraid your dear friends would be exploited by their own family? Seeing the shaking and panicked look on Suzaku would all but confirm it. Yes, I believe that is the case, isn't it? And with this, I believe we have found something you truly fear more than your own death. Something that we should keep to ourselves, wouldn't you agree? Suzaku looked quite stunned by what he said. What are you? I've changed my mind, Suzaku. Megatron told him. I will allow you to remain within our ranks, you may even stay as Euphemia's knight. However, let me make one thing perfectly clear, young Kururugi. From this point forward, you will do everything I say, even if I order you to execute an enemy. If you refuse an order, even a minor one, I will tell Charles that Lelich and Nunnally still live, and I will leave their fates to him. Am I clear? It was a nightmare for Suzaku. The two people that he wanted to protect more than anything had just been exposed and were threatened to be revealed. But he still had a chance to protect them, and he would do whatever it takes, even if it means selling his own soul to the devil. Suzaku then bowed before the leader of the Decepticons as he gave his answer. Yes, Lord Megatron. I will do what you ask. Just please, leave them alone. You have my word. Megatron sneered before speaking aloud. Shockwave, we are done here. Shockwave, Rumble, and Frenzy had seen everything that had transpired in the patch and had been given the order to end it, prompting Shockwave to walk towards Megatron's stasis body as Frenzy and Rumble did the same for Suzaku. And that's a wrap. Rumble said as Frenzy disconnected the patch, allowing Suzaku to wake up. Megatron sure's know how to patch things up, Kururugi. Frenzy mocked, causing the only human present to hang his head down in shame. Shockwave had likewise disconnected the patch from Megatron, allowing him to awaken as well before glancing at the human under his command. Suzaku Kururugi, you are dismissed. Suzaku, albeit shakingly, got up from the lab table and proceeded to walk out from the lab, but with his back turned to the Decepticons, he allowed the horror-filled and regretful face to be visible as dread filled his whole being. Lelich, Nunnally, I'm so sorry. He thought to himself as he left, the door closing behind him, leaving Megatron alone with Shockwave and the two Minicons. Oh Lord Megatron, while you were out of it, Soundwave contacted us. Frenzy told his leader. He found a whole hive of insect icons on that one island, and they're all under our control. Rumble finished. Excellent. Megatron sneered. Lord Megatron. Shockwave spoke up. I do not quite understand what we have gained from this. You've already known the status of the 6 Britannia siblings, as well as Lelich's identity as Zero. This may have appeared to only shake Suzaku's resolve, which could logically lead to him possibly defecting to the Autobots and the Black Knights. Maybe, but I have found a way to properly pull on his strings. Megatron replied. And even if you are right, Shockwave, and he does end up joining Optimus and Lelich, it's a small price to pay compared to what we've gained recently, with both the Insect Icon Hive, as well as knowledge of Charles's precious Ragnarok. By the way, VV is still locked up here. Just letting you know. Rumble informed. Good. Megatron nodded as he smirked evilly. Suzaku Kurugi may be currently Euphemia's knight, but he is also my pawn. The Ark. Lelich sat in the living quarters of the bridge along with Shirley and Rai as Fix-It wheeled up with small container in his hands. Optimus and Bulkhead were all present as well. In regards to the others, Arky and Cliffjumper were staying near Colin's place as she was worried her identity could be revealed to the military, so the trio stood on standby in order to help Colin's mother at a moment's notice. Wheeljack and Ratchet worked with Rax Hata and her team in terms of modifying and improving upon the recently acquired Gawain, and Ironhide was with Ogai, Todo, and Tamaki in helping some new recruits train with their Knight Marrays. Fix-It handed the container to Lelich. 2 specially made contact lenses as you requested. Fix-It reported as Lelich took the lenses out and placed them in both his eyes. You should still be able to see properly, while the lenses should also prevent your geese from accidentally controlling anybody within your eyesight. How do they feel? Pretty comfortable. Lelich replied. We should at least test them to make sure they work. Optimus proposed. Do it on me. Bulkhead volunteered, much to everyone's surprise. Well, CC did say it got stronger. Maybe it can affect bots and cons now. I don't want to take that big of a risk. Lelich replied. CC also said if I use it only 2 or 3 more times, I might lose control. I'd rather not have that happen until I fully master its power. Then use it on me. Shirley immediately stood up, much to everyone's further surprise. You haven't used it on me before. Plus, it doesn't have to be anything serious, just ask me to do jumping jacks or something. When it looked like he was about to protest, Shirley gave him a assuring smile. Lulu, it's all right. Let me help you. I want to help you. Instinctively, Lelich glanced towards Optimus, who gave a nod of approval before he turned toward the schoolgirl turned Black Knight. All right, Shirley. He activated his geese under his contact lenses. Hop on 1 foot 5 times. However, the sigil did not enter her eyes and she still had full control. Nope. I don't want to. She said with a smirk. This was pleasing to the group as they all smiled. It would appear the contact lenses are a distress. Access. Success. Great, now if we can only fix up that glitching of yours. Bulkhead joked, resulting in Shirley laughing and even Lelich smirking. However, once he paid a glance at Rai, Bulkhead noticed something odd. Hey, Rai, are you alright? Rai was brought out of whatever kind of trance he was in as he looked toward them with his pale face, bags under his eyes, which appeared to be a bit red themselves. What? Rai, are you alright? Shirley asked with concern. You looked like you hadn't slept for days. I just had some trouble, sleeping, yeah, what you said. Rai stuttered, but both Optimus and Lelich knew something was off. Rai, is something the matter? Optimus asked, but Rai didn't appear to answer as his body shook slightly. It stopped when Lelich stood up and he placed a hand on his shoulder, and he gave his friend a concerning yet serious look. Seeing how it looked like they weren't going to let him leave without hearing what was on his mind, he spoke. I got my memories back. That took them all by surprise. All of them. Shirley was the first to smile. Rai, that's great. I'm so happy for you. However, Rai was far from happy about it. In all honesty though, I wish I hadn't. To say they were stunned was an understatement. What are you talking about? Bulkhead asked his partner. Rai, you've been wanting to get your memories back for a long time, now you're saying you actually don't want them? That doesn't make sense. Maybe you remembered an unpleasant memory. Fix-It suggested. I have often heard that humans are able to overcome such unpleasant rise by speaking their minds, and their friends offer emotional support. So, please speak your mind so that we may offer said support. Rai wasn't sure where to start first, but he spoke nonetheless. First off, my name isn't Rai. It's Keizerin. Keizerin von Britannia. That caused all their eyes to widen in shock, even Optimus was stunned. My father's is Charles Z.I. Britannia. Lelich's eyes widened at that revelation as he shared a surprised glance with Optimus. What? But his revealed half-brother wasn't done yet. My mother's name. Sakura Kururugi. Rai continued. Kururugi? Shirley questioned. As in? Suzaku. Sakura was the elder sister of Genbyo Kururugi. Rai replied. But, they never married. They had an affair that was kept secret, as well as my existence, and that of my sister. Sister? Lelich, Shirley, Fix-It, and Bulkhead all exclaimed at the same time. Her name was Erina von Britannia. Rai continued. So, you are? Optimus spoke. Yeah, I'm not only half Britannian and half Japanese, I'm Lelich's half-brother, and Suzaku's cousin. Rai confirmed. Oh, and you know that woman from the Knights of Round, known at Enneagram. Yeah, she was my personal knight. Though they were all surprised by this, Shirley was the first to speak up. Wait, if you and your sister were both supposed to be kept secret, where did you live? In the Philippines, it's not that far from Japan. Rai answered. It was also considered neutral territory between the expanding Britannia as well as Japan, so it does seem a logical place to hide a pair of half-breed royals who would likely be ostracized and even lynched by the rest of the royal family. Lelich said. I also heard it suffered enormous casualties from the Britannian military as well as the civilians who lived there when it was invaded alongside Japan 7 years ago. Fix-It put in, causing Rai to wince rather hardly. So, you're the son of that wannabe Megatron, big deal. We got another one right here and he's a personified badass. Bulkhead stated. Thank you, Bulkhead. Lelich paid him a quick thanks before turning back to his friend, revealed half-brother. I can't imagine how much of a shock this is for you, Rai, but I'm not done yet. Rai said. I know how I got my geese. V.V. Optimus asked. Yep. Rai confirmed. I didn't know he was my uncle, he just came to me one day and offered me a contract. He would give me the power to help protect my mother and sister. I loved them both with all my heart, they were my entire world, along with Nonet, who was my only friend. And in return, I would help him and his brother fulfill their dream. He used air quotes. Though he didn't say what it was. I knew how dangerous the rest of the royal family was, and I didn't trust my father, so I accepted it, and I got my geese. Not long after that, Japan was invaded, along with the Philippines. We didn't even have a proper military, so there was no way to fight the invading army. Rai. I'm so sorry. Shirley tried to say to him. But, I'm sure whatever they did to you and your family, we can find a way to make sure they get brought to justice. If Lelich and Optimus turn over enough rocks, they can find out who did it and. That's just the thing though, Shirley. Rai looked up as his face was filled with so much emotional pain. I'm the one who did it. Nobody saw that coming. Bulkhead, Shirley, Lelich, Fix-It, even Optimus were completely stunned by that revelation. Britannia invaded our home, but I didn't want to lose it, it was all my family had. Rai stuttered as a turmoil of sadness, anger, and regret filled his being. Something in me snapped. I used my geese and ordered everyone to fight back, everyone. Even my own mother and sister. They grabbed guns, knives, swords, gardening tools, whatever was handy and fought back. It was a bloodbath. When it was over, I walked through a field that was red with blood before I found them. Tears were already in his eyes. My mother, and my sweet little sister, both their bodies filled with holes and lying dead on the ground. Shirley gave a gasp, she covered her mouth in horror. Bulkhead and Fix-It were more shocked than they've ever been, even Lelich looked in a mixture of shock and sympathy. Optimus had nothing but complete and utter sympathy for the tormented youth. The woman who gave birth to me, who loved me, and my little Erina, who looked up to me, her big brother. Rai was already sobbing. And I got them killed. I lost everything and I wanted to end it. Everyone gasped as they all had a good idea what that meant. I picked up a gun and aimed it at my head. His tone then became one filled with anger. Then, he came, that little monster V.V., who didn't even have an ounce of empathy, told me that I had to fulfill his end of our contract. I turned the gun on him and unloaded it. When that didn't work, I tried to strangle him with my bare hands, telling him and his brother they can go to hell. He shouted in anger as tears of sorrow and rage flowed down his face. Then, he put me in the thought elevator. That really got their attention. A thought elevator? Optimus asked. Similar to the one I destroyed on Kaname Island. That very same one, in fact. Rai answered, still filled with anger and sorrow. I was frozen inside it, some kind of stasis I guess, for 7 years. It's why I'm the same age as I was then. I tried to resist, but I couldn't, so I used my geese on myself, to make me forget. So, I wouldn't help VV with his plans, right before I was sealed away. Despite the enormous bomb that was dropped, this answered many of their questions, including why Rai had amnesia in the first place. How did you get out? Fixit asked. Clovis found me. Rai answered, still in his emotional state. He discovered the thought elevator a little bit after he began his experiments on CC and pulled me out of it. He then put me through the same kind of experiments. Then, when Colin and her team stole the canister containing C.C, I escaped during the confusion, found my way to Ashford and, you all know the rest. Now they knew, they all finally had all the answers to the mystery surrounding Rai, where he came from, how he got geese, all of it. But they also understood why Rai wished he never remembered. Who would want to remember a past as awful as that? Even Lelich looked in utter sympathy at his half-brother, while his own childhood was surely a living hell, it was nothing compared to what Rai had to go through. Rai's entire body began to shake. It's my fault. He placed his hands on his head, like he was about to pull out his hair, his eyes red and swollen with the tears of grief and rage. I killed them. I killed my own family. He'd be so proud of me. Dear old daddy would be so proud. I can practically hear him and Vivi both laughing in my head, telling me I'm just as bad as they are. We're the same. And they're right. How can I be a Black Knight? I can't be. I don't deserve to be. I'm a monster. His ranting was brought to a halt as Shirley pulled him into an embrace, wrapping her arms around him so tightly and refusing to let go. Stop. Rai, stop it right now. She told him as he was beyond surprised. I won't let you say anything so horrible about yourself. You're not a monster. She pulled away but kept a firm grip on his shoulders as she looked into his eyes. You didn't want all that to happen, did you? She asked as she looked like she was about to cry in pity for him. It was Vivi who gave you that power, and it was that monster of an emperor that ordered your home to be invaded. They did that to you, you didn't ask for it. But Rai, look at me. Shirley continued. You are not a monster. You've saved so many people, including me. You made a mistake, but it's not like you wanted so many people to get hurt. I don't know how I can help you, but I want to. You're one of my best friends and I care about you so much, and seeing you torture yourself like this only breaks my heart. She was already in tears herself. It wasn't your fault. She's right. Bulkhead leaned down to be on equal level with him as Rai directed his attention to the green Autobot. I can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am that you went through all that, especially by yourself. But kid, you've done so much good when you came here, you even saved my skid plate. Yeah, what you went through was horrible, but I don't care who you were before or what kind of mistakes you've made in the past, I know who you are, Rai. You're a good person, someone I can honestly say is my best bud alongside Wheeljack, a fellow wrecker. No matter what happened back then, or what will happen in the future, I will always have your back. You're my friend and that is never going to change. Bulkhead. Surely. Rai didn't know what to say as he looked in between their smiling and supportive faces. I truly am sorry as well you had to endure all of that. Fix-It said sincerely. But I can promise you are not the only one. There are several other Autobots and Black Knights present who can understand where you're coming from, and I know we will all be here to support you, just as I am now, glitch or no. Lelich walked up to his half-brother next. Rai, when I lost my mother, I only had Nunnally and I didn't open myself up to anyone for a long time, not until Suzaku helped me break through my shell, and even then, I still had trouble trusting others. That is, until I met the Autobots, and you, and everyone else. You all helped me to see things differently, you changed me. I truly am sorry for your loss, but you've gained some things too. You've gained plenty of loyal friends and, you also have a brother who wants to help you. Lelich put a hand on his shoulder and smiled. You also have another sister. I'm sure Nunnally would be thrilled to know you're part of her family. And I know she would want to help you too. I told her everything before I came here, and she still trusts me, she can do that for you too. Rai almost couldn't believe it. He revealed his horrible past to everyone present, but they still offered their support, compassion, and friendships to him and said how they wanted to help him. He already knew what kind of people the Autobots and most of his fellow Black Knights were, so he wasn't too surprised to hear all this, but his heart still ached with this pain. Rai. Optimus was the one to deliver final remarks. We can never truly replace what you've lost. But you have friends and a family that will support you even knowing your past. Your actions among us have proven that you are a noble and caring human being, and that is the person we choose to know you as, not as K.I.'s Aaron von Britannia, the son of Charles Z.I. Britannia, but as Rai of the Black Knights, a wrecker, an ally to the Autobots. The Autobot leader smiled. And a most trusted friend. That was it, that was all Rai needed to hear as he broke down in a sob of both sadness and joy, happiness that despite his past being revealed, he still had friends and family who cared for him and wanted to help him. Shirley immediately pulled him into a hug as she cried too but also smiled, while he buried his face into her shoulder and continued to cry. Lelich also smiled as he put a hand on his brother's back in support. Bulkhead stayed close as he smiled and nodded, along with Fix-It and Optimus who also gave their own sympathetic, yet compassionate expressions to their friend and comrade. Dreadwing's vehicle mode soared toward Cornelia's mobile base before it slowed its approach and descended toward the ground for a landing. Once it came to a stop, its cockpit opened up to allow Euphemia to step outside, right before Dreadwing transformed. Thank you, Dreadwing. Euphemia said as she was about to walk toward the base. Princess Euphemia, does your sister know of your arrival? Dreadwing asked. No, but this can't wait. I have to talk to her. Euphemia said seriously. Did you hear anything from Suzaku? Lord Megatron just released him. Dreadwing answered, much to Euphemia's surprise. Is he okay? What happened with Suzaku? Euphemia asked almost urgently. I do not know the details, but Megatron has claimed that he still has Suzaku's allegiance. Dreadwing responded, causing Euphemia to wince. And if I'm being honest, I have a rather bad feeling about it. I've tried to contact them before, only to be turned down. Something doesn't quite feel right. Euphemia noticed how reluctant Dreadwing was with all of this. She had yet to tell him what she learned from Lelich and Optimus on Kaname Island, but maybe she could soon, and they could have a potential ally. Like Suzaku, Euphemia knew Dreadwing was a good individual, and if he knew the truth, he would hopefully side with them, or at the very least, leave Megatron. I shouldn't be long. Please wait out here for me. Euphemia said as she walked inside, while Dreadwing gave an affirmative nod. Inside the mobile base, Cornelia spoke with Guilford and several of her officers when one soldier came in to address the princess. Viceroy, Princess Euphemia is here, and she wishes to have an audience with you. Guilford and the officers were rather stunned by this, and while Cornelia was rather surprised, she also had something important going on here. I don't have time for this. Make the time, Cornelia. Euphemia stated as she walked into the control room herself. Euphemia, I'm very busy right now. Whatever it is, I'm sure it can wait. Cornelia said, keeping her eyes focused on what was in front of her. No, it can't. Euphemia stated. Cornelia, I know you never listen to me, but what I have to tell you could determine whether or not Britannia has a future. Maybe even the whole planet. Though Guilford and the officers were more than a little shocked by this, Cornelia turned around and saw the look in Euphemia's eyes. That look told the Viceroy that her younger sister wasn't going to leave until she had voiced her thoughts. Give us a moment. Cornelia told Guilford and the officers present. Yes, Your Highness. Guilford bowed as he and everyone else left the control room, leaving the two royal sisters alone. How did you even get all the way out here? Cornelia asked Euphemia. Dreadwing flew me in. Euphy answered. I see. Cornelia responded before a concerning look formed on her face. Schneeisel told me what had happened on Kaname Island. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, and that's why I'm here. Euphemia began. While I was stranded, I made contact with Optimus Prime and Zero. That got Cornelia's attention. I learned some things while in their company. Did you see Zero's face? Cornelia sked immediately, while also interrupting her. Did he take off his mask in front of you? No, he didn't. Euphemia answered, much to Cornelia's disappointment. Though she did feel bad about lying like that, she didn't want to reveal Lelich's secret till she knew he and Nunnally would be safe. But that's not why I'm here. Cornelia, we have to end our alliance with the Decepticons. Cornelia gave Euphemia her full undivided attention as the younger princess continued. Megatron has been lying to us. Euphemia explained. The Autobots aren't war criminals, they're practically refugees. Cybertron wasn't destroyed because of the war, it was destroyed because Megatron poisoned it. He wanted to conquer and overthrow Cybertron's leadership for himself, but when he couldn't, he just settled with simply destroying the planet. Do you have any proof of this? Cornelia asked. I heard everything from Optimus Prime. Euphemia replied. Cornelia, I know you've had your doubts about Megatron, just as I've had, but they're not unfounded. Megatron is a monster. We have to end our partnership with him, or else he may very well destroy Britannia, if not the entire Earth. Euphy. I understand what you are saying. Cornelia responded. I never trusted Megatron, even from the very beginning. Unfortunately, though, I don't have a say in the matter, you heard Father's orders. Besides, Britannia is already facing a grave adversary in the face of the Black Knights and the Autobots, starting another confrontation with a force even greater than that could lead the Empire to ruin. We can't fight two wars at once. We don't have to. Euphemia stated. Let's offer a truce to the Autobots and Black Knights. Cornelia looked to her sister in disbelief. What? Even with the orders our father gave, you still have the power as Viceroy to make that call. Euphemia continued. Offer a ceasefire and a chance to negotiate with Zero and Optimus so we can find a way to work together and repel the Decepticons. Negotiate with them. Cornelia voiced in outrage. With the same alien that humiliated me multiple times. With the same terrorist who murdered our own brother. Cornelia, did you even bother to investigate the circumstances surrounding Clovis? Why he did something so horrible? Euphemia questioned. He massacred so many innocent people, and we're not even judging his actions. Those who died in Shinjuku were 11s, Clovis a member of the royal family. Are you saying the lives of those we don't even know are worth even more than our own flesh and blood? Cornelia exclaimed. 11s, that's how you see them, that's how everyone sees them. Euphemia spoke in a tone indicating she was disappointed. And that is why the world hates us. Britannia is wrong, all this fighting is wrong, our father is wrong, we are wrong. Cornelia gave a slight scoff. Oh, is that so? Well, maybe I was wrong then. Wrong to think you would help to contribute to our nation, to see all this fighting through to the end. The end of what, Cornelia? The world. Euphemia exclaimed. Because that is exactly what's going to happen if we don't stop. When Optimus told me how the Decepticons destroyed Cybertron, I couldn't help but realize that Britannia is almost exactly the same. That's exactly what we're doing right now. We're destroying the world, Cornelia. Britannia is trying to bring order to the world. Cornelia argued. You think we're the only ones fighting? Look at the Chinese Federation or the EU. Look at all the countries and empires that have existed long before Britannia. Fighting has existed since the dawn of history. That doesn't make it right. Euphemia yelled. Britannia has more scientific knowledge and power than most other countries. We could be using that to help people, but no, we're using it to kill. Have you seen the ghettos? Have you seen the people who live there? The destruction we leave in our wake, the lives we ruin, we're the problem, Cornelia. Britannia can do so much good, but instead we're only hurting people. We're not bringing order, we're only making more chaos. The Black Knights and Autobots aren't the terrorists. We are. Cornelia looked as if her sister had just suddenly grown a second head. Her look of shock and disbelief turned into a glare. How dare! And it's not just with the rest of the world, it's with our own people too. Euphemia continued. Our own family. You say I don't care about Clovis? Look at our father. He didn't even shed a single tear at his funeral, he didn't even pay him the proper respects. He just said our own brother's death was a stepping stone toward progress. And it's not just him. Look at what happened to Lelich and Nunnally. They didn't do anything wrong. All Lelich wanted to know was why his own mother was murdered. And what did he get for that? Exile. Our father exiled him just for wanting to seek justice for his own mother's death. Euphemia was almost on the verge of crying. Are you saying that they deserved to be sent away? Or worse, that our father practically ordered them to be killed when they invaded Japan? As Euphemia continued to rant, Cornelia's glare only hardened as her fists clenched. We betrayed them, Cornelia. Our own brother and sister. They were thrown away and left for dead, and we didn't lift a single finger to help them. Tears were already flowing down her eyes. I hate myself every day for that, and knowing I can't do anything to change it. But you're a viceroy. You have the power to make a change, but you won't. So many people are suffering, and you won't even bat them an eye. I don't blame the Black Knights or the Autobots one bit for waging war against us. You're just like him, Cornelia. You're just like our father. Smack. Almost on instinct, Cornelia had swung the back of her fist to her sister's face and knocked her down onto the ground. However, once she realized what she did, Cornelia's look of anger turned into shock as she saw Euphemia look up toward her, tears mixed in with a look of betrayal and disbelief her eyes as she held her cheek where Cornelia struck her. Euphy. I didn't. However, Euphemia was already on her feet, her back turned toward her older sister. I'm sorry, it was a mistake to come here. Euphy hid her tearful expression as she tried to speak professionally. You don't have to worry, Viceroy. I won't bother you ever again. She then proceeded to walk out, leaving Cornelia alone. Once she was alone, Cornelia became filled with regret as she walked up to sit on her throne. There was a part of her that agreed with what her sister had said. Like Euphemia, Cornelia hated herself for not protecting Lelich and Nunnally, and she wished she was with Lelich the day he confronted his father. Even if she got exiled with them, she could have protected them herself. She stifled a sob as she pressed her hand against her face. Your Highness. She lowered her hand slightly to reveal Guilford had entered the room as he looked with concern. Are you all right? How much did you hear? Cornelia asked bluntly. Quite a bit. It was rather loud. Guilford answered, causing Cornelia to sigh even deeper. Your Highness, permission to speak freely. Granted. It's not my place to pass judgment based on your current actions, or what happened in the past with your family. Guilford began. But I know you are not a bad person. Cornelia paid him a glance as he continued. And if I'm being honest, I don't fully trust the Emperor either, especially with how complacent he seems to be regarding the action of the Decepticons, whom I have no trust for whatsoever. If something happened, and I was forced to choose between you or the Emperor, I would follow you without a moment's hesitation. I know you would. Cornelia replied honestly. You've been nothing short of loyal to me, Guilford. And I truly appreciate that. Your Highness. An officer urgently ran inside. What now? Cornelia asked with a groan, not in the mood for this. The enemy has destroyed the Great Kanman Bridge in Kyushu block. What? Cornelia questioned as she and Guilford were both stunned by this report. They've also cut off vehicle access at 4 other points. The officer continued. And large numbers of assault landing craft are moving into the Genkai Sea. The Chinese Federation. Guilford exclaimed in surprise. Have they made a declaration of war? Cornelia questioned. No, Viceroy. The craft are bearing the flag of Japan. Chapter 30, Battle at Kyushu. We hereby declare the resurrection of Japan as a lawful, independent, and sovereign nation. This was a declaration made by a middle-aged Japanese politician, seen on the latest news report that was broadcasted on the ARC's main screen with Optimus, Zero, Ratchet, Tamaki, Ironhide, Diet Hard, and Ogai watching. Atsushi Sawazaki, leader of the forces that have occupied the Fukuoka military base, was chief cabinet administrator of the Kurugi administration in the former nation of Japan. The reporter on the screen explained. After the war, he fled to the Chinese Federation, but is apparently making his move in response to the recent civil unrest caused by Zero and these still mysterious beings known as the Autobots. Whether they and the Black Knights have played a role in these unfolding events is still under investigation. We're not part of it. Tamaki exclaimed. What do Kyoto or Peace Mark say about this? Ratchet asked Diet Hard. Neither knew this was coming. Diet Hard responded. Kyoto was only just notified about his unilateral claim over the Sakuradite mining rights. By why make his move now? Ironhide questioned. Is it only because we're causing such a commotion here in Japan? Zero, Optimus, it's our move, what are we gonna do about this? Ogai asked the two. Let's not jump on the bandwagon just yet. Zero answered. It seems he's gaining support from the Chinese Federation, we should know the full story before making any moves. But the real question is, whether or not the Decepticons may become involved. Yes, that does leave cause for concern. Optimus said. On one end, Megatron may view this as beneath him, as it does not seem like Sawazaki or the forces of the Chinese Federation have any Cybertronian allies. But as Zero said, we should understand the full situation before we make any moves of our own. The Nemesis. Dreadwing walked onto the bridge of the Decepticon warship where Megatron was standing at the end, his back turned to the Seeker. Lord Megatron, I trust you have become aware of the situation in Kyushu. Soundwave has informed me. Megatron acknowledged as the silent Decepticon hung to the side. I believe that this Sawazaki individual is merely a puppet for the opposing nation called the Chinese Federation. Dreadwing informed. Your point? Megatron questioned, keeping his back turned. This could cause a great deal of unrest within Area 11, even more so than before. Dreadwing said. I propose assembling the Seekers in a small squadron to infiltrate Kyushu and eliminate the threat. There will be no need for that. Megatron said, much to Dreadwing's surprise. It does not appear to be the work of the Autobots and their Black Knight allies, so it is of no concern to us. Let Cornelia handle it. But Master. Dreadwing attempted to protest. That is an order. Megatron insisted, finally turning around to address the Seeker in question. Unless Optimus or Zero become involved, this is little more than a skirmish between two bickering nations and we hold no part in it, and that is final. Dreadwing merely lowered his head with a frustrated expression. As you wish, Lord Megatron. But, you should be aware that Suzaku Kurugi has been selected by Prince Schneeisel to take part in the battle to reclaim Kyushu. He is a soldier of Britannia, of course. Megatron said as if it were rather obvious. But he is also one of our own soldiers. Dreadwing replied in protest. One that is on very thin ice, given his recent actions. The leader of the Decepticons stated. Now, is there anything else you wish to inform me? Though hesitant at first, Dreadwing decided to back down. No, Master. Then you are dismissed. Megatron told him, prompting Dreadwing to turn around with a reluctant scowl on his face. Meanwhile, the Avalon continued to fly across the clouds, making its way towards Kyushu. Though its commander, Schneeisel, was not present, the Camelot division was on the bridge, along with all 4 knights of the round as they saw the report of Sawazaki occupation of Kyushu. Wow, talk about a blast from the past. Gino commented. Who would have thought the old Japanese government would team up with the Chinese Federation? More likely the Federation is using Sawazaki as a cover for their true objectives. Monica assumed. Agreed, and given the civil unrest caused by our conflict with the Decepticons against the Black Knights and the Autobots, it makes sense they'd try to take advantage of the chaos. Anya said. Speaking of which, what have the Decepticons said about this? Nonet asked in a somewhat suspicious tone towards Lloyd. When I called Starscream, his exact words were, if you need our help to deal with some lowly humans, then Britannia leaves even more to be desired than I thought. Lloyd said casually. You know, the typical, superior alien, lowly alien, shtick. At this point, I'm not even surprised. Nonet rolled her eyes. But I am actually a bit surprised, the Decepticons aren't involved in this at all. Why would they be? Gino asked. I get we're not best buddies with them right now, but I don't think they'd switch sides to the Chinese Federation. I don't think they were ever on our side. Monica said. Given their recent actions, I think it's safe to say they're only using us just to get an advantage over the Autobots and the Black Knights. Suffice to say, I've completely lost my trust in them. Except Dreadwing, he's still cool. Gino put in. Putting all that aside, how's Suzaku doing? Lloyd asked Cecile. He says he'll do whatever the mission demands. Cecile answered. I still can't believe he actually quit being a knight. Gino said with genuine concern. Sure, he made a few mistakes, who hasn't? I believe the situation is more complicated than that. Anya said. What about Prince Schneeisel, where is he? Cecile asked the knights. He's in the settlement, trying to keep a panic from breaking out. Monica informed. But he said he'd have a strategy in place soon if Cornelia can't penetrate the enemy front line. Avalon doesn't have its commander right now, but we have to finish this up if we want to counter the Gafune disturber. Lloyd commented, as Nonet and Gino glanced back, though they couldn't see him. Both of them were thinking in concern with Suzaku, who no doubt was all by himself near the Lancelot with a great deal of troubling thought in his mind. Flashback, yesterday. Suzaku stood in front of Euphemia in her office as he handed her back the knight pin she gave him. I've dishonored you. Suzaku said to her. I'm not worthy to be your knight. If this is about you disobeying orders, my brother Schneeisel said it was an unusual situation and you shouldn't be blamed for it. Euphemia said. It's not just that. Suzaku's voice began to crack. I can't do this. Euphemia looked to him with concern. Has knighthood become a burden for you? Something that troubles you? No, I'm grateful for it. Suzaku replied. Then why? Euphemia questioned. I killed my own father. Suzaku revealed, causing Euphemia to look at him with absolute shock. I was never punished for it, I just lived on like nothing happened. But even that isn't it. My actions, have put people that I care about in danger. What kind of person am I? That I put people that I love in jeopardy, while I'm being protected. His eyes shook as tears were almost ready to fall. Someone like me doesn't deserve this. He put his pin in Yuffie's hands and closed them around it. I'm sorry, Yuffie. He turned around and began to leave. Wait, Suzaku, where are you going to go now? She stopped him, but while he did stop, he didn't turn around to face her. You're not going back to the Decepticons, are you? Suzaku said nothing in response, which was all the confirmation she needed. Suzaku, please, you can't go back to them. Euphemia practically begged. They're not what Megatron says they are. He's a monster, he's just using you, Suzaku. Even if you're no longer my knight, that doesn't mean we can't find a solution. Please. You can't go back to them. I'm ordering you not to go back. Tears were already streaming down her eyes. Suzaku clenched his fists as his whole body shook. Tears were built up in his own eyes as well, but he forced them back. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. But I can't obey that order. Forgive me. He left her office, leaving a saddened Euphemia as she fell to her knees and placed one hand over her mouth as she cried alone. End flashback. A raging storm had formed over Kyushu, which made it almost impossible for the Brighton-Neon forces to advance any further. Any and all aquatic Portland Nightmares that made an attempt to get close were instantly shot down, as all airships couldn't get through either due to the tempest. Princess Cornelia, we're taking too many losses. Guilford reported to the Viceroy as they were on a carrier ship outside the battlefield. This tempest is preventing us from using our air power. We'll have to delay the landing operation until the weather changes. Cornelia could only scowl as she knew her knight was correct. It's a stroke of good fortune that this storm hit, the Chinese General Tsao commented as he stood next to Sawazaki within the occupied base. We must use it to tighten our grip on Kyushu. You see, General Tsao, heaven is on our side. Sawazaki boasted. And soon, we'll have even stand side by side with Titans. You're certain these Autobot beings will side with us? Tsao asked with concern. Based on what we've seen, it seems as though there are other metallic beings they seem to be in conflict with besides Britannia. I'm quite certain we'll come to terms with them. Sawazaki smirked. What's the old saying, the enemy of my enemy, and that prison fight that was broadcasted nationwide has shown us that Britannia is starting to lose its grip, even that wretched emperor hasn't made a statement, showing that even he is scared. Once they lose Japan entirely, that pitiful empire may completely fall apart entirely. Tokyo settlement. Martial law is not necessary. Schneeisel said to Darlton and a few Brighton-Neon officers in his own personal office. Such measures would only upset and frighten people. Contact EU. Foreign Minister Gandalfi. Oh, and put a call into the Totema Agency in Cambodia. Prince Schneeisel, using the Totema Agency could be a... Darlton attempted to protest, but was interrupted by Euphemia's entering the office. Prime Minister. Euphemia addressed her older half-brother professionally. Yes, Euphy, is something wrong? Schneeisel asked in a friendly manner. Is there anything I can do to help? I'm the sub-viceroy of Area 11, I should be assisting you. Euphemia offered. Thank you, just your offer to help me is more than enough. Schneeisel said. But I... Euphemia tried to protest. The Viceroy gave strict orders that you not be entangled in this matter, Princess. Darlton told her. She did. Euphemia asked in minor surprise. Is this because I choose my knight without her consent? Or is it because of the fight we had? That took Darlton by surprise. You got into an argument with the Viceroy. Apparently, he wasn't aware of that. Please understand, Euphy. Schneeisel chose to intervene. Cornelia can't take any chances now, the situation is much too treacherous. You mean? Euphemia's eyes shook slightly, having a good idea what he was implying. Darlton, concerning the matter we were discussing, I know someone who has a way in with them, so I will ask for help. Schneeisel addressed the knight. Yes, Your Highness. Darlton nodded. Schneeisel, there's something else I need to talk to you about. Euphemia got his attention. It's about the Decepticons, please you have to listen. However, Schneeisel raised his hand. Euphy, I'm sure whatever you have to discuss regarding the Decepticons is important, but right now we've got our hands full with the current situation. I'm sorry, but it'll have to wait. Euphemia had left the building with a distraught look on her face. Even though she couldn't help with the situation in Kyushu, she at least hoped she could tell her brother about the Decepticons' true colors, but much like with Cornelia, it seems her attempts were all for naught. However, her distraught thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a blue fighter jet flying down toward her, which slowed its descent to transform into Dreadwing. Dreadwing. Euphemia was honestly surprised to see him here. Princess Euphemia, where is Suzaku? Dreadwing asked. I had been attempting to make contact, but I have had no response. He's on the Avalon, approaching Kyushu. Euphemia answered. Though he had his answer, Dreadwing noticed the troubling look in Euphemia's eyes. Is something the matter, Your Highness? Dreadwing, did Megatron order Suzaku to resign as my knight? Euphemia questioned. To say Dreadwing was surprised was an understatement. What? Suzaku resigned as your knight? Euphemia was slightly caught off guard. So, you didn't know? How did this happen? Why would he resign? Dreadwing questioned urgently. He said he did something that he was never punished for and people he cared about were placed in danger. Euphemia answered. But he never went into the details. Dreadwing had a serious expression on his face. Could this be the issue regarding his father? Is that the reason? Dreadwing. Euphemia got his attention again. Please, you're the only Decepticon I can trust. Please, I'm begging you, help Suzaku. I don't care if he doesn't want it, I want you to help protect him. He means so much to me, even more than a soldier. Please. She begged. The Seeker was surprised by this request, but he understood. He easily noticed that there was a connection between Suzaku and Euphemia, and for that reason, he would assist both of them however he could. I will, I promise. Dreadwing nodded, much to Euphemia's relief. Princess Euphemia, whatever reason it is that has caused you to distrust the Decepticons, I promise you can trust me. I will look after Suzaku Kururugi for you. Thank you. Euphemia smiled as Dreadwing gave a small smile of his own before transforming and flying off. Once he was gone, Euphemia reached into her pocket and pulled out the special communications device Lelich gave her back on Kaname Island. Ashford Academy, Student Council Room. After all our hard work getting ready, it looks like they're gonna cancel the school festival. Millie said as the room was nothing short of a mess, with all sorts of boxes and supplies scattered across the floor. That's hardly a huge consideration since we're at war. Rivalts commented as he worked on a laptop. Did you say war? Nina asked in surprise. Gino texted me. Rivalts answered. They're using this government in exile thing as a smokescreen, but this is a war with the Chinese Federation. Oh, I see. Nina said. Nina, what about the booths we were planning to borrow from the art museum? Millie asked her. I'm going there today. Nina answered. If I have some extra time, I'd also like to drop into the science department. Are you talking about that present of yours? Millie questioned. What present is that? Rivalts asked in confusion. Professor Asplund said that I should ask him if there was something special that I wanted. Nina answered with a small blush on her face. You mean Lloyd? Rivalts exclaimed. That philandering playboy. That's enough. Millie lightly chastised. Could you get a little work done? Easy for you to say, more than half the council's missing. Rivalts stated. Suzaku, Gino, Anya, and Monica are all in the army, both Colin and Rai are in the hospital, and Lelich is completely missing in action. He looked to the only other member in the room. Hey Shirley, anything going on with him? I saw that you and Lelich have been spending a lot of time together lately. Shirley was somewhat surprised by that. Oh, well, he had something personal he had to take care of with Nunnally. A family emergency and all that. She sent a glance towards Millie, which she seemed to understand. Ah well, guess it can't be helped then. Millie played along. Rivalts sighed. Yeah, well I still think something weird is going on. Shirley inwardly winced as she didn't like the idea of deceiving her friends like this, but she knew it was for their own protection. Of course, it wasn't just that, as she remembered when Rai confessed to Nunnally the previous day. Flashback, yesterday. Rai had kneeled down in front of Nunnally, holding his hand over hers as he had told her everything about his past, that he was her half-brother, as well as Suzaku's cousin, how he got his geese, what happened to his mother and sister, as well as Vivi putting him in the thought elevator only to be extracted by Clovis 7 years ago. Lelich, Cece, Colin, Shirley, and Sayoko were all present in the room as well. Though Lelich, Colin, and Shirley were already aware, it didn't stop them from looking to Rai in complete and utter sympathy. However, it was the first time both Cece and Sayoko had heard of this. The ninja maid covered her mouth in shock, and even Cece had been completely stunned. Though she felt a great deal of pity for Rai, her resentment towards Vivi had increased substantially. Rai. I'm so sorry. Nunnally said to him, her voice already cracking. Hard to believe, huh? Rai asked with a hollow voice. Your mysterious roommate is not only your half-brother, but also a mass murderer. Rai, no, that was not your fault. Nunnally told him. And I'm not going to let you think that about yourself. I know, Lelich and the others already told me that it's just. Rai looked away. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get over that. But, at least you're not alone. Nunnally reached out to caress his cheek, causing him to slowly look up in surprise at the sight of her smile, despite the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Rai, I am so sorry all of that happened to you, but I don't think of you any differently. I've always cared about you ever since you came here, and now you are my brother. I know I can never replace Erina, but you have a sister now who loves you deeply and wants to be here for you. So please let me. Rai stifled some tears as he smiled as well. Thank you, Nunnally. She didn't hesitate to pull her brother into an embrace, which he was more than happy to return. Such a scene caused Shirley to shed some tears of joy. Even Sayoko wiped a tear from her own eye. Cece didn't cry, but she nonetheless smiled and gave a small nod. Even Lelich and Colin shared genuine smiles with one another. End flashback. The Ark. Rai, clad in his black night uniform, had recalled that memory of the previous day as he sat in a cargo hold on a few boxes next to the jackhammer as he saw a familiar white Autobot walk in. Hey, how you holding up, kid? Wheeljack asked. Hanging in there? Rai said with a small sigh. So, Bulkhead told you everything? Yeah. Wheeljack nodded. Listen Rai, I'm sorry for all that. Thanks, but it's not like you got a reason to be. Rai said. None of that is your fault. No, but you're still my friend. Wheeljack said as he kneeled down closer to Rai's level. Kid, look. I'm not exactly good at these heartfelt speeches or whatever, but I just wanna say that no matter what kind of baggage you got going on, you're still one of us, and I always got your back. Rai looked up to Wheeljack with a genuine smile as the Autobot soon smirked. And hey, if that VV guy shows up to give you a hard time again, just let me know. I'll test that fancy immortality of his, Wrecker style. He smirked as he held out a grenade for emphasis. Rai chuckled. Yeah, thanks Wheeljack. Don't mention it, kid. The Wrecker nodded as he offered his fist for a fist bump, which Rai was happy to return. Meanwhile, Lelich, still in his Zero outfit, sat in the living room area of the Ark's bridge with Optimus behind him as Todo, Kagaya, and Katace sat down across from him. You wanted to see us? Todo asked. We would like each of your opinions on Sawazaki. Optimus requested. Given the situation, we need to be certain whether or not we can count him as our ally. And given you three were among those who worked closest with him, anything you would say would be valuable. Sawazaki is a coward, plain and simple. Katace said immediately. Though he supported the fight against Britannia when they invaded, once word got out of Prime Minister Kurugi's death, he immediately fled the country with his tail between his legs. He didn't even give a warning. Even before he fled the country, Sawazaki was never a warrior. Todo added. He's essentially a typical politician, all bark and no bite. My guess is that he's a pawn for the Chinese Federation. Oh yes, most definitely. Even Kagaya nodded. I'm friends with their current empress, and I can safely say that the high eunuchs are using him to try and get Japan all to themselves. They're not really all that different from the Britannian royal family, no offense Lelich. None taken. Lelich assured. From the sound of things, it seems like Sawazaki isn't all that different from Starscream. Then again, at least even he can put up a fight if he's cornered, but for Sawazaki in that circumstance, he shows his underbelly. Is that right? Couldn't have put it any better myself. Todo confirmed. Lelich then felt a vibration on his person and took out his cell phone to see it was a private line, one that he recognized almost instantly. Excuse me, I have to take this. He stood up. Optimus, gather everyone to the bridge, we'll announce our next move soon. Understood. Optimus nodded as Lelich left the area. The young revolutionary entered his private quarters as he sat down and answered the phone. Hello Yuffie. Lelich, I'm sorry to call you if you're in the middle of something, but I have to talk to you. He noticed the tone in his sister's voice and could tell it was urgent. What's going on? Suzaka resigned as my knight. Euphemia informed. What? Lelich practically shot out from his seat. Lelich did you know about his father? Yuffie asked, causing Lelich to wince. Yes, I did. Lelich answered with a sigh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Does Optimus know? Yuffie asked. Yes, as do the other Autobots in my inner circle of Black Knights. Lelich answered. But how did you find out? He told me, he said that was the reason he wanted to resign. Yuffie replied. That, and he said he put people that he cared about in danger. Did he say who specifically? Lelich asked. No. Yuffie responded. Do you know where Suzaku is now? Lelich continued to ask. He's involved in the operation with Kyushu. Yuffie replied. Lelich, you and Optimus wouldn't happen to. If you're wondering if we're involved with Sawazaki, let me tell you right now that we're not. Lelich set the record straight. We had no idea this was coming, and we have no intention of siding with Sawazaki either. I had a feeling, but I just wanted to be sure. Euphemia replied and paused for a moment before speaking again. Lelich. Yes. I tried to talk with Cornelia and Schneeisel about what I learned from you and Optimus. Yuffie said, causing Lelich to look in minor surprise. Did you tell them my identity? He asked somewhat urgently. No. I wouldn't do that without your consent. Euphemia quickly assured, much to Lelich's relief. But, when I tried to tell them about the Decepticons, Cornelia ignored me completely, and Schneeisel is more focused on what's going on in Kyushu. I'm sorry, I wanted to get you and Optimus help but... It's alright. Lelich assured. I thank you for wanting to help, but we have to be careful. It's not just the Decepticons, you know what our father is like, and what he's capable of. I know, but it's just so frustrating. Euphemia voiced her thoughts. I want to help but... I can't, you have no idea how much that hurts, knowing the people I care about are struggling so much but I can't do a thing to help them. Lelich winced with sympathy as he heard his half-sister's grievances. I'm sorry Yuffie, really I am. But, there's a time and place that you can help, but now is not that time. Please don't take any offense to this, but you're not a soldier, you don't know what war's like. The best thing I can recommend is for you to keep your head down. If something comes up and you can help us, I'll let you know, I promise. But right now, just keep yourself out of harm's way. Somehow, Lelich could practically see the disappointed look on his sister's face. As much as he wanted to help Yuffie, he knew that she didn't have much to contribute right now to the current situation. Yuffie? Are you still there? He asked when he didn't hear a response. Yes. She replied. Lelich, there's just one last thing. Clovis, why did he do what he did? He finished for her. Why did I kill him? Yes. Lelich sighed. I meant to tell you this sooner, but I never got the chance. Yuffie, I need you to listen to me very carefully. What I am about to tell you right now, you can't tell anybody else. Not a single soul, do you understand? Though there was some hesitance, he did get a response. I understand. Lelich then told her everything about his geese, from meeting CC in Shinjuku, to explaining why that was the reason Clovis ordered the massacre, and also the reason Lelich killed him. He also explained his geese power, and even went into details about their secret uncle, Vivi, and even talked about Rai and his past. Euphemia listened to every word and asked the occasional question, which Lelich was willing to answer. He even talked about how he met with Cornelia before and used his geese on her to get information regarding his mother's murder, and even erased her memories of that meeting, if only to protect her. He also told her about his confession to Nunnally and his plan to move her to the Ark soon. Once it was all done, Lelich sat in uncomfortable silence, waiting for his sister's response. Finally, after what seemed like a long while, she finally spoke. Wow, that. I really have no idea what to say to all that. I know, it's a lot. Lelich said. And I'm sorry to pour it all on you at once. Well, given all the bombshells I got on that island with you and Optimus, you'd think I'd be used to it. She attempted to make a joke, which caused Lelich to chuckle slightly. Lelich I'm sorry, you had to go through all that all by yourself. I'm not by myself. Lelich replied. I've got Optimus and so many other people and bots who are willing to help me. So, don't worry, I'm not alone. Listen, I have to go. I promise I'm going to help Suzaku, and we'll get this matter with Sawazaki taken care of as well. I know you will. Please give Optimus my regards. Yuffie said. I will. Lelich said as he stood up. And Yuffie, I love you. I love you too. She told her brother before he hung up. The Avalon. Suzaku saw that the Lancelot now had its float system attached to it, which took the form of a red jetpack-like device attached to the back of the White Nightmare. However, before he could contemplate, he received a communication from his earpiece. Suzaku Kururugi. To say the honorary Brighton Neon was surprised was an understatement as he recognized that voice. Dreadwing. Wah, where are you? Currently flying outside the Avalon. Dreadwing answered. I already informed Asplund and the Knights of the Round. Did Megatron send you? Suzaku's eyes narrowed slightly. No, I came here out of Princess Euphemia's request. Dreadwing responded, catching Suzaku off guard. She told me of your resignation as her knight. This wouldn't happen to do with the situation around your father, would it? Suzaku's eyes widened in shock as he quickly made his way around the corner to speak in private. Dreadwing, what exactly? Answer the question, did you resign your post because of your guilt in your father's death? Dreadwing persisted. Suzaku hesitated for a moment before he delivered an answer. I'm not worth to be a knight to someone as amazing as her. All I've done is run away. I put many people in danger, some of those people I care deeply about. A person like me doesn't deserve to serve someone like her. Meanwhile, Dreadwing's jet mode flew above the Avalon as he continued his conversation with the young soldier. Kururugi, I am not here to pass judgment based on your past actions. But I will say this, what that girl, Colin Kojiki, said on the island is true. A soldier must be willing to accept responsibility for all the deeds they've committed, both good and bad. You are not the only soldier who's made mistakes, I've made plenty, as have several others. I can't afford a mistake though. Suzaku tried to protest, otherwise, everything I work for, it's all for nothing. Suzaku, listen to me. Dreadwing spoke to him. You are not perfect, nobody is perfect. Do you know why it's so important to know when you've made a mistake or accept responsibility? So that you can learn from all of it and attempt to improve yourself. But that's the thing, Dreadwing, I don't know if I can. Suzaku confessed honestly. I don't know if I can accept all that. If I do, I would only bring dishonor, and I can't afford that, especially with Princess Euphemia. If I do, I worry she might end up hating herself. If she hates herself, it's only because she feels that she was the one who pushed you away. Dreadwing replied. She cares deeply for you, don't push her away. If something happened to her, you would never forgive yourself. Trust me, I know. There was no response from Suzaku at first, but Dreadwing heard something of a small sigh before he gave his reply. Thanks for telling me that and for being here too. You're a good friend, Dreadwing. He then hung up, leaving Dreadwing alone to contemplate his thoughts as she continued to fly alongside the Avalon. It's not just that he won't accept responsibility. Dreadwing thought to himself. He refuses to forgive himself. Suzaku Kururugi, what does it have to take for you to accept help from people who genuinely care for you? Yuffie stood alone, save for her bodyguards, in the art museum as she looked at the picture of her late half-brother Clovis, though after hearing what he did from Lelich, she could never look at the image of Clovis the same way again. A figurehead, that's all I was from the start. I knew that, but I thought if I could give my best effort, maybe I could make some difference. But who am I kidding? I'm not a strategist like Lelich or Schneeisel, and I'm not a warrior like Optimus, Cornelia, or Dreadwing. I'm useless. The people that I care about are risking everything, yet all I can do is stick the sidelines and offer my regards. Tears built up in her eyes as she tried to wipe them from her face. I hate myself. Nina stood at the entrance to the museum as she addressed a guard present at the door. Oh yeah, they told me about you. You need to get the document signed today, right? But a member of the royal family is viewing the art, right now. Huh? Which member is it? Nina asked. Zero stood on the catwalk on the Ark's bridge, alongside Optimus Prime and Ironhide, as well as Ogai, Todo, Kagaya, and even Diet Hard as they addressed all the Black Knights and the rest of the Autobots that had gathered together on the bridge. Even Colin, Shirley, and Rai were present, standing right by Bumblebee. So, what are we gonna do? Cliff Jumper asked. We will not be working with Sawazaki. Optimus answered. He is not a supporter for Japan, but a pawn of the high eunuchs of the Chinese Federation. But he said he was fighting for Japan. Bulkhead said. He didn't even call it Area 11. This country might get a new name, but nothing would change. Zero stated. We would just be trading Britannia for another master. Japan wouldn't be truly free. Alright, so what are we going to do? Arky asked. We're going to remove the Chinese Federation forces from Kyushu. Optimus answered. So, what we're actually gonna help Britannia? Asahina questioned. What about the Decepticons? Urabe also questioned. We don't think Megatron will involve himself in this. Ironhide answered. As far as he's concerned, this is just a little squabble and nothing to trouble himself over. Zero, Optimus, perhaps you should clarify what our overall mission is. Diet Hard suggested. Yeah, he's right. Ogai agreed. Even leaving aside the Sawazaki matter, what's our midterm goal on this? There's a lot of moving parts, but there are three main objectives. Zero began. Step 1, to make Japan an independent nation. That took nearly everyone by surprise. Independent. Colin exclaimed as she shared a surprised expression with Rai and Shirley. Did he just say what I thought he said? Cliff Jumper questioned as he looked to the equally stunned Arky, as all the other Black Knights began to voice their surprise and concern aloud. He wants us to be in a country. Bulkhead questioned. Wheeljack gave a chuckle. Well, what do you expect? We gotta go somewhere with all of this. Hold on a moment. Ratchet spoke up. It is true that our forces have increased substantially, but we still remain at a disadvantage in regard to the sheer number of enemies. That's right, Britannia is an empire that controls 1/3 of the world. Chiba stated. Not to mention the sheer firepower the Decepticons have over us. Fixit also voiced his concern. There's no way we can pull something like that off. Tamaki exclaimed. Which brings us to our second step. Optimus began. Yes, making Japan an independent country will be a difficult task, but not impossible. I have every reason to believe that with the resources we currently possess, we will be able to drive out both the Decepticon and Brightonian forces from Japan. However, as you say, they will attempt to retaliate. In which case, our response, the second step of our plan, is to build a coalition of nations. Zero continued, causing everyone to look in further surprise. We will recruit other countries to our cause, not just smaller countries like Japan, but even other Britannian-occupied areas, as well as the remaining superpowers including the EU and the Chinese Federation. Wait a second, you guys literally just said that Sawazaki. Ogai said. Sawazaki is a puppet of the Chinese Federation. Zero began to clarify. What we're talking about is building an army where we and those in the Federation stand as equals. Once we've established this force, this United Nations if you will, we will have the means to stop both the Decepticons and Britannia once and for all, ending this war entirely. Optimus continued. Which is our third step, to create a new world where all countries, all people of the earth, regardless of gender, nationality, ideology, all stand as equals. No more persecution, segregation, or assimilation. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings, and it is our duty to protect and reinstitute that right to this world. Every single Autobot and Black Knight present looked towards each other with surprise, or excitement, or fanatical ecstasy in the case of Diet Hard. The true objective of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance was revealed, to bring freedom to this world. And from the words and convictions of both Zero and Optimus Prime, they were going to reach their goal no matter what. Euphemia rode in her personal car out the back parking lot of the museum, when suddenly Nina tried to run up toward the gate. Princess Euphemia. The guards however quickly restrained Nina as the car came to a stop just outside the gate. Secure the perimeter. Code Delta. Code Delta. A guard stated as they kept the tearful Nina pinned to the ground. Please. I just want to thank Princess Euphemia. Nina cried, but it didn't seem they were listening to her. Yuffie sat in the back of the car, momentarily stunned. However, her eyes widened in surprise as she recognized this girl. From the hotel. Without a moment's hesitation, Euphemia stepped out of the car. Stop it. She ordered the guards. That girl is a personal friend of mine. Good, it's cleared up. Cornelia observed as the storm finally passed. Now we can resume the landing operation. Guilford reported. And we'll try to put Prince Schnizel's plan into action. Also, Viceroy, it would seem Dreadwing has joined them. Dreadwing. Cornelia turned to her knight in minor surprise. Are the Decepticons becoming involved? No ma'am. Guilford answered. Based on Sir Weinberg's report, it seems Dreadwing is acting on his own. And in my personal opinion, between him, the Knights of the Round, and Kururugi, I have little doubt they will succeed. Cornelia gave something of a scoff. Hopefully Dreadwing and the Knights can compensate for Kururugi's recent lack of results. Dreadwing stood on top of the Avalon as he waited for the operation to begin, until he got a call on his comms. Dreadwing, where are you? Megatron contacted him. Providing my assistance in this operation, Lord Megatron. Dreadwing responded. Did I not order you to stand down? Megatron questioned irritably as he and Soundwave stood on the bridge of the Nemesis. Forgive me, one true master, but I believe that by working alongside the Brighton forces, we will be able to at least begin remedying the strained relationship between our forces. Dreadwing explained. You yourself admitted that this is the main reason our enemies continue to succeed. While this is indeed true, Britannia is not one to let go of their pride. Megatron stated. I believe I may have the means to change that, Lord Megatron. Dreadwing said. I assure you, that between myself, and the Brighton forces currently with me, we will put an end to this occupation swiftly. I will allow it Dreadwing, but only this once. Megatron said before hanging up on communications. Megatron then turned to Soundwave. You wonder why I allow this, even though it can be considered insubordination. Soundwave nodded in confirmation. Call it curiosity, but as you already know, we have someone in place who should get this done rather swiftly. That is of course, he doesn't attempt to throw his life away. That, and of course I'm curious as to how Optimus and Lelich would respond to this. Incoming missiles. Alarms sounded on the Avalon's bridge. Launch point appears to be Fukuoka base. 1 minute, 5 seconds to impact. Not bad, they're well prepared against air raids as well. Lloyd said, not really intimidated by the incoming attack. Meanwhile, Suzaku, and the 4 Knights of the Round were already stationed in their respective Night Marrays, each one with a specially designed float system to enable flight. Are we sending up a barrage? Suzaku asked. We'll be fine in this position. Cecile told him as he felt the entire ship rock. Even Gino, Monis, Nonet, and Anya were jolted slightly as they felt the impact of the missiles striking something just outside the ship. Direct hit confirmed. One soldier reported. The Avalon is destroyed. Sawazaki had a triumphant smirk on his face. Even if it is state-of-the-art, a single ship can't possibly hurt us. However, he looked in surprise on the radar screen to see that the ship was still heading toward their location, as if it was never destroyed to begin with. What the? Dreadwing looked impressed as he saw the shields dissipate from the lower area of the Avalon's hull. They converted the Lancelot's Blaze luminous shield into a defense mechanism for aircraft. Clever. He smirked. Attention all units, I am laying out the mission plan for final verification. Cecile contacted Dreadwing, as well as Suzaku and the Knights of the Round. This ship will breach the enemy's front line from high altitude and move directly to the launch point. Once you've reached the point, you will divide into 3 teams to divide enemy forces. Dreadwing and Major Kururugi will attack the base directly, while Sir Weinberg and Lady Khrushchevsky will attack from the west side, as Lady Enneagram and Lady Allstream will attack from the east. From there, All three teams will converge and neutralize the target. The float unit consumes energy fast, so all Nightmare pilots, pay attention to your operation time. Yes. Suzaku responded. You got it. Gino confirmed. Acknowledged. Anya replied. Roger. Nonet confirmed. Understood. Monica responded. Dreadwing walked toward the edge of the top of the Avalon, where he saw the Lancelot primed and ready at the launch bay, with the other 4 Nightmare rays likely behind it even though they couldn't quite see. All units, launch. Cecile ordered. With that, Dreadwing transformed and flew outward, alongside the Lancelot as it was launched from the Avalon's ramp. The two flew together, taking point as the Tristian, Florence, Mordred, and Galeschin, each launched from the same ramp in that order and followed closely behind the pair. Despite taking the form of a human-made jet, Dreadwing was still able to keep up with the 5 Nightmare rays and their respective float systems. Even the hulking Mordred flew at the same level of speed. The enemy ship appears to have launched a series of bombers. A soldier of the Chinese Federation reported as Sawazaki and General Tseo saw 6 incoming dots on the radar screen. But they're moving faster than fighter planes. I have picture. Footage of the 5 incoming Nightmare rays, as well as the Decepticon in vehicle mode, were brought up to the main screen. Nightmare rays. Sawazaki looked in surprise and awe. They're not being transported, they're just flying on their own. Tseo observed. But, how is that fighter jet keeping up with them? No man-made airplane can fly that fast. Unless it's not a man-made aircraft. Sawazaki looked in realization. It's one of those transforming robots. But these other Nightmare rays. Tseo began. I recognize 4 of them, they're the personal weapons of the Knights of the Round currently in Area 11, but this other one, could it be that novelty weapon? The Lancelot, I think. But then, the pilot is. Incoming aircraft. Anya reported stoically. Radar indicates a total of 30 units. That's 5 for each of us. Gino smiled. Let's go. Incoming missiles. Monica voiced in alarm as the incoming enemy aircraft launched a barrage of missiles. However, Dreadwing shot even faster as he fired not only a series of his own missiles but even shot his vehicle mode's rapid-fire bullets. He was able to effectively hit each the missiles, causing them all to explode and create a makeshift smoke screen to blind the enemy units. Dreadwing was able to soar through the smoke cloud first as he transformed and drew his blade to slice one aircraft in half before drawing his cannon as he fell and opened fire to blast 2 from below before transforming again into his jet mode to fly behind 2 enemy units and shoot them down with little resistance. Show off. Gino smirked as he got to work as well as the Tristian launched its arm-mounted Harkins to destroy 2 aircraft at once before drawing its dual MVS blades to get in close and slice down 3 more in seconds. The Mordred backed him up as Anya provided cover fire with the shoulder-mounted Varus weapons. Anya was able to scare direct hits and destroy 5 aircraft in no time at all. Monica shot her Florence forward, while also firing her Harkins to take out 2 aircraft before activating her MVS claws and getting in close to slice up 1 aircraft, before doing the same with the 2 closest to her. Nonet flew alongside her in the Galeschin, which was equipped with its own Varus rifle, which she shot and destroyed 2 aircraft, while also launching a wrist-mounted Harkin and swung it to slice up 3 aircraft simultaneously. Suzaku followed suit as he whirled around with the Lancelot, using its Harkins to move in quick and disable the remaining 5 aircraft by specifically targeting their wings, and avoiding fatally harming the pilots as he saw them eject to safety. Target dead ahead. Nonet reported as the group of 6 spotted Fukuoka base. This is where we split up. Anya and I will take the east side, Gino and Monica take the west side, Suzaku and Dreadwing punch right down the middle. Understood. Dreadwing acknowledge. See you on the other side. Gino said as the team split off into 3 groups of 2, with the Lancelot and Dreadwing's vehicle mode gunning straight towards the enemy-occupied base. Suzaku looked in surprise as his Nightmare was receiving a transmission. Dreadwing, I'm getting a communication from the enemy base. I'm patching in. Dreadwing responded. Answer it if you wish. Suzaku did answer the incoming communication and saw the face of Sawazaki on his screen. This is Minister Sawazaki, is that Prime Minister Kurugi's son in the pilot seat? Suzaku's eyes narrowed. I see, I didn't know he had a son like you. Meanwhile, Euphemia had brought Nina to her own private chambers in the royal palace. As the two sat by a fireplace with some tea, Nina was wearing some of Yuffie's casual clothes that she had provided for her. And then, when you saved me, Princess Euphemia, I'll never forget it. Nina continued. You looked like some kind of goddess, like you were bathed in radiant light. Oh, forgive me. I should have thanked you for this change of clothes you gave me. Oh, don't worry about that, Nina. Euphemia assured. Besides, I'm not all the wonderful person you think I am. I'm no good compared to the rest of my siblings. She confessed while also looking away. No, that's not true. Nina exclaimed, surprising Euphemia. How can you say that about yourself? She questioned before looking down. There's not one good thing about me, really nothing at all. My parents are ordinary, I'm not the least bit pretty, and there's just nothing special about me. Not to mention, all those giant transforming robots on the news, it's really scary. That's wrong, Nina, I think you're a very cute girl. Euphemia complimented, causing Nina to blush slightly. And besides, some of those transformers, if you will, are actually really good. There are some that are kinda scary, yes. But I've also met some who are actually quite kind and gentle. Oh no. Nina continued. I'm not really good for anything, not at all. Euphemia looked to her in sympathy. She hates herself, but, so do I. It's not just those robots, Suzaku also makes me feel uneasy as well. Nina confessed. This caused Yuffie to look as though she had an epiphany. That's it. Suzaku feels badly too. So please, don't say that you're no good, Princess Euphemia. I beg of you. Nina pleaded. Because I need you. I need your goodness. Euphemia looked to Nina with a genuine and grateful smile. Thank you so much, Nina. I'm glad I got to know you. The bespectacled girl looked up in surprise. You've really helped me understand. Fukuoka Base. This has nothing to do with my father. Suzaku stated as the Lancelot was about to land at the base, with Dreadwing flying in behind him. We came here to put an end to this fighting. I will accept your surrender. You want to rob Japan of its dream of freedom? Sawazaki questioned. Though Dreadwing was listening as well, he chose not to speak. The Lancelot had landed successfully on the ground as Dreadwing continued to hover in his vehicle mode above the Lancelot and keep an eye out for enemy advances. Freedom has to come the right way. Not like this. Suzaku argued. You act out of selfishness. It's justice without ideology. Sawazaki argued back. No, you're wrong. Suzaku tried to come up with a response. Suzaku, behind you. Dreadwing attempted to warn him, but it was too late as the Lancelot was blasted in the back, causing the Lancelot to lose its Varus before it was gunned down. Of course, it wasn't just him. Dreadwing was struck in the wings by unknown projectiles, causing him to derail and crash onto the ground, causing him to skid before he transformed. He was distracting Suzaku. Why didn't I see that? Dreadwing cursed himself as he pulled himself up to stand alongside the Lancelot as they were surrounded by a multitude of odd-looking Night Marrays. They weren't humanoid like those among Britannia and the Black Knights, but only had land spinners built into the legs with guns mounted on the cockpits. Are these Chinese Federation Night Marrays? Dreadwing questioned as he drew his cannon and retaliated with energon blasts to take down several of the frontmost units. Yes. Suzaku answered as the Lancelot tried to provide cover with its blaze-luminous shields. They're called Gun Rus. Hey. We're down. Gino reported in as a grunt and crash was heard over the radio, much to his and Dreadwing's shock. Anya and I are surrounded. Our float systems are destroyed. Nonet exclaimed. What? Suzaku exclaimed as even Dreadwing looked in surprise. From the eastern side of the base, the Florence and Tristian each had to discard the smoking remains of their float systems as they were surrounded by at least 24 Gun Rus. At the same time, there was a similar situation on the western side, as the Galeschin came back to back with the Mordred, both on the ground and completely surrounded by the same number of Gun Rus units. First Kurugi allowed me to distract him, then he and his friends split off. Sawazaki smirked. They could have easily taken this base had they stayed together. However, thanks to that show at Area 11's prison complex, we saw that even the Knights of the Round aren't invincible. It was a good thing the High Eunuchs saw to it we received those anti-aircraft turrets. General Tseo said. They're stationed all over this building with precise targeting systems, intended to be used for aerial vehicles if we ever saw those flying transformers, but who would have suspected we'd see flying night Marrays? Suffice to say, we have found Britannia's Achilles heel. Sawazaki said triumphantly. Euphemia had suddenly entered Schneisel's office, much to his surprise, as well as that of Darlton. Yuffie. Schneisel, may I have access to a private communication line? She requested. Suzaku used the Lancelot's shields to provide cover as he and Dreadwing hid in between two warehouses, the later using his energon cannon to open fire and take down 4 or 5 Gunruss, but he was shot in the shoulder and forced to retreat behind cover. Dreadwing. Suzaku tried to keep him covered as the Lancelot drew its MVS. I'm all right. Dreadwing assured as he stood up and tried to make contact with the others. Enneagram, Weinberg, Allstream, Khrushchevsky, report. We're surrounded and taking fire from all sides. Nonet exclaimed as her Gale's chin held an MVS blade to try and slice at any Gunruss that got too close, but they pulled back and kept their distance to shoot and fire at her, as well as the Mordred, who tried to retaliate with its built-in Varus weapons, but a few Gunruss dropped a series of smoke bombs to blind the Mordred before they fired and schemed its hide. Though Anya was able to protect her Nightmare, with its own built-in shields, the Mordred did take some damage as both it and the Gale's chin were unable to find cover. The Chinese Federation has likely seen our fight against the Autobots and Black Knights during their operation to rescue Kyo's hero Todo. Anya said, still as emotionless as ever. So, they've adapted similar tactics to outmaneuver us. So, you're saying they know our weaknesses? Gino questioned as the Tristian tried to move in and cut down some Gunruss. That's totally unfair. He grunted however as the Tristian was shot in the back. Though the Florence quickly moved in to try and cut them down with its MVS claws, it was shot along the side, causing Monica to wince as the Florence and Tristian fell back to find some cover. They were expecting us. This was an ambush. Dreadwing exclaimed to Suzaku, who grunted in frustration. That's not all. Suzaku grimaced as he saw his energy readings dropping rapidly. My energy filler is dropping fast. Are you kidding? All their floats were blasted off. Lloyd exclaimed. The Avalon has to strike as the base. Cecile stated. No. The shield doesn't completely surround us. One direct hit and we'll go down in flames. Lloyd panicked as he held his hair. Suzaku, reroute all power to combat and comm systems. Cecile told him. The Knights of the Round are completely surrounded. I'll try and help them, but it might be up to you and Dreadwing now. Got it. Suzaku did as instructed as he routed all available power in order to save what little he had left. Dreadwing, get out of here. I'll draw their fire. No. Dreadwing stated as he drew his sword. I will fight by your side. Besides, the entire base is surrounded by special anti-aircraft turrets. I would not be able to escape if I wanted to. I will fight with you to the end, Suzaku Kurugi. He gave a small smile. Suzaku, though grateful, also felt a twinge of guilt as he could consider Dreadwing a friend, and the last thing he wanted was to put another friend in danger. You had better surrender, Suzaku. Sawazaki contacted him. Your transforming friend, as well as the Knights of the Round, have no chance at surviving. However, given that you are Prime Minister Kurugi's son, I guarantee that you'll be very well treated, my boy. I decline. Suzaku said immediately. I'll never abandon my friends, and if I used my father's name for this, I'd never forgive myself. This is between you and me, leave the Knights of the Round out of this. Seeing how he has the advantage, Suzaku, it is highly unlikely he will. Dreadwing told him. Your mechanical friend is indeed correct, Suzaku. Sawazaki confirmed. I have 4 of Britannia's elite pilots right in my grasp. There is no way I'd ever let such a golden opportunity slip through my fingers. You wear us down with sheer numbers as opposed to direct confrontation. Dreadwing scowled, speaking to Sawazaki directly. You are no warrior, and you have no honor. There is no such thing as honor when it comes to war and victory, alien. Sawazaki replied. Strategy and opportunity are keys to obtaining victory. Anyone who says otherwise is either foolish or deceitful. Dreadwing scowled even further. At the very least the Autobots and some of the Black Knights had a code of honor that he could respect. But this human clearly had none at all. He looked out past the cover to see there was practically a small army of Gunruss that almost looked like 100 total, not to mention all the anti-aircraft turrets on the base itself, and several tanks and other armored vehicles behind the Gunruss. It looked like an impossible situation, and he had no chance to plant any of his bombs. Suzaku Kurugi. Both he and Dreadwing were surprised to see that Euphemia had made contact with the Lancelot, and Dreadwing was able to hear it as well as he was still patched into the Lancelot's communications. Princess Euphemia. Both exclaimed at the same time. Dreadwing, you're with Suzaku? Euphemia asked in surprise, not expecting to get in contact with him too, but was nonetheless glad she did. I am, but I cannot talk right now. Dreadwing stated as he and the Lancelot dove out from cover and charged directly into the enemy forces. Suzaku. Euphemia tried to speak to him. The truth is, you and I. She stuttered at first before she steeled herself and spoke to him with a firm expression. I hereby command you to love me. Right. Suzaku responded, only for his eyes to widen in surprise as he only just now realized what she had just said to him. Even Dreadwing was caught off guard. Cecile gave a gasp in surprise. What? What is it? Lloyd asked in a panic upon seeing her surprised expression. Sorry, this is private. Cecile flustered as she tried to take off her earpiece. And in return, I will love you, forever. Euphemia continued as both Suzaku and Dreadwing listened in surprise, while also fighting. Dreadwing used his sword to rush and cut down 3 Gunruss with a single slice before giving a kick to crush a 4th from behind. Princess Euphemia. Suzaku almost couldn't believe what he was hearing as the Lancelot used to blaze luminous as a shield in his nightmare's left arm, with the MVS sword in the right hand to cut off the guns off 3 Gunruss that he rushed and passed. Suzaku, I love your stubbornness, and your kindness, and your strength, your sad eyes, your clumsiness, and the way you have trouble with cats. I love everything about you. So please, don't hate yourself. Euphemia confessed. Dreadwing had sliced another gun run in half before quickly attaching one of his bombs onto another and kicking it into a group of 4 Gunruss before all of them exploded. A part of him felt awkward and ashamed to listen to such a heartwarming moment that he felt should be shared with the two of them, yet at the same time, he was glad for this as he could tell Yuffie cared deeply for Suzaku and he cared for her just as much. Forgive me Euphemia, for listening to this. Dreadwing said as he covered the Lancelot that used its /Harkin to take down a Gunruss at point blank. It was not my intent to eavesdrop, I assure you. No, I'm grateful Dreadwing. So grateful that you looked after Suzaku for me. You are a good and strong warrior and I'm glad I got to know you. Euphemia assured. Suzaku had a smile as he and Dreadwing still continued to fight off the enemy, the Lancelot, and Seeker coming back to cut down the Gunruss that surrounded and tried to gun them down with their respective swords. I see that I've made you even more worried than I did before. You really are. He continued as the Lancelot hopped over Dreadwing to fire a /Harkin and knock down a Gunruss, while Dreadwing impaled his sword in the opposite direction to destroy another enemy unit. Everything you do is impulsive. When we first met, when you told me you were a princess, when you selected my school, when you made me a knight, always. Yes, they were all sudden. Euphemia said with a smile. That's because, I suddenly realized. But then, it's that spur of the moment feeling that's opened so many doors for me. Suzaku said as he and Dreadwing made their way closer to the base. What are you doing? Sawazaki exclaimed in a panic. Stop them now. Princess, can I make one final request? Suzaku asked. Final? Euphemia exclaimed as even Dreadwing looked with concern. Please, transfer this to a separate line, one that nobody else can hear, not even Megatron. Suzaku instructed. I'm sorry, Dreadwing, but I can't have Megatron know about this. Though concerned, Dreadwing nodded in understanding as they continued to make their way closer to the base, despite the seemingly endless enemy forces gathering to try and stop to them. "All right, we're on a secure line," Euphemia said. "Good, listen Yuffie," Suzaku began. "Your brother and sister, Lelich and Nunnally, they're alive." Both Dreadwing and Euphemia were surprised by this revelation. "They're both staying at Ashford Academy and being well taken care of." "But Megatron knows about them too." Euphemia gave an audible gasp at this revelation. Even Dreadwing was surprised. "What?" "Please, as soon as you possibly can, find them and get them to a safe place," Suzaku continued. "Megatron said he'd reveal them to your father if I disobeyed another one of his orders. But I can't protect them anymore," he said as both the Lancelot and Dreadwing were completely surrounded with no way to escape. "But when you see them, don't tell them what happened to me. Just tell them I transferred schools or make up some story. I don't want them to be sad." "Suzaku, don't tell me you're..." Yuffie had a sinking feeling that she knew what was about to happen. "Yes, the nightmare's out of energy," Suzaku reported as it lowered its arms, only having reserve power left, which wasn't much. Dreadwing stood closer to him, tightening his grip on his sword. "Dreadwing, I'm sorry. Don't you dare apologize, Suzaku," Dreadwing stated. "This was my choice, and I hold no regret. If I am truly to become one with the Allspark this day, I am glad that I did so while fighting beside you." What Euphemia said was correct. You may be far from perfect, and you've made many mistakes, but you are a true warrior and a good individual, one I have been honored to know, brother. Suzaku did not expect Dreadwing to call him that, but he was also strangely happy about it as he shed some tears of joy with a smile on his face. "Princess Euphemia, thank you as well." Dreadwing gave some final remarks to her also. "You are a noble and caring individual. Live your life to the fullest and take care of the people you love." "Yuffie." Suzaku had to give his own remark as well. "Thank you, for everything. Tell the others goodbye as well." He gave something of an accepting sigh. "I was stubborn all the way to the end." Euphemia could not believe what was about to happen. She was about to lose not only a close friend, but also the one she loved. No. This could not happen. "Don't die Suzaku." "Dreadwing. You both have to live." Suzaku's eye widened as a red ring flashed around his pupils. "Wah, what the?" Suddenly, a ground bridge portal opened in front of the Lancelot and Dreadwing as the vehicle modes of Optimus and Bumblebee shot out, followed by the Gawain. Optimus' truck mode swerved as it used its trailer end to trip and knock down at least a dozen Gunruss at once before he transformed and opened fire with an ion blaster in his right hand to obliterate 6 Gunruss with precise shots. Bumblebee likewise shot his vehicle mode past Optimus and toward 4 Gunruss that tried to shoot the Autobot leader from behind, but Bumblebee was quick to transform and crush one of them with a single punch before activating his Energon blasters to destroy the one in front and the 2 behind. The Autobots. Dreadwing did not expect to see them here. And is that the same nightmare from before? He recognized the Gawain from Kaname Island as well. Unlike before however, the Gawain had the metallic emblem of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance etched onto its chest. Looks like the Decepticons decided to show up after all. Ogai voiced in minor surprise as he sat in the co-pilot seat of the Gawain underneath the unmasked Lelich. "It seems to be just Dreadwing," Lelich observed. His own sense of honor must have outweighed whatever orders Megatron have him. At the same time, another ground bridge pearl opened up on the west side of the base, above the surrounded Tristian and Florence. Out of the swirling vortex shot the vehicle modes of Arky and Cliff Jumper, along with the Gurren Mk2. Arky transformed while in midair and delivered a flying kick to crush on Gun Ru and send it crashing into another before she drew her arm blades and rushed to cut down 2 more in front of her. Cliff Jumper had also transformed into his robot mode and opened fire with his own Energon blasters to destroy 4 Gunruss before the pilots even saw what was going on. While the Gurren quickly used her knife to cut down 2 Gunruss before quickly zooming in to grab the third with her Surger Claw before Colin activated it to cause the smaller nightmare to boil and pop before it exploded. The Autobots. Here. Monica exclaimed in surprise as Cliffjumper, Archie, and the Gurren came together. Yo! Cliffjumper gave a finger salute to the two surprised knights of the round. Man, never thought I'd be so happy to see them. Gino commented with a smile. Meanwhile, at the east side of the base, another ground bridge portal had opened up next to the trapped Galeschin and Mordred as the vehicle modes of Bulkhead and Ironhide drove out with the Gekka pre-production right behind them. Bulkhead's vehicle mode easily rammed down 3 gun Rust before he transformed to deliver a literal crushing strike with his mace onto a 4th gun RU. Ironhide had drove up and transformed behind Bulkhead to blast away the 6 attempting to ambush them with his own Energon cannons. With only 3 left, Rai was able to slice them down relatively swiftly with his Gekka's katana. Well, this is unexpected. We were saved by the Autobots and the Black Knights. Anya said with a hint of surprise in her voice, despite the stoic expression she maintained. Nonet was rendered completely speechless, not just at being saved by the enemy, but because she recognized the Blue Nightmare, after seeing Rai's blue pilot suit back on Kaname Island, and knowing that the Black Knights only had one Blue Nightmare. It didn't take much to put 2 and 2 together. K.I. Zarin. What in the world just happened? Seo exclaimed as Sawazaki was left completely stunned. Sir, the teams surrounding the Knights of the Round have been completely decimated. One soldier reported. We have an incoming object on the radar. We have picture. The screen popped up to reveal a flying white Cybertronian ship making its way closer toward the base. What is that? Sawazaki exclaimed. Nice operation you got here, Sawazaki. A new voice said causally as he was easily able to hack into the base's communication systems. Although technically you might say it's under new management. A screen suddenly lit up to show footage of the smirking Wheeljack sitting at the controls of his personal ship, the Jackhammer. You're one of those Autobots. Sawazaki stated in surprise. Yep, and I'm also the one that's about to say bye-bye to your little anti-aircraft turrets. Wheeljack smirked as he pressed a red button on his console once the Jackhammer's targeting systems had a lock on all targets. A series of homing missiles were fired from the Jackhammer before they each scored a direct hit on each and every one of the turrets across the base, triggering several explosions that effectively crippled the enemy's outer defense in one stroke. The Autobots and Black Knights have their own ship. Lloyd exclaimed in surprise. It may be smaller than the Avalon, but it looks faster and far more powerful. Cecile stated, just as surprised as her boss. Who would have thought they had something like that all this time? 0, we got aircraft and night Marrays behind us. Ogai reported as a dozen gun Rus and the same amount of aircraft tried to take them by surprise. Then let's take care of it. Lelich smirked as the Gawain flew in the air at incredible speeds. The large Black Nightmare aimed its hands to shoot a series of slash harkins from each of its fingers before it quickly waved its arms, causing the weapons to act like whips as each of the aircraft were sliced and diced with little issue. The Gawain then aimed its shoulder-mounted cannons down below and fired a series of large red beams to obliterate all the gun Rus with one single blast. Dreadwing and Suzaka were nothing short of stunned at this display of power and skill, while Optimus and Bumblebee looked more so impressed than anything else. That thing was about as slow as an Energon refinery transport. Bumblebee commented. Now look at it, bet it could even give Megatron some trouble. Indeed, Bumblebee. Optimus acknowledged. Rax Hata, Ratchet, and their team have done wonders to improve upon the Gawain. Cecile and Lloyd saw the Gawain's power as well. The Gawain wasn't nearly that fast as before, and the Hadron Cannon was supposed to be in development. Cecile stated. They not only made the beams converge but even improved the Gawain's maneuverability. Lloyd's eyes shook as they appeared green with envy. But I wanted to be the one to perfect that system. Meanwhile, Ratchet, Fixit, Rax Hata, Shirley, Todo, Tamaki, Katace, Kagaya, Diet Hard, and the Holy Swords, along with a few other Black Knights, watched the events of Fukuhara Base play out on the main screen of the Ark's bridge. Have I mentioned how much I love Cybertronian technology? Rax Hata commented with a smile. There's no way Britannia could have made the Gawain like this on their own. Guess the Earl of Pudding is losing his edge. These readings are incredible. Fixit commented. With the Gawain's power, not to mention Zero's strategic thinking. If both of them were put together in one being, it would even match Optimus. both physically and entertainingly, repeatedly, strategically. While the modified Gawain will certainly prove useful, we cannot afford to get overconfident. Ratchet advised. It all depends on whether or not Zero and his chosen co-pilot can react in battle. Hello Nonet. Rai greeted as he established a private communications channel from the Gekka pre-production with the Gale's chin so no one outside could hear them. Anya was about to approach, but Bulkhead and Ironhide stood in between her and the other two Night Marrays, just in case she got any funny ideas. K.I. Zarin. Her eyes shook with so many mixed emotions. It really is you. I told you before, my name is Rai. He said before he sighed. But you should know, I remember everything now. Nonet could not contain her surprised gasp. You were right, I really was a bastard prince. And I also remember you, you were always so kind to me, my sister, and my mother. I even looked up to you like an older sister. Nonet remembered all that as well, those were good memories, not to mention the fact he had his memories back brought some tears to her eyes, both in joy and sadness as he now remembered the tragic truth of his family, at least what she knew of it. As far as she was concerned, the concept of geese was still unknown to her. But, just setting the record straight, I'm not going back to Britannia. Rai got to the point. The Autobots and Black Knights are like my family, and I won't leave them. Also, they know who I am too, but they don't reject me for it, so you don't have to worry about me, I promise I'm alright. I'm always going to worry about you, it's my duty as your knight, remember? Nonet said with a small smile. But I understand. Just know, that no matter what happens, I am on your side. You can trust me. I know I can. And I thank you for it. Rai assured. Hey Gino, miss us. Cliffjumper greeted as he, Arky, and the Gurren faced the Tristian and Florence directly. Cliff, thanks for the save, really owe you one. Gino said truthfully. What are you all doing here? Monica questioned, both in surprise and in an interrogation-like manner. Saving your sorry hides, what does it look like? Arky gave a small glare. Colin remained silent as she didn't want to accidentally expose her identity to two of her fellow student council members. But she still smirked slightly at the irony of the current situation. We actually saved Britannia's top pilots. Never thought I'd see the day. Kurugi, is the Lancelot still operational? Lelich asked from the Gawain as it, Optimus, and Bumblebee faced the Lancelot as well as Dreadwing. Zero, I thought so. Suzaku stated. Why did you save us? Dreadwing questioned. What purpose do you serve here? We came here because you were in trouble. Optimus answered. We have also come to disarm Sawazaki and repel the occupying Chinese Federation forces. This took Suzaku especially by surprise. Contrary to what you might think Suzaku, we're not here to hurt anyone. Lelich told him. The Black Knights and the Autobots exist to protect the weak, that's all. But why assist us? Dreadwing asked. Because it is the right thing to do. Optimus answered. The high eunuchs of the Chinese Federation are no different from the likes of Charles Z.I. Britannia and would put Japan through the same treatment it's currently receiving from Britannia. We won't let that happen. Bumblebee walked toward the Lancelot and handed it a familiar device, much to Suzaku's surprise. An energy filler. We're going to take out the enemy command center. Lelich spoke. If you wish to help, you're more than welcome to. It's what you came here to do, isn't it? Neither Suzaku nor Dreadwing could have expected this. However, Dreadwing wasn't all that surprised as a part of him knew that Optimus would oppose the likes of Sawazaki in a spark beat. Suzaku however, couldn't help but chuckle. Just when I thought I got you guys figured out, you go ahead and surprise me again. Suzaku commented as the Lancelot sheathed its MVS sword and accepted the energy filler Bumblebee offered him. Maybe it's time to try and look at things through a different perspective. Lelich commented with a small smile, glad his friend accepted their help. Ogai, who had remained silent during this conversation, shared a smile with his leader as well. This is not the first time we've allied against a common enemy. Dreadwing smiled slightly. It's starting to become something of a habit. Optimus shared a small smile as well before his faceplate went up. He, Bumblebee, the Gawain, Dreadwing, and the recharged Lancelot went on the attack. The three Cybertronians transformed into their respective vehicle modes and rolled alongside the two Knight Marrays. Though Dreadwing flew in his case, he stuck closer to the ground just above the group. At the same time, Archie and Cliffjumper drove in their vehicle modes alongside the Gurren Mk2, the Tristian, and Florence on the west side of the base, having formed an alliance as well, with a similar situation on the eastern side of the base as Bulkhead and Ironhide's vehicle modes drove alongside the Gekka pre-production, the Mordred, and Gale's Chin. All three groups moved in closer toward the base, along with the Jackhammer, as their combined efforts were more than enough to easily cleave through what was left of the enemy forces. "I don't understand," Sawazaki exclaimed as he and Seo saw their forces falling like dominoes. "Why would the Autobots and Black Knights work alongside Britannia? They're enemies." "We could ask you the same thing." Sawazaki looked in even further surprise to see their communication monitors were hacked once more to see the glaring faces of both Todo and Katace, much to his shock. "Todo, and Katace. You're alive. Reports of my death were greatly exaggerated," Katace said. Why are you fighting me though?" Sawazaki exclaimed. "Shouldn't be working together as comrades. Don't you care about Japan? The Black Knights and the Autobots protect the freedom of all sentient beings." Todo replied. "That's exactly what I'm trying to do," Sawazaki shouted. "I'm trying to free Japan from Britannia. You fled the country the second our cabinet fell apart," Katace stated. "You sold yourself to the Chinese Federation and are now about to sell out the country to them too. You are a disgrace, Atsushi Sawazaki." Euphemia could not contain her joy as she saw all of this. "Lelouch, you kept your promise, you, Optimus, Suzaku, and Dreadwing." Tears of joy were already falling down her face. "What? The Autobots and Black Knights?" Cornelia questioned as she and Guilford had already touched down with their respective Knight Marrays and led their forces onto the shore. "Yes, they saved the Knights, Dreadwing, and Kurugi," Guilford informed. "They're actually helping us." Cornelia voiced her confusion aloud. "Why?" "So, they took the Chinese Federation forces by surprise and gained the allegiances of the Knights, Kurugi, and even this Dreadwing," Diet Hard observed. "That was brilliant. It feels a little weird that we're fighting with Britannia's elite," Tamaki commented. "Well, I know most of them from school," Shirley said. "They're not bad people. In fact, they might even be able to help us fight the Decepticons. Having Knights of the Round on our side could increase our chances at victory quite a bit." Fixit put in. "True, but it's not just the battle, it's the fact that everyone is seeing it," Ratchet said, getting everyone's attention. "Though media may try to change the outcome, we were able to use the ARCS systems to broadcast all of this across the entire country. That took all the present Black Knights, even Diet Hard, by surprise." "This is happening live?" Chiba questioned. "The whole country is seeing this." "Yes," Ratchet confirmed. "And this will not only send a message to the population of Japan, but show the Earth where we stand. Protecting the people, regardless of their nationality, is our first commitment. Which in turn, will give us more support." Diet Hard had a fanatic smile on his face as everyone else shared smiles of their own. It was true, all across Japan, virtually every television screen was showing the battle that was unfolding in Kyushu, specifically, the forces of the Black Knights and the Autobots working alongside the Britannian Knights to repel the Chinese Federation. Everyone from the Japanese to Britannian civilian populace, even Schneeisel and Diet Hard watched, with the latter in great surprise while the former had something of an impressed and knowing smirk on his face. Even Rivalds, Millie, and Nina all saw it from their homes. It was even seen on the television at the Ashford clubhouse as Cece and Sayoko stood next to Nunnally in her wheelchair. Though she couldn't see it, she heard everything the TV was showing. She smiled, knowing how much good Lelouch, Suzaku, and all their friends, Cybertronian or human, were doing by working together like this. She smiled and held out both her hands, which Cece and Sayoko each took as they shared smiles with one another as well. What's wrong with going to another country, then waiting for the right moment to strike? Sawazaki questioned as he and Seo rode a vehicle toward the helipad to escape this lost battle. That's an effective strategy, isn't it? We can set up a new line of defense at Kagoshima. Seo offered. Right, I appreciate your help. Sawazaki said. However, right as their vehicle rode onto the helipad, they looked in complete and utter surprise to see there wasn't a helicopter transport waiting for them, but the jackhammer parked on top of what was left of it, with Wheeljack himself leaning against the side of his ship with a casual smirk. Going somewhere? Wheeljack teased. But that wasn't the end of it, everyone else had arrived as well, having climbed the building or flown up. First the Gurren, Archie, Tristian, Cliffjumper, and Florence, followed by the Gekka, Bulkhead, Galeschin, Ironhide, and Mordred, and last but not least, Optimus Prime, the Gawain, Bumblebee, Dreadwing, and the Lancelot. That is far enough, Sawazaki. Optimus stated as they all completely surrounded him and Seo. Sawazaki couldn't believe it. Impossible. They took the largest fortress in all of Kyushu, with no effort at all. Meanwhile, Megatron and Soundwave had witnessed everything play out as well from the Nemesis and had heard everything that was spoken in between the two parties before joining forces, that even included Euphemia's confession to Suzaku, all thanks to Soundwave. Well, this was certainly unexpected. Megatron commented. And you got everything, right? He turned to Soundwave. Your brother and sister, Lelich, and Nunnally, they're alive. Soundwave replayed his recording of Suzaku's reveal to Euphemia. So Kururagi believed he found a way out. Megatron surmised. He saw his opportunity to die and also chose to use it as an attempt to save those dear to him. I must admit, that was actually rather clever. Soundwave then looked to Megatron, silently asking what they should do about this. Let them go on, let us pretend we never heard that. Let their hopes rise, it'll make it all the more satisfying as we shatter them. We have a special project of our own planned. Megatron said with an evil sneer. After Sawazaki was captured, Suzaku, Dreadwing, and the Knights of the Round allowed the Black Knights and Autobots to return to their base as a way of saying thanks for their help, but if they end up on opposite sides of the battle, they will fight them if they have to. The bots and BKS all seemed to accept that as they returned to the Ark and allowed the Brighton Neon authorities to deal with Sawazaki and his collaborators. The next day, both Suzaku and Dreadwing stood in front of Euphemia in the royal garden of the Tokyo Settlement's royal palace. Suzaku bowed before the princess. Warrant Officer Kururagi, reporting for duty. Welcome back, Suzaku. Euphemia smiled sincerely. She then looked up to Cybertronian present. Dreadwing, thank you again for helping him. You are welcome. Dreadwing nodded with a smile. Though, in all honesty, you should be thanking Prime and Zero. If it weren't for them, I don't believe either of us would be here. I'll be sure to when I see them again. Euphemia said before looking to Suzaku with a serious expression. Suzaku, my brother and sister, are they? I'm sorry I never told you. Suzaku apologized. It's just. I didn't want to take any chances that someone would try to take advantage of them. Still, I thank you for helping to protect them. Euphemia said sincerely. And I promise I'll help them, but, how did Megatron of all people find out? Suzaku winced. It wasn't my intent, but he, somehow pulled the information from my mind, literally. Dreadwing's optics widened in shock. A cortical psychic patch? He used it on Suzaku? On a human. Euphemia saw the look on Dreadwing's face and used it as her chance to speak to him. Dreadwing, let me ask you something. Does the phrase, Dark Energon, sound familiar to you? Dark Energon? Suzaku questioned in confusion. I have heard of it, yes. Dreadwing confirmed. The so-called blood of Unicron. Megatron had somehow found a way to weaponize it, that's what I've learned. Did you know he used it to poison Cybertron's core? Euphemia asked. What? Suzaku exclaimed as even Dreadwing was caught off guard by that, indicating he wasn't aware of that. When we were trapped on that island, Optimus told me everything. Euphemia began. Everything that Megatron told us, even you Dreadwing, it was lie. Megatron destroyed Cybertron all by himself. He never tried to save it, he only sought power, nothing more. He's a monster. And I somehow have a terrible feeling that he may try to bring that fate to Earth as well. Suzaku could not believe what he was hearing, and neither could Dreadwing. One look in Euphemia's eyes told her that she was being serious about this. Dreadwing knew Optimus was not a liar, so there was indeed some truth behind this, as much as he didn't want to believe it. That's why I want to do what I can to ensure Earth has a bright future, Euphemia said. Not just protecting it from the Decepticons, but also stopping all this violence and bloodshed that Britannia has encouraged for so many years. I know I may only be a sub-viceroy, but I can't stand to sit on the sidelines anymore, so Suzaku, Dreadwing, will you two help me? Will you both help me to protect this world, even if we end up working with Optimus and Zero? Both of whom I trust with my life. You really trust them that much? Suzaku voiced in surprise. They're not at all what you think they are, Suzaku, Euphemia said with a sincere smile. They want the same thing I do, to end all this destruction and bring about peace for this world. Will you help me? Will you be my knight? She offered Suzaku the knight pin once more. There was still a great many things weighing his mind, but Suzaku could tell that Euphemia was genuine in her wish, and that alone was enough for him to put his faith in her. I will, Your Highness. He accepted the pin with a smile. Euphemia cried tears of joy before she leapt and wrapped both her arms around Suzaku. Though surprised at first, he smiled as he returned the embrace. After a minute or two, they both parted as Dreadwing kneeled down toward them. And I promise, Princess Euphemia, you will have my support as well. Dreadwing vowed. I pledge myself to you and your cause of peace, to finally bring this conflict to an end. I will support and protect you, this I vow with all my spark. Yuffie's smile couldn't get any brighter as she knew she had both their support and could trust them with everything she held dear. Thank you, Dreadwing. Thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Check the description for the links to the author.